The Mages of Starsea, The Starsea Cycle Book 1, by Kyle West, performed by Rob Rinkmann. 1. The League Health Authority in downtown Miami was the last place in all the world Lucian Abrantes wanted to be. He mindlessly scanned his electronic slate, looking for anything to distract him from what was about to happen. There was no reason for the League to perform another metaphysical on him. No acceptable reason, anyway. He'd already been waiting for an hour for his turn. If this were any other government agency, Lucian would have already ducked out. But nobody messed with the LHA. As the agency tasked with testing for emergent mages, they were not to be messed with. "Lucian Abrantes?" Lucian snapped to attention, catching sight of a tawny-haired nurse standing in the door. Every other head in the waiting room turned his way, as if he had been called to his execution. "Yeah, that's me." "The doctors are ready for you now." When he stood, his legs were leaden weights. The nurse beamed a plastic smile that did nothing to lighten his mood. "How are we doing today, Lucian?" Was there even a point to that question? "I've been better." Her smile wavered a moment. "This way, Mr. Abrantes." She led him through the open doorway down a short corridor. Everything was gray: walls, carpet, and ceiling. Whoever had designed this place hadn't wanted it to inspire any sort of feeling. There was only one reason they would call him back. Something had gone wrong on his first metaphysical. Either that, or there was some mix-up. Those were the only reasons he could think of, anyway. Because the other reason, the one that made sense, was too terrifying to think about. She led him to a room that was almost claustrophobically small. It contained a plastic table and 4 chairs, 3 on one side, 1 on the other. Other than that, it was utterly featureless, without so much as a window to break the monotony. It looked like an interrogation chamber from a Crime Hollow film. It seemed impossible that the bright sun and white sands of South Shoal and the Miami archipelago were just a couple of clicks away. During what should have been Lucian's only metaphysical last week, all they had done was scan his head and send him on his way. He'd read that the follow-up metaphysical exam was worse, though. Much worse. It was far more invasive than the scan, but beyond that, he didn't know what it involved. He tried to stay as far away from anything to do with mages or magic, as did most sane people. They were barely a thought in his day-to-day. "Are you sure this isn't all some mistake? I've already been tested this year." The nurse gave her trademark saccharine smile. "Of course this isn't a mistake, Mr. Abrantes. Please have a seat. The doctors will be with you shortly." Lucian wanted to tell her that if the doctors had done their job in the first place, he wouldn't even be here. But that would be a waste of breath. It was like dealing with a droid. She could only follow the scripts she was programmed to say. The League's bureaucracy was an intricate machine, and within that machine, there was no room for anything as debilitating as human sympathy. Lucian took the single chair facing away from the door and waited. He was left with nothing but his unsettled stomach. At least it wasn't cold in here, unlike the waiting room outside, where the thermostat must have been set for absolute 0. Judging from this office's inefficiency, he might be here a while longer. That thought was dashed when footsteps approached from the hallway. 3 doctors in white lab coats entered the room and took up the chairs opposite him. The leftmost doctor might have been in his 50s. He was pale, bald, and sported retro black-rimmed glasses. The middle doctor was a young woman with perfect features that could have only come from gene tailoring or wallet-crushing surgery. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a face too beautiful to be believed. The blue eyes watching Lucian were too wise for her age. Longevity treatments, then. Only the obscenely rich could afford those. But maybe the costs had come down enough in recent years for people of her income bracket to afford them. The rightmost doctor was a thick-set black man with a grandfatherly face. His salt and pepper goatee lent him an air of dignity. All three watched him with the same controlled, professional mask. Yes, this metaphysical would be entirely different from the last one. Whatever news they had, it wasn't good. 2. Mr. Abrantes, the blonde doctor said. I'm Dr. Ross. This is Dr. Noack and Dr. Wallace. We're here today to go over the results of your metaphysical. The two men nodded at the mention of their names. Lucian watched each of them warily. You can just call me Lucian. Lucian, then, Dr. Ross said. He swallowed the lump in his throat. I thought the results were supposed to be emailed. Normally they are, but yours is a special case. We'll get you out of here as soon as we can, I assure you. Cutting right to the chase, the exam you already took doesn't measure metaphysical emergence. It merely flags potential. I'm sorry, what do you mean by emergence? Forgive me, she said. By emergence, I mean the capability to stream meta-energy, what people commonly refer to as magic. There it was, spoken clear as day. Dr. Ross, I've never done anything resembling magic my entire life. This all has to be some terrible mistake. We're not saying you're a mage, Lucian. You merely have the potential to be. The next step is to undergo a sleep lab to confirm if anything's there. A sleep lab? This was getting worse and worse. I don't have time for that, Dr. Ross. I have things to do. Can't you just take a blood sample or something? Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. We're not going to stick anything in you or dig around in your brain. However, I won't lie. The test is a bit inconvenient. Thankfully, it doesn't last more than 2 hours. Lucian saw that he wasn't getting out of this, and his one hope that this was all a mistake had just been wishful thinking. You'll fall asleep in an MMI vat, Dr. Ross continued. The interface fluid will convert the imagery of your dreams into video and emotional feedback that we will analyze. The dream signatures of mages are different from a typical person. That's how we'll know if you are one. The odds are low at this point. Of course, about 1 of every 20 million people in the world is a mage in the first place. But by the time a patient gets to this portion of the process, only 1 in 1,000 is a mage, roughly speaking. Those statistics didn't do much to put Lucian's mind at ease. He knew that MMI was an acronym for Mind-Machine Interface. He knew it had military applications, soldiers controlling droid soldiers and the like, and in the not-too-distant past it had been used for full reality simulations before the standard simulation pill had been invented. This sounds pretty invasive, Lucian said. We wouldn't be doing this if there were any other way. Usually the results come back negative. In the entire Tri-County area, we only find a mage every year or two. The exam you already did gives a lot of false positives, especially if you are under stress. So this is normal, and there's no need for concern. Her face seemed to say this was anything but normal. Do you have any questions before we begin? She asked. We'll walk you through each stage of the process. Lucian had a lot of questions, but for some reason, he couldn't voice a single one of them. No, let's get this over with. He was about to stand when Dr. Wallace cleared his throat. Lucian, we have a few questions we need to ask you first, if you have none for us. Sure. What do you want to know? First, Dr. Wallace continued in his deep baritone, I want to ask you about your mother. Our file here says she's on active duty with the First Fleet out of Sol Citadel. His mother? Why in the world would they care about her? Yeah, she's an executive officer on the LS Barcelona. Why should that matter? Dr. Wallace ignored his question. "What's your relationship like with her?" Lucian almost did a double-take. "Good? Again, how's that relevant?" "It's good?" Dr. Wallace asked, his tone skeptical. "Yes," Lucian said, annoyed. "Good. You didn't answer my question." Dr. Wallace made a note on his slate. "And your father?" "You already have my file," Lucian said, unable to control his tone. "Why are you asking me all this anyway? Just read my mind with your MMI test." Dr. Wallace's brown eyes were no longer as kindly. "It's important that you answer, Lucian. We need to establish a baseline. Otherwise, the test won't be as effective. I can say nothing more about it." A baseline? Were they measuring him now, somehow? He had likely breathed in some nanobots that were taking all of his measurements, even as he spoke. If that was so, then what the doctors were doing was highly illegal. But then again, perhaps such measures could be used by the LHA. Everything was likely fair game in the agency's eternal hunt for dangerous mages. Lucian realized he wasn't going to get out of these questions. The faster he answered, the faster he could leave. "My father died in the first Swarmer War when I was 5. I don't remember him much." "I have here that you have a small condominium in old Little Havana," Dr. Ross said. "Great old neighborhood. Lots of history." Was she trying to egg him on? Everyone knew that that area was a dump, where anyone not carrying a shock baton was likely to get jumped as soon as they hopped off a Lev or auto taxi. It had been a nice area in the distant past, but that was before the rising Atlantic had claimed the streets. Everyone with the creds lived in one of the state-of-the-art, hundreds of stories arcologies dotting the Florida shoals. "Have you ever been to the OLH, Dr. Ross?" At the slight coloring of her cheeks, he guessed that she had not. She likely lived in the shoals if she could afford longevity drugs. Those islands were guarded 24/7 by droid guards that kept the riffraff out and were veritable fortresses. Sensing a momentary advantage, Lucian pressed on. "Why's any of this your business anyway?" "Yeah, I live on my own. I don't have much, but I scrape by. I've had a job since I was 15. I'm studying for the civil exam too, and as soon as I save up the money, I'm off this cesspool of a planet, and I don't need anybody's help to do it." All three watched him in a sort of muted shock. Lucian knew he shouldn't have gone off on them, but if there was one thing that annoyed him, it was being dismissed because of his age. Sure, he was 20, but he was 10 times more responsible than most of his drug-addled, hedonistic peers who lived only for their monthly government stimmy checks and all the drugs the city could offer. "Very well, Lucian," Dr. Noack said in a nasal tone. "Just a few more questions. Do you experience déjà vu or vivid dreams?" The question made Lucian freeze, but he recovered. "No. I mean, sometimes I do, but not any more than other people." "Approximately how often, would you say?" Dr. Noack pressed. "I don't know. Déjà vu once every couple of weeks. Vivid dreams, about the same amount." He made a note. Lucian tried not to roll his eyes. "Do you have an active imagination, or do you imagine things that often end up happening?" Dr. Ross asked. He suppressed a shiver. "No to both." "Do you ever get the feeling that something bad is about to happen, and it comes true?" Dr. Noack asked. "Never." They stared at Lucian hard, as if willing him to lie. What did it matter if he did have weird dreams, or if he did have déjà vu? Why would it matter, even if it had happened once a day, or even more? Maybe he just had an active imagination. It didn't mean he was a mage, one of those unfortunate souls doomed to fray once their powers broke their sanity. No, he wasn't one of them. "All right," Dr. Ross said. "That'll do for questions. If you would follow us, Lucian, we'll take you to the MMI lab now." All three stood at the same time. Lucian followed them out into the short hallway, his pulse quickening. A part of him wanted to run, as futile as that was. They led him into a large room, in the center of which stood a vertical vat. It was about 3 meters tall by 1 meter wide, filled with viscous pink fluid. A breathing mask hung suspended in the liquid, connected to a breathing tube and a jumble of wires. "I have to get in that? No way." "It'll only take an hour," Dr. Ross said. "We've done this test many times before. It's safe." Lucian had so many questions, but he was already at their mercy. He couldn't show any more weakness. If they wanted him to hop in that pink bath, then why not? It wasn't like he could get out of this anyway. "Just tell me what I need to do." The vat whirred as it rotated downward until it lay horizontal. The glass door on top opened with a hiss, revealing the eerie pink liquid within. "This is the MMI vat," Dr. Wallace explained, giving it a tap. "You'll wear the mask and fall asleep inside, taking deep and controlled breaths. The fluid will access your brain, allowing us to see what's going on without the need for cybernetics." "Don't you have pills for this?" Lucian asked. "Sim pills don't project thoughts outside the brain," Dr. Ross said. "Not in any meaningful way." "I assure you the vat is comfortable," Dr. Wallace said with a chuckle. "I've been inside one myself. Very warm and cozy. Some people use them for therapy, with promising results." Dr. Ross returned from a cabinet, handing Lucian a set of beige scrubs. They looked exceedingly uncomfortable. "Go ahead and put this on. There's a changing room over there. We'll be back in a few minutes." Once they'd left, Lucian didn't waste time. He was changed in less than a minute. He waited in the cold room barefoot, his stomach doing leaps. He tried not to look at that vat, or to think about his reason for being here. Whatever that pink stuff was, it didn't look natural. He wanted out of here. But how? The League mandated the exam. Getting a pass was out of the question. 1 in 20 million. He wasn't one of them. He wasn't a mage. A minute later, the doctors returned. "Okay," Dr. Ross said, forcing a smile. "Step into the vat and sit in the fluid. We'll help you with the mask. Once you're comfortable, go ahead and lie on your back and submerge yourself." Hesitation would only make him look weak. So Lucian stepped into the vat. The liquid was warm and syrupy, seeming to congeal around his foot. The warm feeling wasn't unpleasant. That was hard to admit. It was like a bath, but stickier. He immersed himself up to his torso. Both Dr. Wallace and Dr. Noack held him by the shoulders, while Dr. Ross stood next to him, slayed out. "Don't force me under," Lucian said. "We won't," Dr. Noack replied. Dr. Ross handed him a pill and a paper cup filled with water. "Here." "What's this?" "It'll help you sleep. The whole test is pointless without it." Lucian stared at it a moment, before popping the pill and washing it down. "Now," she said, "let me help you with that mask." "I've got it," Lucian said. When Lucian picked up the mask, pink fluid dripped off it in long, snotty streams. The fluid even covered the inside. "Hold your horses," Dr. Ross said. "Will you let us help you?" Lucian was forced to oblige. A moment later, a disgusting sucking sound emanated from the breathing tube. Once the inside of the mask was clean, the suction stopped. "I hope you don't do that to me while I'm wearing it." "There are safety features that prevent that from happening," Dr. Ross said in a world-weary way. She helped Lucian with the mask, and he let her clamp it on. A steady supply of air entered. The mask covered the entirety of his face. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the fluid getting into his eyes. "Okay," she said. "Ready?" Lucian nodded. "I guess." The mask made his voice garbled and robotic. Dr. Wallace and Dr. Noack guided him down. Actually, they were pushing him down. So much for not forcing things. Lucian fought the urge to free himself. Before he knew it, he was completely submerged. When the glass door clicked shut, a mounting sense of claustrophobia made him want to scream. His breaths came out rapidly while his heart slammed against his chest. The vat rotated until it was completely upright. Lucian tried not to think of how exposed and idiotic he looked. But before his thoughts could race out of control, a sudden wave of drowsiness overcame him, too powerful to ignore. His heartbeat slowed, and he could barely keep his eyes open. His last view through the pink haze was of a video screen. The 3 doctors crowded around it. The image on the screen was startling. It was of the world through his eyes, of him watching the doctors, watching the screen, ad infinitum. It was the last thing before darkness took him. 3. The pressure of the water was crushing, and the darkness near complete, and it was cold, terribly cold. As panic seized Lucian, he swam upward, clawing at the freezing dark water. Stroke after stroke, he swam upward, his muscles burning. Even as cold sapped his heat and strength, his lungs were afire with the need for air. He was going to die here. Through his blurry vision, Lucian saw something floating above. As the shape of the object materialized before him, he realized it was a rope. "Let me help you." It was his mother's voice. "Grab the rope, Lucian. I can save you." But an unforeseen force stayed his hand. He wanted nothing more than to grab it, but all he could do was stare at it in paralysis. "Reach for the rope." The line slipped away into the darkness. Lucian's muscles exploded into action as he swam toward it, but it was withdrawing faster than he could swim. "Reach, Lucian." Lucian couldn't hold his breath any longer. He sucked in frigid salt water into his lungs, in and out, in and out, in and out. It entered and left cold, stinging, and harsh, but also life-giving. Oxygen infused into his blood. He was surrounded with an orangish aura. Somehow, the water in his lungs was being transformed into pure gaseous oxygen. The blackness of his vision receded until only coldness remained. Lucian didn't question it. He was breathing, and he would live. He didn't need the rope and the salvation it offered. The scene shifted, and he was somewhere else. Darkness pressed in around him. It wasn't from the water this time, but it was heavy all the same. Space constricting around him like a coffin. Wherever this place was, Lucian didn't have a body. He was just consciousness floating in a void. Was this death? Maybe. And maybe it was even worse than death. All he knew was that he wasn't alone. He couldn't have said how he knew that, but someone was with him. Just as he knew he wasn't alone, he knew escape was impossible. Even if Lucian knew this was a dream, the realization wasn't enough. A harsh voice seemed to echo from the darkness. "Find the aspects. Bring them to me." What did that even mean? This voice felt somehow familiar. For some reason it reminded him of his father, long dead. Lucian almost wanted to ask if it was him, but terror stopped him from speaking. "What do you mean by aspects? This is crazy. I just want out of here." "Find the aspects. Bring them to me." The voice was closer. All Lucian wanted to do was run, but how to run in a place where he didn't even have a body? "Promise me." If this were only a dream, why not tell this voice what it wanted to hear so he could leave? But deep down, Lucian knew something about it was real, even if he didn't understand what that was. "I don't know what I'm promising." "Promise me. Find the aspects. A nameless horror began to mount, a horror Lucian could scarcely bear. He intrinsically knew he would never wake up until he made his promise. Being stuck in this horrible place forever would be unacceptable. There was no other way out. I will bring these aspects to you, whatever they are, whoever you are. The voice seemed to relent. The pressure around him eased. Good. Your word is sealed. Go, Lucian, and never forget. Lucian screamed inwardly as light swirled around him, forming images. Faces materialized in the maelstrom, apparitions birthed from the void. His mother, her face tired and bearing new lines. His father, barely remembered, standing at the boarding gate for his shuttle. Lucian's last memory of him before he was gone forever. His ex-girlfriend, Louisa, her tears black as ink, her expression mournful. There were new faces, too. New faces that were somehow familiar. A tall and regal young woman with soft brown eyes. An old crone of a woman, wearing a dark gray cloak. Two disheveled men, huddling about a fire in a dank cave. A blonde woman in a snowstorm. A regal queen, her back facing him. What did it all mean? Why was he seeing these things? And why did they appear all too real, as if from some life barely remembered? The stream of images ended, and Lucian was shocked to wakefulness. 4. A scream tore from Lucian's throat as the vat rotated horizontally and the glass door hissed open, admitting the cool air of the lab. He had to get out. He had to escape. The only thing that kept him from running from the room was Dr. Nowick and Dr. Wallace restraining him. "Sit still," Dr. Ross said firmly. "What's gotten into you?" When she helped Lucian out of his mask, he gasped as if he'd never breathed in his life. He was so shattered that he couldn't even form words. "Easy there," she said. "You must have had a bit of a nightmare with that last one." Lucian ignored the understatement. His mind reeled with the horrifying images, his heart pounding madly. What the hell had all that been about? The voice's refrain echoed in his mind. Lucian shut his eyes, willing the disturbing words away. "Just breathe," Dr. Ross instructed in a firm voice. "In for 4, out for 8. It took a moment for Lucian to follow her instructions. He sat there a good minute or two, going through the breathing technique. By the time he'd calmed, Dr. Wallace and Dr. Nowick helped him to stand. A bout of dizziness almost made him collapse, but the two male doctors were there to support him. "Stay still," Dr. Wallace ordered. "Get your bearings." It was another minute before Lucian felt calm enough to think straight. Had the doctors seen what he'd seen? But before he could embrace the reality of it, he freed himself from the doctor's collective grip. He had to get out of here. "Where's the shower?" he asked. Dr. Ross's expression was a mask of concern. Lucian could only imagine the figure he cut in his pink-soaked scrubs. "That way," she said, nodding toward the door across the lab. "We'll give you 10 minutes to get situated." The doctors left, leaving Lucian to shower in peace. The globs of pink interface fluid slid off his body and down the drain. Despite the heat of the water, he was shaking as if he were freezing. Something had changed inside him, though he didn't know what. He had never felt so alone, so hopeless. It felt as if a dark cloud were hanging over him, marking every move. By the time he stepped into the air dryer, he had relaxed a bit, but his hands were still trembling. The doctors had said nothing to prepare him for this. He tried to push the dream from his mind. It wasn't his problem anymore. All he had to do was leave this place and forget this day for the rest of his life. As Dr. Ross said, The odds of him being a mage were low, 1 in 1,000 by this point in the process. Then again, he could be the one. And in his first dream, he had done something that seemed a lot like magic, breathing underwater. And that second dream defied any description. Lucian dressed in his street clothes. He stepped back into the lab to find Dr. Noack waiting for him. "Your paperwork is done," he said. "You should have your results soon." "Am I good to go?" He gave a cursory nod. "We'll send them by email this time. If there's anything of concern, we'll call you back." Lucian had the feeling Noack knew something that he just wasn't saying. But he didn't want to find out what that was. "Okay, guess I'll head out then." "Take it easy." The elevator ride down from the 50th floor seemed to take an eternity. Once Lucian stepped outside under the sweltering South Florida sun, he hurried across the street to the Lev station, still trembling a bit from the ordeal. He clenched his fists and climbed the stairs to the Lev platform. He couldn't help but look over his shoulder at the curving facade of the League Health Authority, gleaming above Biscayne Bay. Before, Lucian had been ambivalent about the League of Worlds, like most of its citizens. Its inefficiency was a nuisance that hardly touched him outside the random inconvenience. But looking at that building now, it seemed like something sinister. The place his dreams had gone to die. He suppressed a shudder. A magnetic Lev train pulled soundlessly into the station. A pass cost a small fortune, but the League had granted Lucian one for the week, free of charge, probably to ensure he made his appointment on time. Without it, he would have had to travel by water taxi through Miami's hundreds of sprawling canals. The city had mostly sunk beneath the Atlantic by the 23rd century, more than 100 years before Lucian's time. Now, 2364, the city was a patchwork of artificial islands, floating high-rises, and multi-tiered boardwalks, all interconnected by canals and Lev trains. Miami was home, even if the city was a run-down, crime-ridden mess for all but its richest citizens. Just as the city was drowned, so were most of the people who lived in the multi-story tenements above its shadowed, watery passages. He stepped inside the Lev, trying to formulate a reason for his absence that his mother would accept. She had been on leave for no more than a week, and so far Lucian had escaped her ire. If she found out the truth of why he was gone, though, all that could very well change. "Mom, I'm home." The clatter of pots and pans told him she was somewhere in the kitchen. She looked over her shoulder, revealing a short woman with shoulder-length brown hair, brown eyes, and a round face. "You mind helping me with this, son?" Lucian got down a blender for her, setting it on the counter. A strand of hair fell across her face, which was pockmarked with several moles. She brushed the hair aside in agitation. "Thanks," she said. "You keep things too high for me." Though she'd only been home a week, it already felt like months. Just when he had almost forgotten her constant criticism, he was now reminded of it daily. She spent most of her time stationed with the First Fleet out of Sol's Citadel, the League military starbase orbiting 500,000 clicks from Mars. His mother blended some fruit with milk and vitamin powder, offering it to Lucian. "Drink this," she commanded. "I'm sure you're still not getting enough fruits and vegetables." He drank. When his mother told him to do something, it was far easier to comply. "Why do you look like that, son?" she asked, her left eyebrow arched in suspicion. "Like what?" "Like you swallowed a frog, and I know it's not the smoothie." "I'm fine, Mom." "Something happened." "Tell me." "Nothing's happened. I'm just worried about the exam. That's all." "That's another month away. Something else is bothering you." As Lucian struggled for words, she shook her head disapprovingly and started cooking. "Maybe you're just hungry. I'll make you something more substantial." Lucian held back his sigh of relief as his mother rummaged through the fridge. Anything that kept her off his case was fine by him. The last thing she needed to know was that her son might be a mage. She took out a few eggs and butter and started frying them. She sighed. Out there, eating the slop they serve us, I miss cooking. I miss real gravity, too. She flipped an egg, as if in demonstration of her point, and it sizzled on the skillet. They say Sol Citadel is large enough to not notice any deviation in the artificial gravity, but don't believe it. She arched an eyebrow at him. So where have you been? Are you back with that girl? I forget her name. Lois, was it? Louisa. I haven't talked to her in a while. That's good. She liked to party too much. You need a nice girl, Lucian. Someone a bit older. Someone who can take care of you. Keep you out of trouble. When she was home, his mother was going to act like a mother, and there was nothing he could do about that. She wasn't so bad when she wasn't sticking her nose into his business, but that was what she did 90% of the time, and he had to deal with it for the next 6 weeks. Lucian got the feeling they would be the longest 6 weeks of his life. Telling her what was going on was out of the question. That would just make her worry, and when she worried, things got 100% more difficult. So? She pressed. Lucian heaved a sigh. The woman could be insufferable. Why do you always treat me like I'm half my age? I know it's a crazy thought, but I'm entitled to my privacy sometimes. Do you tell me everything you go through on a day-to-day basis? I would if you asked. Yeah, she probably would now that Lucian thought about it. The exam is coming up. I'm worried. That's it. She shook her head. Okay, fine. She refocused on her cooking. Eggs are done. You're too thin, Lucian. How will you ever find a decent girl looking like that? You like all those fake girls who starve themselves and mod their faces. That might be why the last one looked a little funny. Those lips made her look like a trout. You're being annoying, Mom. Can't you find one nice thing to say about somebody? If you're going to mod your face, at least pay the money to get it done right, she went on, ignoring his point. She shook her head, signaling the end of her rant. Food's done. Grab a plate. I need to study. Eat. And spend some time with your dear old mom before she gets shipped back out. Is that too much to ask? Lucian sighed. Of course not. If there was anything Lucian could count on from his mother, it was brutal, unrelenting honesty. He grabbed a plate, putting 2 eggs with hot sauce over a large spoonful of black beans. His mother made her plate with a cup of dark black coffee to go with it. The aroma was so strong, it tingled his nostrils. She could chug that stuff all day and not so much as twitch. Once seated at the table, they ate. So good to be home, she said. Though it doesn't feel much like home anymore. Your junk is everywhere. She scrutinized him. I have something to show you. She retrieved her slate from her purse and slid it across the table, screen up toward Lucian. The screen was open to the family inbox. There was an email, already opened, from the LHA. It was Lucian's appointment reminder from today. Lucian hadn't considered that the doctors would send it to the family inbox as well as his own. That was why she had been so insistent, giving him several chances to come clean. Why didn't you just tell the truth? His mother asked. Why were you trying to catch me in a lie in the first place, Mom? He asked. I'm allowed to keep parts of my life to myself? But this? She pointed to the slate. There wasn't anger on her face anymore. There was fear. Lucian, you need to tell me about stuff like this. A second metaphysical exam? This is serious. You think I don't know that? Lucian asked. That's where I was today. I said I was worried about the exam, and that's the truth. It was an exam. It's not even a big deal. But why would they do it again? He needed to control himself, but that was difficult to do around her. She just took any stressful situation and multiplied it by 1,000. Lucian drew a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment before responding. I don't know. They said my original exam was flagged, and they had to do a follow-up. It took about an hour, maybe 2, but it's going to be fine. They let me go, right?" For once, she was quiet, probably thinking about the ramifications. When she looked at him again, her eyes were hurt. "You shouldn't keep this stuff to yourself, son." He hadn't told her because she would have just made him feel bad about it, like she was doing now. "I didn't want to bother you. You're so happy to be home, and you're still grav-lagged anyway. The last thing you need is stress. I thought I was doing a good thing. Guess not, though." "You were going to tell me, though." "Yeah, of course. It's not even a big deal. They said only 1 of 1,000 who do the advanced testing is confirmed as a mage." Even the word was hard to say. "The odds are on my side. I just didn't want to worry you." He hoped she would take the olive branch. She reached her hand across the table, taking his. Maybe things would calm down now. "Lucian, you're my son. You have to let me help you. I know. I'm not here all the time. And I know I haven't been the greatest mother. But please, when I'm here to help you, let me be a mother. I'm not a kid anymore. I can take care of myself." "Don't do that to me. I work hard to provide for you so you can go to school and get a good job. I try to come home when I can, but it's hard to take time off. I'm guilty enough already without you making it worse." "I'm not blaming you," Lucian said. "I appreciate what you do, but I can take care of myself. And in another year, I'll be supporting myself fully." Assuming he passed the exam, he'd be working for the League. Not an ideal situation, and certainly not exciting, but it was stable, with plenty of room for advancement. The basic monthly stimulus was not enough to cover everything, but half of Earth's population was forced to live on it alone. With a League job, he'd have good benefits, a steady salary, and wouldn't have to pay for room and board. "I know you're 20 now," she said. "I know you're your own man and all that, but this test is a big deal. It's okay to lean on me. Just saying, I'm here. I always will be." Lucian didn't bother calling her out. She was gone all the time. Though now that he was older, he understood she did it for him. With his father dead 15 years, she'd had to support him all on her own. She worked so that he could attend a costly boarding school that would help him get a good job with the government. But all that work had a cost. He'd mostly had to raise himself. There was a neighbor who checked on him sometimes over the years, but Lucian spent most of his time alone. During the Second Swarmer War, which had lasted 5 years from age 10 to 15, Lucian had seen her only twice. By now, Lucian had mostly repressed the insecurity he felt growing up, and that mostly meant learning not to care. It hadn't been easy, but in time, Lucian came to prefer solitude. When the Swarmers finally retreated 5 years ago, Lucian started seeing his mother more, but by then he had learned to make it on his own. Even if he hadn't wanted to work an entry-level job with the League, he'd done exactly as his mother wanted, making himself study and work for it. He rarely drank, never used drugs, and took care of himself physically. He couldn't afford to be passed over by the League officials, since he had no connections outside the fleet, and his mother had been adamant about him never joining the fleet, one thing he agreed with her on. So, of course, he hadn't told his mother about the second metaphysical. Like everything else, he'd deal with it on his own. By this time next week, it would be in the distant past. 1 more year of studies after the exam, and he'd graduate early. It was conceivable that a posting in the League would take him to other planets, too. Lucian had an itch to see the worlds. He had never been off Earth, but he was determined to not waste his entire life here. The opportunity was in the stars, not a drowning planet sinking a little deeper into hell every day. But what was the point of all that if the unthinkable occurred? Those dreams during the test had been pretty disturbing, the second one especially, with that creepy voice. If he closed his eyes, he could almost hear it whispering in his ear. "You okay, son?" Lucian shuddered. "Yeah, fine." You know, fine is never an appropriate answer. Would it hurt to answer honestly for once? He'd been burned before doing that, but her eyes were so concerned. Maybe he could let his guard down this one time. "All right, I'll admit, I'm a little nervous about my results. That test was something else. They put me in an MMI vat, and then I had these crazy dreams." Lucian told her about the first dream, but not the second. That was just too weird to say aloud. She'd think he was crazy for sure. After he was done, his mother sat back and thought for a moment. "This might sound crazy, but your grandmother always had these little inklings. She'd walk into a house and know things. When she was alive, your father and I were about to buy a house back in Texas, but she said no the minute she passed through the door. Said a lot of sad things happened there." She shook her head. "Thank God they didn't test back then. She'd have been one." The story made his gut churn. Being a mage wasn't supposed to be genetic, but many people believed it was. "It's going to be fine, Mom." "The odds are small," she admitted. "Everything will be okay. You'll see." Lucian had a feeling the odds didn't matter. Either he was a mage, or he wasn't. Either his life was ruined, or it wasn't. And if he was a mage, what then? Mages weren't even allowed on Earth. They weren't allowed on most worlds and orbital stations. After the Mage War 50 years ago, the Starsea mages had left billions of dead, all in their power-mad quest for domination. Lucian could hardly blame the League for such stringent measures, given all that. He had some vague notion of what happened to mages. They were quarantined in these academies, as if they were maddened by the Fraying already. There were only a certain amount allowed on various worlds, and those worlds in turn received generous subsidies from the League for the risk of harboring them. And of course, there was the Mad Moon, Psyche. They said that if a mage couldn't get into an academy for training, they were sent there. Psyche was the mage prison world, set up for the prisoners of the Mage War. No one knew what it was like on the surface. Anyone who entered Psyche's atmosphere could never leave. It was kept under heavy guard by the League wardens from orbit, who had an entire fleet and defense network dedicated to making sure the mages down there never escaped. Those thoughts were pushed from Lucian's mind when his slate chimed. He picked it up, the embedded nanotech adjusting its size to fit his hands perfectly. When Lucian read the message, his heart plummeted. "What does it say?" his mother asked. He swallowed the lump in his throat. "They want me back at 1400. Tomorrow." 5. Lucian hardly slept that night. Besides his thoughts keeping him awake, the dilapidated AC unit was fighting a losing battle. The old thing rattled like a dying beast and seemed to succeed only in blowing warm, humid air. As usual, nightlife crowds packed the canal 10 floors below Lucian's window. Dozens of clubs and dive bars pulsed with dance music. Coupled with the drunken shouting, the tall buildings lining the canal only served to echo the cacophony below. He faded in and out before sunlight came through the window. Morning levs zoomed over his building, rattling the walls and floor. Lucian forced himself up, preparing for the day ahead. His face in the mirror looked worn and mournful, his brown eyes listless. Going back to the health authority was the last thing he wanted to do. At least all this would be put to rest today. He and his mother ate in silence, each occupied with their separate thoughts. Lucian hardly tasted the food. When they left, the outside light was near blinding, reflecting off the azure canal below. The canyons between the shabby buildings were heat traps, especially in the summer, and today promised to be as hot as any other. Within the hour, the Lev let them off at the revolving doors of the Health Authority. Another few minutes saw them to the 50th floor. The frigid waiting room was empty of patients. At the appointed time, the same nurse as yesterday opened the sliding door to the back offices. "Lucian Abrantes?" Her tone today wasn't as friendly, but Lucian pretended not to notice. The nurse showed them into Dr. Ross's office. The beautiful doctor was waiting for them, her features a perfect, neutral mask. "Good afternoon," she said. "Thank you for coming in today." As if he had a choice. "The results?" "The test results are in," she confirmed. "I won't mince words. We are detecting clear signs of metaphysical emergence." The words hung in the air, and Lucian felt nothing at them. It was as if this were happening to someone else, and not him. "It must be a mistake," his mother said. "I'm his mother. I've never seen him once act like one of them." "Unfortunately, there is no mistake," Dr. Ross said. "We analyzed 2 dreams during the lab yesterday, Mrs. Abrantes. Both showed clear signatures of meta-energy." His mother was looking at him for an explanation. "You'd only mentioned 1 dream." Lucian remained silent and kept his eyes on the desk in front of him. His mother turned back to the doctor. "How was it clear?" "The screen went black during the 2nd dream," Dr. Ross said quietly. "In every case that happens, it is 100% consistent with metaphysical emergence. Even if special abilities haven't surfaced yet, it's a good thing we've detected it this early. There's still hope if we work quickly." Lucian just wanted her to get to the point. "With proper training, the ill effects of metaphysical emergence can be delayed, perhaps even indefinitely. We need to enter your son into an academy as soon as possible." "Of course," his mother said. Lucian's skin went cold. How could this be possible? He was a mage. It was unreal, something that only happened to people in hollows. If what he knew about mages was true, then he was going to die. His powers would one day rot him from the inside out. That was what had happened to the Starsea mages during the Mage War, the only reason they had lost their rebellion against the League. Both Dr. Ross and his mother were looking at him, waiting for some sort of reaction. Dr. Ross stared in pity, while his mother had unshed tears in her eyes. But Lucian had no idea how to react to this. It was almost enough to want to give up on the spot. Lucian couldn't bring himself to look at either of them as he made his response. "I don't see how this can be possible. I've shown no real signs of, what happens to mages. Going crazy, rotting skin. The speed of the degenerative condition, known as the fraying, varies," Dr. Ross explained. "Some experience strong symptoms from the very start. Some take years to develop. If there's anything I've learned, metaphysical emergence can happen to anyone, though when it does happen, it's usually to those around your age. All we can do is control the outcome as best we can. The only way to do that is to receive training at a League-sanctioned mage academy." Lucian was deaf to it all. He was a mage, one of those unfortunate souls destined to die an agonizing death as an unknown power burned through him. And it would burn until it took everything from him. His dreams and ambitions first, then his skin and organs, and finally, his very sanity when the sickness reached his brain. "And there is no cure?" his mother asked. "Someone has to have figured something out." "The condition can only be managed," Dr. Ross said. "Unfortunately, modern medicine is no help. The next step is for your son to apply for training at an academy. Unfortunately, it's the only legal occupation for a mage within League borders. Several mage academies have been set up around the worlds, but the closest is on Volsung. There your son can train to become a talent, to use his powers to serve the League of Worlds." A talent? Lucian asked. Is that some kind of mage soldier or something? That's not clear, Dr. Ross said, somewhat evasively. Suffice it to say, their training methods offer the only known safeguard to Fraying. From what I understand, they do it through careful control of their abilities. Many of these talents can live to old age. And Volsung is the closest? His mother asked. That's right. Your son must appeal directly to the Transcends there. They are the highest-ranking mages in the worlds. Volsung was one of the first worlds, and only a single gate jump away. Of course, Lucian realized even a single gate jump was a journey of about a month. Interstellar travel was expensive, far beyond what he and his mother could casually afford. You guys told me the odds are 1 in 1,000 with advanced testing, Lucian said. And only 1 in 20 million people are mages in the first place. I just don't see how I can be so unlucky. Lucian, his mother said, as difficult as it is, this is the only option. Voyages to Volsung set out from Sol Citadel daily, Dr. Ross said. The government can help you secure a no-interest loan if you need help. Assuming you can get to Volsung, it's a matter of making it to the academy itself. It won't be easy, but it is certainly possible. I can send a light message ahead so they know to expect you. Lucian could only shake his head. Do I not get to decide anything? Where are the other academies? There are 2 other League-sanctioned academies, Dr. Ross said. There is Irion, 4 gates away, and Mako, 7 gates away. She watched Lucian closely. Travel time and expenses preclude those from being considered. But if for some reason Volsung were not possible, those would be your next option. Planetary law dictates you have 1 month to make arrangements and get off-world. Lucian was well aware of that. What about mage-friendly worlds? There's no such thing, Dr. Ross said. Some worlds do have more permissive laws regarding mages, but even so, they are not allowed to live among the general population. The closest one is Halia, which is 2 gates away. That's where my brother Ravis lives, his mother said. Maybe he can go to him for help. Well, mages aren't allowed just anywhere on Halia, Dr. Ross said. They must live in approved communes, which they can't leave, nor can they have visitors. It is a lower quality of life than an academy, in my opinion. That left one other option, leaving the League entirely. Frontier space beyond the border worlds was not only prohibitively far away, but underdeveloped and dangerous. As much as Lucian hated to admit it, Dr. Ross was right. Even if he chose not to go for training, most worlds in the League banned mages outright. They were simply too dangerous, especially once the Fraying took hold. What's to stop me from just striking out on my own? Lucian asked. He knew the question was stupid before Dr. Ross even answered. Well, your identity is known. Good luck getting on any ship without getting flagged. And even if you were to convince someone to stow you away, your powers would manifest eventually. Without training, they would kill you. But even if you somehow managed that, Academy talents, specially trained to detect mages, would hunt you down. It's easy to imagine what happens then. She didn't have to say it. The mage prison moon of Psyche would be his fate, if not outright death. Lucian noted impatience in Dr. Ross's features. She wanted to wrap this meeting up. Are you sure my brother couldn't help him on Halia? His mother asked. He's an executive for Corallus Intergalactic, a very rich man. I'm afraid not, Dr. Ross said. Again, contact between normals and mages is forbidden, unless a mage has become a talent for the League. In my professional opinion, the Volsung Academy is Lucian's best option. It offers the most opportunity for a long and fulfilling life. And how much does it cost? His mother asked. Assuming you can get there, and he's accepted nothing, Dr. Ross said. The academy's costs are subsidized by the League. Travel there, however, isn't covered. This is bullshit, he said. Before either the doctor or his mother could say anything, Lucian ran from the office. 6. His mother's shouts were cut off when the elevator doors closed. He crouched in the corner, his heart racing. When the doors dinged open, he rose and charged forward, knocking aside several people, one man shouting at him as he passed. Lucian was blind and deaf to it all. All that mattered was catching a Lev to anywhere but here. He ran to the Lev station across the canal fronting the League building. He stepped on a timely train, rushing to an empty seat as the doors hissed shut behind him. The train shot north, propelled by magnetism. The glittering skyscrapers of downtown Miami blitzed by. He held his head in his hands, closing his eyes. Now what? Canaveral Spaceport was an hour away. He had some savings, enough to buy a ticket to Sol Citadel, and if not that, one of the L cities. The only thing that mattered was getting distance. Maybe he could talk a freighter into taking him on. If he could do that before his government profile was flagged, he might have a shot at escaping. As his panic faded, he hung his head lower. This would never work. Even if somehow he made it to space, the law would catch up to him. If he ever found himself on a ship, the captain might decide the most prudent course was a one-way trip through the airlock. Lucian's slate was chiming. In his distress, he hadn't even noticed it. This was the third missed call from his mother. There were also several text messages, each more hysterical than the last. He was acting like a child, and he knew it. He couldn't run from this, even if it was all he wanted. What would happen when his powers destroyed him? It likely didn't work as a switch. Day by day, he would only get worse. Lucian looked at the various passengers, most carrying luggage for the spaceport. He would have traded places with any of them. Canaveral was only 2 stops away, and still he couldn't decide what to do, even as his slate chimed again. He picked it up and pressed it to his ear. He heard his mother breathing on the other end, but couldn't bring himself to speak first. "Lucian, where the hell are you?" Bringing himself to answer was difficult. "The train. Going north." "Oh, Lucian," she sighed. "What are you doing?" He swallowed a lump in his throat. "I don't know, Mom." "You can't run from this. You know that, right? This'll follow you wherever you go." "I know. I just can't think right now." "We have to face this. Together." Lucian closed his eyes. He couldn't deal with this anymore. He still didn't want to admit the truth, but deep down, he knew his mother was right. "What am I supposed to do? My life is over." "No, it's not," she said. "Never give up, Lucian. Never. I didn't raise you like that. You didn't raise me at all." The words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. There was dead silence on the other end. What he said, he knew had hurt her more than a physical punch. Before he could apologize, she responded, her voice thick. "Just come home." She hung up. When Lucian got home, his mother was sitting on the couch with her usual cup of strong coffee. Her eyes were puffy and red. All Lucian could do was stand at the threshold. He didn't even know how to start apologizing. An apology felt hollow at this point. "Sit down, son," she said. Fatigue and defeat strained her voice. Lucian took up the old, overstuffed armchair across from her place on the couch. "They've sent me the details of the loan. I can't pay this unless I head back to the Citadel right away." She let the words hang in the air. There went her furlough. How soon is right away? She opened her slate, and a screen projected itself in front of her. "Come here. I'm booking a shuttle now. Lucian sat next to her, feeling as if he were in a daze. It seemed as if she wasn't angry about him running, just sad and tired. In a way, that was worse than anger. Lucian focused on the pan-galactic portal that projected from her slate as a hologram. It was displaying several voyage options to Volsung. When he saw the price of the ticket, it was more money than he'd ever seen in his life. "Mom, that'll take years to pay off." "I know. Traveling interstellar ain't cheap. I've already sent a message to my CO about coming back early. They can get me a bonus, so we can leave ASAP. And since you have to be off-world in a month anyway." Lucian saw it could happen no other way. It was just, things were changing so fast that it was difficult to wrap his mind around it. She let out a sigh. "Rumors are flying around about the swarmers. Let's hope not. Either way, we don't have much time. I figured we could catch the same shuttle to the Citadel. From there, you can catch your voyage to Volsung. When would all this be happening?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Lucian could only stare at her in shock. "So soon?" "It's the only ticket I could find. They're giving a discount if it's booked for tomorrow." Lucian fumbled for words, but nothing came out. Money was always tight, and it seemed there was no other option. "On Volsung, you'll at least be around people going through the same thing. This isn't something you want to face alone, son. Maybe one day, a full cure to the Fraying will be found." Lucian was silent as he absorbed this, and he couldn't argue with good sense. What about the money? "Don't worry about the money. I've been trying to research this place with the Galnet, but there's not much information. Maybe it's illegal to publish anything about it. I don't know." There was no use fighting it anymore. Maybe his mother was right. Maybe one day they'd figure out how to stop the Fraying for good. He would accept to undergo training, become a talent. Wasn't that what Dr. Ross had called it? But he would have to be accepted for training first. Just the thought of having his fate in someone else's hands made him queasy. "My stint with the fleet is done in 2 years," his mother said. "After that, the loan should be paid off. I have some money I've been saving up, too. It's not much, but it'll help." "I know. You'll need money to spend. Travel isn't cheap. They charge you for everything on those passenger liners. You'll need every cred." "All right then," Lucian said. "We can figure out the rest later. Maybe you can do what you can on the journey to find out more about mages and magic." "That's the thing," he said. "I don't understand why this is happening. I've never once used anything remotely close to magic. They asked me all these weird questions about dreams and déjà vu. What does that have to do with anything?" His mother shook her head sadly. "I don't know, son." He placed his head in his hands. His life had gone from something carefully planned to something he no longer understood. He'd worked so hard to escape this situation, to even make his mother proud. And now, this. "Hey," she said, placing a hand on his arm in a rare show of solidarity. "You'll get through this." "How? How does anyone get through this?" She smiled bitterly. "Like everyone who's ever been through some rough shit. One day at a time." The words sounded too simple for something so life-changing. Lucian remained silent, not knowing how to respond. His mother confirmed the arrangements. They were booked on the same shuttle from Earth to the Citadel. From there, they would go their separate ways. They would have a short time to spend together on the massive space station, but not long. Even if all Lucian had ever wanted was to escape Earth, this was the last way he would have chosen it. "It's settled," she said. "We leave tomorrow morning." A silence hung over them. Never in a million years would he have expected this. After he'd left his mother behind, he'd be on his own. Perhaps he had learned to become so self-reliant for a reason. Maybe everything in life had been building toward this. It wouldn't be easy. Life never was. But, as his mother had said earlier, He wasn't going to give up and take it one day at a time. Or was he just kidding himself? The mages at this Volsung Academy were the only ones who could help him. Stopping the fraying was supposed to be impossible, but at least there, he might figure out a way to prolong his life, long enough for a full cure to be found. If he became a talent, maybe he'd have a chance of leaving this academy someday. Maybe. He let his mother draw him in for a hug. She held him for a long time, squeezing him tight. Lucian only felt numb. In just a few hours, both would be bound for Soul Citadel. 7. It was almost midnight, and Lucian still couldn't sleep. He didn't see how it was possible given the circumstances. When he couldn't stand the hot and stifling air anymore, he got out of bed. He walked to the window, where below, the neon lights of bars and clubs played off the dark surface of the canal. The nightlife was thrumming more than usual, being a Saturday night. He opened the window to let in the muggy, salt-laden air that carried the beat of Latin dance music. He wouldn't see this view for a long time, if not for the rest of his life. He wanted to say he wouldn't miss it, but he knew he was kidding himself. Humanity had colonized over 100 worlds by now. Even with that, Earth was the crown jewel, and would always be humanity's cradle. Its surface and moon, as well as the habitats orbiting the cislunar space between, held over 100 billion souls. Volsung, from what Lucian understood, was remarkably Earth-like. Its sun was a G-type star, like Sol, while the planet's atmosphere was completely breathable. The main differences were its climate, slightly smaller size, and ocean coverage. It was about the size and mass of Venus, but the main difference was that over 90% of its surface was either ocean or covered by its prodigious ice caps, which took up a full third of the planet. The days were long, too, 54.5 hours, roughly speaking. It would be an adjustment, to say the least. Laughing and hollering emanated from the canal below. He was almost tempted to head down there. It would be nice to forget things, at least for one night. But there were other things to focus on, like research. He read every article he could about magic and mages. He had never bothered to learn about them beyond his schooling, but suddenly the subject seemed very pertinent. Magic was called meta-energy by scientist types. That was, energy outside the realm of explainable reality. Mages were able to stream that energy and change base reality in ways unexplainable by modern physics. A theoretical substance called ether apparently served as a sort of bridge between base reality and the so-called manifold, the source from which all ether was said to come. Ether was willed into actual magic by the mage, through a process that was unclear to Lucian and his Galnet research. There were limits to this magic, of course. It followed certain rules that were not researchable by the average League citizen. This manifold was a reality entirely undetectable to normals, along with the ether it manifested. Of course, such power wasn't free. Using magic was poisonous to the human body. The rate varied, but over time, a mage's body began to rot, usually starting with the skin, and then advancing to other organs and the brain. Once it reached that point, the fraying, as it was called, caused the mage to stream magic aimlessly, causing death and destruction to themselves and anyone around them. Humanity had found out what that was like during the Mage War, the rebellion led by Zara Malice and her Starsea mages. Though 50 years ago, it was still remembered as humanity's most costly and damaging war, the only war to involve every single planet in the League. It was all incomprehensible, and what Lucian managed to piece together came from disparate sources. But he couldn't find anything about how to stream. Was it as simple as willing it to happen? Even when he tried to search the dark Galnet for clues, the information was even more conflicting, and therefore utterly useless. The only way to learn more was to make it to this Volsung Academy. His cursory research revealed it was on a small island on the north side of the planet, about 1,000 clicks south of the northern ice cap. It would be cold then. He'd have to be sure and pack his warmest clothes. Being from Miami, he didn't own anything more than a light jacket. He tried to settle down to sleep, but it simply wasn't happening. He forced himself up and went to the kitchen to make himself some decaf, only to find his mother still awake. She had a cup of coffee in hand and watched him as he fumbled in the kitchen for his mug. "You want coffee?" she asked. Lucian nodded. "Sure. Decaf, though." She went to the kitchen and prepared it for him, while he took a seat in the armchair. When she handed him the cup, he took a sip. "Couldn't sleep, huh?" his mother asked. "Me neither." "What time does the shuttle leave?" She took a sip from her mug. 11, so we need to be out of the house by 7. It's a Sunday, so it shouldn't be too busy, but I'd like to leave some room just in case. Lucian always trusted his mother with the details when traveling. She had done it so many times that everything always ran like clockwork. It was a product of her military training. His mother straightened in her chair. "I need to talk to you about something, son. Life is harder out there in the worlds. Go beyond cislunar space and it becomes a wilderness. Even the soul worlds and first worlds are frontiers compared to Earth. And the mid-worlds and border worlds?" She gave a harsh laugh. "League planet's only a name. Out of all the first worlds, Volsung might be the roughest. I've never been there myself, but it's a cold, stormy planet. Long days, long seasons, wastelands of water. This academy place, though, it's to the north, and there's no transport there. You'll have to rely on the academy for that." Lucian took another sip of his coffee. "Yeah, I saw all that. What a mess." She massaged her temples as if she were undergoing a massive migraine. "I remember what it's like to be young, to feel like you're not in control." She looked at him for a moment, her eyes sad. "You'll always be my son, Lucian. I don't care what happens to mages. I don't care about the war 50 years back. You're my son, and I love you. I just want you to know that because I don't say it enough." He didn't want to admit it, but it felt good to hear. He wouldn't have that for much longer, so he had to train himself to get along without it. Her expression became distant, and her coffee was momentarily forgotten. "Being in space for a long time affects you. It's easy to lose hope, at least for Earthers used to a blue sky over their heads. When you're out there, it's tougher. And when it gets tough, there's only one thing to get you through." She paused, as if to add gravitas to her point. "Hope. You must always hope, Lucian. No matter how dark it gets, the human spirit can push through, as long as it finds a silver lining and clings to it with everything. I'll be fine, Mom. I'll get to Volsung. I'll get the training. You're struggling. I can see it in your eyes. I don't want you to lie about how you're feeling. Hell, I'm struggling." Lucian couldn't remember the last time he and his mother had talked like this. Perhaps not ever. For the first time, she was treating him as an equal, an adult. It was strange, and Lucian wasn't sure how to feel about it. It was what he'd always wanted, but now he just wanted to be held again, to feel safe. "I just feel numb," he said. "Why me? All I know about the mages is because of the Mage War, how they almost destroyed everything. Before this, I never thought about the mages. They were a bloody chapter in a history book. They were just an inconvenience I had to go through once a year with the metaphysical." He gave a nervous laugh. I guess that's how the League wants us to think of them. It's all so carefully controlled, his mother said. The worlds want them out of sight and out of mind. People are scared enough as it is with the swarmers. The thought of the swarmers gave Lucian a chill. The mysterious alien menace that had come from the unknown regions of space, beyond the border gates. During the first Swarmer War, they had merely sacked some science stations beyond the border worlds. Though it amounted to no more than a few skirmishes, Lucian's father's corvette had been shot down during the first wave. The second Swarmer War came 4 years after that, involving far greater numbers. They were over the skies of Terminus, glassing humanity's most distant colony. Once the worlds had stopped bickering long enough to cobble together a fleet, they managed to drive the swarmers away after 5 years of conflict, mostly taking place in the border systems. Attempting to communicate with them was useless. If they did communicate, it was only with each other, and in no way detectable by human technology. Ever since the last ships were lost to sensors beyond the Casturi Gate, leading into frontier space, there had been utter silence. Most people only saw it as a matter of time before the swarmers returned, in even greater numbers than before. But over the past 5 years, humanity's fleets were twice as numerous as they had been, and better equipped to counter the aliens' tiny strike craft. Most of the fleet was based out of Sol Citadel, a central location that would allow humanity to meet a potential threat from any direction. Of course, other worlds had invested in planetary defenses, but Earth and the rest of Sol System were humanity's bulwark. If the swarmers did return, Lucian's mother would be deployed from Sol Citadel to meet the threat aboard the destroyer LS Barcelona. I wish none of this was happening, Lucian said. Why are there mages in the first place? Maybe these talents at the Volsung Academy know. If we knew how mages emerged, maybe there would be a way to stop it. She watched him sadly for a moment, seeming to think things she didn't want to share. Lucian wanted to ask what was on her mind, but he was afraid of what he might hear. Seems just like yesterday where you were my baby, she said. Your father and I, we had such hopes for you. Her eyes became clouded with tears. I wanted to be a good parent. After he died, though, everything became so much harder. I thought the way to give you a good life was money, and the only way I could do that was by enlisting with the fleet. She shook her head. All that's for nothing now. I should have just stayed here with you after all, living off basic income and whatever crap job I could find. You did the best you could, Mom. No one's perfect. She wiped her eyes. All that's in the past now. Time for bed. We need to be up by 7 if we are to make it to the shuttle. Later, Lucian thrashed in his sheets. With his current mood, all he could think of were all the bad things that had happened. One memory in particular stuck out to him, of his mother leaving 10 years ago to fight the swarmers. It was the same day he'd been sent off to boarding school. Every night in school he had lain awake, haunted by dreams of her death in some distant battle, wondering when her next message would arrive. Everything had been under control. His plans had been laid immaculately. All he'd needed was another year, and he would have been fine. But now, all that planning was for nothing. Everything was changing, faster than he would have ever dreamed possible. Tomorrow, for the first time, and the last time in his life, he was leaving Earth, bound for a cold new world and an uncertain future. 8. After a quick breakfast, they looked through the apartment one last time, revisiting all of the rooms. It seemed strange to be leaving when the home still looked lived in. Lucian wondered what would happen to everything here. Such things couldn't be considered as they wheeled their luggage out the door and made the short walk to the Lev station. Despite the early hour, the city thrummed with life. The last of the clubbers were stumbling home. The azure water of the canal reflected the decrepit tenements looming above. A Lev zoomed overhead, passing over the canyon of buildings. Miami bloomed under the yellow sunlight, opening for the day ahead. Lucian's mother strode with purpose, dressed smartly in her fleet blues. The uniform would ensure a speedy passage through spaceport security. Within minutes, they were at the station, in time for an approaching train. Once on board, the Lev shot north through the sunlight-dappled city. The rising eastern sun shimmered off the facades of skyscrapers rising above the watery passages between. Miami sprawled in every direction. Toward the western horizon lay a crumbled patchwork of tenements and run-down slums. Crisscrossing electric trains and a lattice of blue canals extended as far as the eye could see. Far to the north loomed the tops of several arcologies, each complex, hundreds of stories tall. Their surrounding tower farms gleamed emerald green in the morning sunlight. That was where most of the rich kids from his boarding school had lived. Naturally, you couldn't get in without credentials. The Lev shot north, away from South Miami, and through the kilometer-high towers of downtown. Most of the original passengers had exchanged themselves for fresh commuters. Businessmen in designer suits, wealthy wives with extravagant dresses, bleary-eyed, uniformed kids going off to private school. People who lived and breathed money. Lucian and his mother got off downtown, taking an escalator to another Lev. This one would see them the rest of the way to Canaveral. His throat clamped as his home passed by the window. He tried to take it all in, but his mind was so far away, he knew he wasn't going to remember it. They rode in silence above the Florida shoals, drowned land long lost to the rising Atlantic. They passed a sprawling cityscape of floating towers, apartments and condos built on artificial islands above the sun-bright shallows. The density lessened as they shot farther north, but the metropolis didn't truly end. The train zoomed by one arcology after another, each rising so high that Lucian had to crane his neck to see the tops of them. Their many terraces were verdant with parks and golf courses. The Lev slowed as it neared Canaveral Spaceport. Ground cars crammed the streets and highways, while sky cars and larger passenger shuttles streamed above, heading for the landing pads near the cavernous entrance. Space transports streaked skyward above the ocean, most bound for one of the L cities, though some, like theirs, would be heading for Sol Citadel. Earth-based launches could reach as far as Mars and the Citadel on one tank of helium-3. The Citadel was not only a military installation for the League fleets, it was the main hub of Sol System, where travelers could reach most major colonies in the solar system. Interstellar voyages also embarked from the Citadel, most going to Alpha Centauri, Sirius, Tau Ceti, or Volsung, all first-world systems and just one gate passage away. Each could be reached through the 4 major gates that orbited Sol, far beyond even Pluto. Physicists theorized the gates could only work when located far from any major gravity well. As such, the passage took up to 2 weeks, or even more in all but the smallest of star systems. Lucian didn't know how he'd stay sane during the long journey. The liners provided electronic entertainment, such as holofilms and lit films free of charge, but Lucian couldn't imagine staying occupied with just those for a whole month. Lucian didn't get much time to look at the monstrosity of pavement, towers and terminals making up Canaveral Spaceport before the Lev floated to a complete stop. As they got off, his mother reminded him of their itinerary. The trip to the Citadel is 14 hours, and the Citadel to Volsung is 28 days. And that was as fast as any civilian could expect to go. Even by 2364, most interstellar ships couldn't maintain an average speed of more than 2% light speed. The faster rigs might get up to 3%, and as the years went by, ships only got marginally faster. It took an incredible amount of energy to get even a modest-sized liner running up to 2%, and it burned a lot of helium-3 regardless. Supporting that need for star fuel was the entire outer solar system economy. Still, the outer system was a cold hell Lucian had no interest in visiting, though he would have liked to see the Forge of Heaven with his own eyes someday. The Forge was a megastructure in the orbit of Uranus that delved the atmosphere for helium-3, that planet containing the highest concentration of that isotope in Sol. The forge was instrumental to the League economy, its shipments of starship fuel powering more than 70% of all starship traffic. But no amount of fuel could bridge the stars. Only the gates could. No one knew how they worked, but the gates had been built by some long-dead race, though it was hard to imagine the warlike swarmers, the only living aliens humanity knew of, accomplishing such a feat. One thing most scientists agreed on: the technology the gates used was so advanced as to be inconceivable. Some gates might jump a mere 4 light-years, as was the case with the Centauri gate. Others could jump 100 light-years or more at a stretch. The hypothetical alien race that had constructed the gates were known as the Builders, or sometimes the Ancients. They'd had some sort of civilization, as their ruins could be found on many League worlds. It was clear their civilization stretched farther than humanity had so far colonized, perhaps even the entire galaxy, though that was theoretical. Strangely, most systems with Builder ruins contained an atmosphere that more or less agreed with Terran biochemistry. For that reason, many surmised the Builders were quite similar to humans, at least in that they preferred a similar gravity and atmospheric composition. Those ruins were thought to be hundreds of thousands of Earth years old, if not more. Strangely, the only place Builder ruins hadn't been found was Earth itself, though Lucian didn't know if that had any significance. He'd read a lot about the subject when he was younger, his interest falling off in his later teenage years, but now, those old questions haunted him. "Did you hear what I said, Lucian?" his mother asked. "Sorry, I was thinking about something." She sighed in frustration. "Listen, after you get to Volsung Orbital, you'll have to take a shuttle down to the surface. The Volsung Academy is on an island far to the north, not far from the ice cap. The best way to get there will be from Karandas. Even though it's on the equator, it's still the closest spaceport. If you don't hear from the Academy by the time you make planetfall, then you'll have to ask around." "Got it." They had already passed through the expansive entrance of the spaceport and were pushing through the roiling crowds. Intermixed with the hurried humans were a few metallic droids. They carried luggage, escorted passengers, and drove trams. It wasn't every day Lucian saw them. They were too expensive to be owned by the people of his neighborhood. Their design was vaguely human, with long metallic arms, legs, and heads. One would never be confused for a human. They were pure metal, parts and wires, and built only to serve. Like FTL travel, full AI sentience had remained out of reach. Advanced metallic droids could perform basic tasks and communication, and even sound human, but no deep thoughts were happening under the surface. Just highly sophisticated algorithms that every year got just a bit more complicated. He'd heard that the League employed full-on androids, practically indiscernible from real people, for spy jobs, but that was just a rumor. "Remember, by the time you pass through Volsung Gate, it'll be harder to keep in touch," his mother reminded him. "It'll get more expensive, too." Of course, messages could only travel as fast as the speed of light. The only thing that bridged the distance of light years were the gates. Interstellar messages had to be beamed through the gates by data-running relays set up outside them. With luck, any message sent from Volsung would arrive in Sol in a couple of days or less, depending on backup. The concept was foreign to Lucian. More people lived on Earth, the Moon, and cislunar space than in the rest of the worlds combined, so messages were more or less instantaneous for the majority of humanity. Space was still a frontier, even in places like Mars and the Jovian moons, and it would remain so for centuries yet. It was hard for Lucian not to feel a bit of thrill that he was going into the frontier, despite his reasons for doing so. They passed through the auto-scanners. After getting the all-clear from the security droid, they walked to the correct terminal. They waited in the lobby another hour until the gate opened, an hour which seemed to take an eternity. A holo projection took up the majority of Lucian's attention, showing the candidates for the League Assembly debating something or other. Lucian didn't care about politics. In his view, both sides were more or less the same, just going after a different demographic of stupid people to line their own pockets. Politics was a racket, and ideas just weapons to manipulate people into parting with their money in some way or other. But one of the candidates, a man by the name of Richard Palmer, was impossible to ignore. The balding, pudgy white man with a halo of fiery red hair was giving a vitriolic speech about a subject that was all too real to Lucian in his posh British accent. His jowls quivered as he waved his hands almost maniacally. "Mark my words, the Treaty of Chiron was the worst mistake the League of Worlds has ever made. Allowing the mages to live in the academies," he scoffed. "Bah! Does anyone think those terrorists will be content with that? One day, and one day soon, they will lead another insurrection against the League. How long before another Zara Malice rises to take the mantle of the so-called Starsea mages? Don't think they are gone. They are out there, plotting and planning the League's destruction. My father fought and died in the Mage War, and I know I'm not alone. The Treaty of Chiron is a bloody disgrace to him and every other veteran who fought and died and spilled blood upon the stars. And with the return of the Swarmers, can we afford another Mage War?" He shook his head. "Absolutely not." The moderator turned to the other candidate, a sober Indian man in glasses, but Lucian had already tuned out the broadcast. He vaguely knew the Treaty of Chiron was the agreement signed by the League with what was left of the Starsea mages at the close of the Mage War. Besides ending the war, the treaty had all but taken away the rights of mages, forcing them into academies. In return for being allowed the privilege of existing, the academy mages served the League by policing the worlds for rogue mages and using their magic to aid the League in times of war. Such had been the case during both Swarmer Wars, though the part the mages had played had been rather small, or at least that was what the League would have the general population believe. The Treaty of Chiron had also designated Psyche a prison moon for all the frayed mages and war criminals. Lucian was grateful to finally board the shuttle. Once seated, his mother fussed with his safety harness. A floating security drone roved up and down the aisle. "Please harness yourselves," it said in a robotic monotone. "Prepare for liftoff." Lucian looked out the window at what might be his last view of Earth from the surface. In mere minutes, all this would be gone, replaced by the cold void of space. Lucian had never felt true weightlessness, not even in a full-body simulation. Those required sim pills, which he had never been able to afford. But now, at least he'd experienced the real thing. At least until the artificial gravity kicked in. His mother reached for his hand. Whether it was for his comfort or hers, he couldn't say. The shuttle rolled down the runway. With a roar, it took to the air. Lucian grit his teeth as he was pushed back into his seat. Upon takeoff, it flew at a slight angle, like a plane, before tilting back and burning full thrust. Lucian's teeth rattled at the force, his heart pounding in his chest. His mother's grip tightened over his hand. Over the next few minutes, the blue sky faded into a black expanse of stars. Lucian's body floated against his restraints. He didn't get to experience weightlessness for long. The artificial gravity field kicked on, pushing him down with less gravity than Earth's. He knew that Martian G, a little over a third of Earth's, was the standard for most ships and habitats. It was enough to offset most of the ill effects of low gravity, though transitioning back to a higher gravity world could take as long as a month, and even longer for those who had never experienced higher gravity. The transport sped up, its powerful fusion engine burning them towards Sol's citadel. He was pushed back into his seat before the inertial dampening field compensated, but even then, it couldn't take all the edge off. Lucian looked out his viewport as Earth, his home, slipped away. Of course, he'd seen pictures and videos of Earth from space. He'd even seen full holographic renderings, so real it was a wonder they couldn't be touched. but he'd never seen Earth as he saw it now. That beautiful blue orb, with its streaks of white clouds and green land masses and vast oceans, rendered him breathless. It was everything he ever knew, and it was going away forever. The feeling was bitter, and he forced himself to turn away. The transport was high enough for a space habitat to pass underneath their ship. Earth had hundreds of stations, habitats, and orbitals, though the largest were L4 and L5. Each of the L cities was home to tens of thousands, and major hubs of intersystem commerce. Lucian regretted he wouldn't get to see either. Faster than Lucian would have believed, Earth shrunk in the viewport. After an hour, it had become a bright blue dot, one among thousands in an infinite sea of stars. 9. After sleeping for most of the journey, Lucian checked the voyage status on his slate to see there were only 2 hours left. He found a small ration in the seat pocket ahead of him, which his mother must have saved. He had one bite of the hardened, tasteless Instameal before realizing he wasn't hungry after all. For such expensive tickets, he would have thought they'd provide some half-decent food. Though this trip was only 14 hours, he had to somehow survive the interstellar voyage of 28 standard days. With distances so vast, it was a wonder humanity had managed to spread so far. Though the League of Worlds was still sometimes called the 100 Worlds by older League citizens, the moniker was more than 50 years out of date. These days, there were far more than 100 incorporated League worlds. One day, it might be that one could never make the journey from Earth to the border worlds in a lifetime. About an hour out from Sol Citadel, the captain made an announcement. "Good evening, folks," he said with a Texan drawl. Lucian wondered what made it evening out here. "Time of docking will be 24:22 Olympian. Those of you planning on boarding the Burung to Volsung, you'll be meeting a pan-galactic attendant at the gate. Thank you, and we hope you've had a pleasant trip." The intercom clicked off. Lucian looked at his mother, who had awoken during the message. The Burung was his ship. "Did you hear that?" he asked. "He said I'd need to meet someone at the gate." She unlocked her slate, her eyes widening at some piece of news. "The Burung embarks in 2 hours. They bumped it up for some reason. You'll barely have time to make it. Your gate is on the opposite end from where we're docking." When she took his hand, Lucian could feel it shaking. Lucian had been expecting to have one last day with his mother, seeing the sights of the Citadel. Now, that would never happen. It was like a punch to the gut. "I'm sorry," he managed. "I've been kind of an ass lately. If you've been an ass, I've been one too. For a lot longer. I put other things first and you've grown up before my eyes." This confession was followed by more tears. She had her own regrets too, and those regrets seemed far heavier than his own. "It's okay," Lucian said. "You were doing the best you could. I'm old enough to take care of myself now." She nodded, wiping the tears from her eyes. "You can't survive this universe alone, Lucian. One day, you'll understand that." Lucian wasn't sure what to say to that. All he knew was that he didn't like the sound of it. He had survived on his own so far, more or less. He could handle this, too. Mars hung 500,000 kilometers away, a crimson-red drop in the star-studded expanse, small enough to be covered by Lucian's hand. The Citadel appeared tiny at first, a silvery star floating in the void, easily missed by the naked eye. Lucian knew the Citadel was the largest station in the worlds, the headquarters of the League fleet, and the hub of all intersystem and interstellar travel for Sol, though it looked far too small for that. But as the shuttle neared, the station only loomed larger and larger. The first thing Lucian saw was the central spire, the great axis around which the fortress rotated. That spire was filled with thousands of viewports and hangars, seeming more like a skyscraper than the linchpin holding the orbital stronghold together. That was, if a skyscraper could be 10 kilometers long. Around it, the station's gargantuan arms bloomed at intricate angles, a metallic lotus flower. Massive doors and hangars opened at the ends of those arms, while thousands of viewports gleamed from every surface. Countless bays lay open and ready to receive incoming vessels. Likewise, many small ships zipped silently around the fortress. Lucian's jaw dropped at the sheer scale. He could see why they called it one of the wonders of the galaxy, along with the likes of the Forge of Heaven, the domes of Nessus, and the elevator of Hephaestus. Several large battleships and carriers floated a few clicks from the citadel itself, far too large to dock there. As the shuttle drew closer, Lucian saw these vessels were mammoths in their own right. The supercarrier, Volga, was over 1 kilometer long and a half again as wide. Battleships built for brute firepower were in even greater number. Lucian counted 10, each armed with plasma cannons, railguns, fusion lasers, and torpedoes. Beside them were even smaller vessels in greater numbers. Tiny fighters swarmed by the score around the capital ships, practicing coordinated maneuvers. Large destroyers, like his mother's, LS Barcelona, sailed behind, drilling their point defense screening. These drills seemed to go beyond mere vigilance. War was looming. Coupled with the rumors his mother had heard, the swarmers probably were returning. "Looks like they've started the party without me," she said, also watching. 2 weeks from now, I guarantee I'll be passing through Centauri Gate. You think you'll have to rebase at Alpha Centauri? Lucian asked. She looked back at him, her eyes hard to read. A soldier's sense tells me that. If the swarmers come back through Casturi, like last time, they'll have to go through AC to reach Sol. If that were so, then this would be her last time seeing the Sol for a while, too. It was a dark thought, a thought that made Lucian numb. The ship began to slow, pulling toward one of the Citadel's many hangars. "Time to move," his mother said. Lucian followed her lead, grabbing his backpack from the overhead bin. He followed her down the empty aisle before other passengers could get the same idea. The transport was still pulling in, its deceleration offset by the inertial dampening. With a careful step, it was possible to make it to the airlock first. "Please remain seated," the automated drone commanded. "Please remain seated." His mother brushed past the drone as if it didn't exist, while other passengers grumbled. A male attendant near the airlock was about to reprimand her when she explained the situation. "He needs to get to the Burung. He's going to miss his ship." The attendant nodded. "That's fine. We should be docking any moment now." From outside the airlock door came a resounding click and the hiss of air. A moment later, the door hissed open automatically. The attendant gestured toward the open tunnel and Lucian disembarked. "Mr. Abrantes?" came a female voice in a Nordic accent. In his rush to go down the tunnel, Lucian had almost missed the pretty blonde attendant dressed in a gray pan-galactic uniform. "Yeah, that's me." "Please follow me. The Burung is almost ready to depart." He turned to face his mother, who gave him a firm nod. "Go, Lucian," she said. "There won't be another ship. I love you." The attendant was already walking away, almost jogging, an action she performed easily in the low gravity despite her high heels. "I love you too," Lucian said. He turned to run after the attendant, who was at the end of the boarding tunnel. He looked behind one last time, but the crowds exiting the shuttle had obscured his mother from view. With a pang of regret, he realized that might be the last time he ever saw her. "This way, Mr. Abrantes," the attendant insisted, blind to the parting. Being addressed so formally was strange. The attendant couldn't have been much older than him. Now out of the tunnel and in the main concourse, Lucian followed her down several flights of stairs. He didn't even have time to take in his surroundings, other than the fact that the space they were in was massive, filled with escalators, stairways, and at least 10 decks of stores and restaurants, all filled to the brim with travelers. He felt light on his feet as they raced toward the bottom level of the arm. As with the shuttle transport, Sol Citadel seemed to be calibrated to Martian gravity. The attendant pushed her way through the crowds to reach an unobtrusive airlock in the station's side. Beyond that airlock was the vacuum of space. But connected to the airlock itself was a small, personal-sized shuttle. "This isn't the liner, is it?" Lucian asked. She suppressed a laugh. "First time in space?" Lucian nodded. Everyone could probably tell he was an Earther, just by the look of him. "These will get you to your gate. You'll have to run the rest of the way down X-Arm." She input a key and the door slid open, revealing the craft's bare interior, which was about the size of a small car. There was only a single seat with a safety harness and a view screen. Everything must have been automated because there was nothing to steer with. Lucian realized that the stars outside were spinning slowly. The station was getting some of its gravity from centrifugal force, which was redirected by the dominating artificial gravity field. Before Lucian could ask anything more, the door slid shut and locked itself. It was hard not to feel exposed out here. How many centimeters were there between this metal shell and the cold vacuum of space? "Please harness yourself," came a placid female voice from the console. Lucian followed the directions. He supposed he just had to hope his luggage made it with him. Not a moment after he was harnessed, the tiny vessel jolted away, piloting itself under the Citadel, pushing Lucian back into his seat. Once its top speed was established, he began floating against his restraints. The AG field didn't seem to extend far from the station itself. The ship zoomed out of sight of the arm, heading to the opposite side of the Citadel. The vessel was aiming upward now, passing an arm jutting from the station. Another shuttle zipped past soundlessly. He felt a brief moment of vertigo as he gazed into the dark void before him, thousands of light years of distance encumbered only by multitudes of stars. The shuttle moved at a low thrum, but other than that, there was deep and profound silence. He suppressed a shiver. The vessel executed a half-flip, drawing underside its target destination. Within a minute, it had docked at an arm on the highest level of the Citadel. The airlock clicked and slid open, revealing a wide terminal crowded with people. Lucian scrambled out of the shuttle and reached for his slate. Before he could even ask, it displayed a direction with a holographic arrow. In the background, an announcement about his ship droned. "Attention! The Burung is due to depart gate X76 in 10 minutes. This is the final boarding call for Volsung. Once again." Lucian ran, his backpack bouncing on his shoulders. He skirted several people on his way up and ran faster once he'd reached the upper deck. The arrow pointed left, in the direction of a cavernous arm extending for at least a kilometer. Could he run that distance in time? Lucian sprinted as fast as he could in the Martian G, while the stars spun outside the massive viewports. It was dizzying, as if he were running along the inside of a translucent drill. He passed shops, stores, banks of elevators, and lev trains running on the arm's periphery. There was little time to wonder at it all. Every 50 meters or so he passed more gates, in ascending order. Knowing his luck, he suspected X76 would be at the very end. The crowds thinned as he made his way out from the station's center, until he was the only one left. At last, he reached the terminus of the arm, X76. He heaved a sigh and rushed into the empty waiting area. He slammed into the reception counter, behind which a young man in a gray uniform blinked at him in surprise. "I'm here," Lucian said between breaths. "Am I too late?" "Mr. Abrantes, I presume?" the attendant asked. "You have a minute to spare. Walk through the reader." "What about my luggage? Did it make it?" The attendant didn't seem to hear him. "The ship will leave in 2 minutes. Hurry." Lucian cursed, then walked through the security arch. There was a moment of hesitation. When it beeped agreeably, he charged down the boarding tunnel. He could see the outer hull of the liner through the tunnel viewports. The vessel was many times larger than the one that had taken him here, with multiple decks. The name, Burung, was scrawled in all caps on the ship's side. Lucian wondered what the word even meant. The boarding tunnel doors were closing. No! With one last burst of energy, he dove, tripping over the threshold, and into the pristinely white ship. 10. Lucian looked up from his sprawling position to see he was in some kind of cafeteria or galley. Tables and chairs filled the space, all bolted to the deck. And those tables were filled with people. Some stared at him, others laughed. His cheeks burned as he got up and dusted himself off. The double doors sealed shut, and Lucian took a few steps forward. 2 spiral staircases rose on his either side, leading to an upper deck. Wide viewports lined both sides of the ship. Lucian knew they weren't actual windows, but photorealistic screens serving the same purpose. Lucian knew he was gawking, but he couldn't help it. Now all he had to do was survive the next 4 weeks. Where he stood, the viewports revealed the metallic exterior of the Citadel. The starboard viewports on the opposite side overlooked the star-filled expanse of space beyond. The vista included Mars, shining a dull monochrome crimson. Mars moved across the viewports, but that was only due to the rotation of the Citadel itself, to which the ship was attached. There would be plenty of time to explore later. For now, Lucian was concerned with finding his cabin and making sure his luggage was there. A male voice with an American accent rolled out of the speakers, causing conversations at the tables to cease. Captain Miller here again. For those of you not in the galley, the boarding door has now closed. That's our cue to cast off from Sol Citadel and begin our 28-day voyage to Volsung. Lucian checked his slate for his cabin. He took the stairs to the second deck, heading down a corridor toward the stern. He brushed past a family of 4 with 2 young children, the announcement droning on while he pretended to know what he was doing. Now for some information for those of you who are curious. The Burung has a capacity for 100 passengers. It has 2 decks with various amenities. We have a gym, simulation ports in your pods, along with millions of holos and lit films from whatever century of your choosing. Our galleys serve world-class food. Pangalactic's fleet boasts the most comfortable cabins in the world. Lucian wanted to roll his eyes at the obvious PR. We are one of the few companies to offer private pods, even to passengers traveling second class. The ship's schedule has been uploaded to your Pangalactic app, which you can access on your slate. There will be an FNO party, that's first night out for all you newbies, timed at our passing of Jupiter at 2000 hours shipboard time tomorrow, which is luckily on our trajectory to the Volsung Gate. Trust me, you won't want to miss that. Come meet your fellow passengers. You're going to be stuck with them for the next 4 weeks. Meet and greets were the last thing Lucian had expected, but he supposed it made sense. Interstellar voyages could last months, and he'd probably be getting to know at least a few people on board. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. He had to think up a reason for why he was traveling. If anyone found out the real reason, this trip would get interesting, and not in a good way. For now, the captain drawled easily. Sit back, relax, have a meal, meet your neighbors. We'll be departing shortly. Good luck, bon voyage, and Godspeed. And Pangalactic thanks you for your patronage. It was hard to tell, but there might have been a note of sarcasm with that last sentence. Lucian finally found his cabin, which was almost all the way sternward. The door opened automatically, somehow recognizing his credentials. The interior revealed 2 pods, 1 on each side. The cabin even had a lavabo and a shower, which he'd have to share with his cabin mate, whoever that happened to be. Lucian's pod was the one on the right. It opened upon his approach, revealing a surprisingly spacious bed that looked both clean and comfortable. Lucian sat, removed his shoes, and placed them in the cubby built into the wall. As soon as he lay on his back, the door closed automatically. When it clicked shut, a holographic display lit from the pod's curved interior above him, displaying a menu of options. Among those were movies, VR video games, and full sensory simulations. He could book times for the observatory, water pressure massages, or other amenities. Of course, those things would cost him creds. Creds he didn't have to spend. There was only one option that interested Lucian at the moment: his luggage. It should be stored in one of the compartments connected to his pod. He toggled the command, and a retractable space opened on his left. Upon seeing his main bag, he heaved a sigh of relief. Not all was lost. He lay on his back for a while. When he felt relaxed enough, he decided to head out and explore the ship. He opened the pod and put his shoes back on. When he hopped down, it took a little too long to fall to the deck below. He walked to the cabin's viewport and was surprised to see Sol's citadel already slipping away. He hadn't felt the ship moving at all, nor had he noticed any deviation in gravity. The inertial dampening and the AG were top-notch. Lucian knew the larger the vessel, the more efficiently both systems worked. Sol's citadel commanded the entire view, but the longer he watched, the more the fortress shrunk into the darkness, until it wasn't visible at all. Despite its large size, the Burung was much faster than the shuttle that had taken him from Earth, which made sense considering the distances it was designed to travel. Lucian headed out of the cabin. It was time to get the lay of the ship. In the galley, the passengers were busy meeting their neighbors. Of course, it didn't look like there was anyone his age to talk to. It was mostly middle-aged and older people, since they were the only ones who could afford a ticket. The only exception seemed to be a table with 3 young fleet recruits wearing gray jumpsuits. He instantly didn't like the look of them. Something about their sneering faces and harsh laughter said trouble ahead. One of them even glared at Lucian as he passed. The young recruit had gelled blonde hair and sharp blue eyes, set in a pale, hawkish face. The recruit smirked at Lucian as he passed. If there was a face more punchable than that, Lucian had yet to find it. It would be best if he didn't interact with anyone. That had been his MO for almost as long as he'd been alive. Despite that decision, he couldn't help but notice a good-looking young woman about his age, sitting alone on the opposite side of the galley. She had light brown skin, shoulder-length brown hair, and almond-shaped eyes. Those eyes came up to meet his, registering mild surprise. Her face, which had a light dusting of freckles, almost seemed to register recognition. That was strange. He racked his mind, but he was certain he hadn't met her, because he would have remembered someone of such unusual beauty. She offered a small, friendly smile. Lucian smiled back, a bit awkwardly. He headed to one of the serving windows, weaving between the crowd. He ordered some coffee. As he waited, he found himself looking in the girl's direction again. She was still looking at him. Why was she staring at him like that? Before he could second-guess himself, he ordered another coffee. As he approached, her eyes seemed to note the second drink. That was when someone decided it would be a good time to bump into him. Just steps away from her table, hot coffee splashed across his hands. He tried to bite back the pain, but that was impossible. Ow! Several people looked at him, and the person who had bumped into him seemed oblivious to the damage he'd caused, having already left the galley. The girl was on her feet, though, her face filled with concern. "You okay?" she asked. "Here, let me help you." She grabbed the 2 coffees, half empty, while Lucian dried his hands on his pants. They were stain-proof, so there was no danger in ruining them. "Thanks," he managed. Though his hands were red, the coffee hadn't been hot enough to cause blisters. "That's a new one," she said. "What do you mean?" She smiled. "I've never had a guy try to meet me by spilling drinks." Lucian felt his cheeks flush. Well, there's a first time for everything." "Why don't you have a seat?" Lucian joined her. He was trying to place her accent. Words lilted and streamed one into the other in a pleasant-sounding way. It didn't sound like anything he'd heard on Earth, even in media. She was probably from somewhere outside Sol, though he didn't know where. He grabbed his coffee and took a sip. His mind fought for something to say that wouldn't make him sound like a complete idiot. She was just staring at him expectantly, waiting for him to make the first move. "So, I'll be honest, Lucian said. I saw you looking at me, and I want to know why.
Honest and straightforward. I like it.
She took a sip of her coffee.
But you were the one looking at me first.
He supposed that was true. It just felt like you recognized me or something. I probably just imagined it.
No, we haven't met.
She smiled.
Are you okay? You seem a little flustered.
I just can't believe that happened. Just my luck, I guess.
Well, you're an earther. That much I can see. Clumsy in a gravity that's not your own. Unless I've missed my guess, you've probably lived there your whole life.
How could you know that?
Something about the way you walk. Like you've had gravity pushing you down your whole life. Spacers have a lighter footing. It'll be a few more days before you find your feet.
I see. Makes sense.
My name's Emma, by the way. You?
Lucian. You're from space, then? She nodded.
Well, not originally, but yeah. My family lives in L5, but I've lived all over the place.
L5. She had to come from money, then. Lucian instantly felt out of place next to her. He noted her clothing. It was nothing extravagant, but it was a designer brand and perfectly tailored, complementing her form perfectly. I've never been in space before, actually, Lucian admitted.
Really? I've been told Earthers are pretty insular, but I didn't know it was that bad.
Well, getting to space can be expensive, Lucian said, somewhat defensively. Her cheeks colored a bit.
I'm sorry. That was rude of me.
He hadn't expected the apology. It's fine. The last thing he wanted was for her to pity him. Anyway, I take it you've been on one of these liners before? Any tips?
Well, the first thing you should expect is that it can be pretty boring. You'll get so sick of hollows and sims and lit films that you'll never want to watch them again. And you run into the same people over and over, and some of them can be dreadfully annoying. After a few days, you'll see why they charge so much for a first-class cabin.
Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Are you staying first class? She laughed.
No! Waste of money, in my opinion. The private pods suit me just fine.
She watched him closely.
Is your endport Volsung Orbital?
Yeah, he said. My uncle works there. I'm going to work for his company. He's an exec for Corrales Intergalactic. What about you? Volsung too? She gave a knowing smile.
Why are you really going to Volsung? Tell me the truth this time.
How had she known he was lying? Lucian cleared his throat, stumbling for an answer. I am telling the truth. She only laughed.
I guess being careful makes sense, given the circumstances.
Lucian could only watch her in disbelief. There was no way she could know what he was.
You were right earlier,
she said. Right about what? She leaned forward, giving a somewhat conspiratorial smile.
There was a reason I was looking at you. Allies can be hard to find, especially for people like us.
People like us? Lucian's eyes widened at the implication as the hairs on his arms stood on end. She couldn't be saying what he thought she was saying. The odds were too great.
Yeah,
she said, reading his reaction.
I'm like you. I'm a mage.
Lucian could only stare in mute shock for what must have been a full 5 seconds. It was only then that he found his voice. How could you possibly know that?
You're not the first one I've met, she said. I know a mage when I see one. I guess you could call it an ability. I'm not sure how it works exactly, and I don't know how else to explain it.
That's interesting. It was all he could manage to say.
Interesting? Well, it is that. Since you're here, it's safe to say that we're probably going to the same place for the same reason.
You're going to the academy too? Emma nodded.
I am.
Lucian shook his head. The odds that we would both be on the same ship are pretty much insurmountable.
Well, the only explanation that makes sense to me is that something put us together. I've heard it said that two mages don't meet by chance.
He opened his mouth to protest before she put her hand up.
When it comes to people like us, like can attract like.
As in fate or something? It sounded ridiculous to say that, and a bit forward. But Emma didn't seem to take it that way.
Something like that.
Lucian had so many questions, but he had to restrain himself, at least for now. Against all odds, here was someone to compare notes with. But at the same time, he didn't know if he could trust her. Just because they were both mages didn't mean they would be friends. And yet, what choice did he have but to trust her? She knew his secret, and he knew hers. They could either help each other or assure each other's destruction. So, something put us together. Something like magic.
I know it sounds far-fetched, Emma said, but I know a little bit about magic. Not much, but something.
Like what? All I could find were some random articles on the Galnet.
You can't trust any of that, she said. I knew a mage once, so he told me how some of it worked. It was a long time ago, but I still remember.
They lapsed into silence. Through the viewports, Mars was smaller. Sol Citadel by this point would be impossible to see without the aid of the ship's telescope.
How long have you known?
Emma asked. I found out a couple of days ago, he said. Hopefully the Academy can teach me to control it.
I've been told training is difficult. If we help each other along, it might be easier.
It's all so new to me. I haven't fully accepted it, to be honest.
It's not easy to accept, she said. I've had my suspicions for a while now, but I didn't know for sure until a few weeks ago. I've had some time to process it.
We should talk about this somewhere else, Lucian said. No one seemed to be paying attention to them, and they were speaking quietly, but it was better to be safe.
That's a good idea, Emma said. We'll talk later.
Before Lucian could respond, she stood up. She was tall and willowy, which could be a marker of someone who had lived for years in lower gravity. He wanted to talk with her more, but that would have to come later.
Well, Lucian, she said, it was a pleasure meeting you.
She smiled.
Thanks for the coffee.
She stood and left. Once she was gone, Lucian finished his coffee while surveying the other passengers. Looking around, it didn't seem as if anyone had taken notice of them. Most of the tables were empty. It was time for Lucian to return to his cabin. When he arrived, it was still empty. He was grateful he wouldn't have to introduce himself to anyone else just yet. He climbed into his pod and commanded the interior screen to play a holo, but he could hardly watch it. All he could think about was Emma, who was also a mage. Emma, who could potentially teach him more about magic. 11. Lucian returned to his cabin to sleep and woke what felt like hours later. He blinked away his sleepiness and picked up his slate, which revealed the time to be 5 a.m, shipboard. The device expanded to fit both hands and was filled with incoming messages from his mother. He'd forgotten to let her know he'd made it safely. For all she knew, he was still stuck on Sol Citadel. He sent back a quick text saying he was safe. Within minutes, he had a response. "There you are! I was so worried." A few seconds later, another text came in. "They're stationing me on the LS Refuge. It's one of the smaller carriers. The entire fleet is mobilizing at Starbase Centauri. We'll get there in 22 Standard, and I'll be out of Sol in 10. We have that long to talk without serious delays." Lucian's stomach dropped as he read. The rumors were true then. The swarmers were back. Lucian began composing his response. By now, the software of his slate knew him so well that he was hardly typing. The words appeared on the screen through eye movements. It wasn't exactly telepathy, but it might as well have been. "I'm fine. In my pod right now, though. I tripped myself pretty bad getting in. I'm glad you won't be in the thick of it. Refuge is supposed to be one of the safest ships in the fleet." Was he trying to comfort her or himself? He didn't want to think about it. Lucian only had to wait a few minutes for a response. "Don't worry about me. I'll survive just as I always have. I'll sink some credits to you because I'm not sure how much transport will be down to Volsung. I wouldn't want you stranded. When data are backed up at the gates, fees can be high. They gave me my bonus early. The fleet is working efficiently for once." Lucian composed a new message. "That's good. Please stay safe, Mom." A few minutes later, another message came back. "Love you." Lucian returned the message, figuring it was time to stop. Too many light messages would get expensive. He slept a bit longer, then watched part of a hollow. But all he could think about was his conversation with Emma. It was probably too early to find her. Around 8 in the morning, he opened his pod to find that the pod on the opposite side of the cabin had its door open as well. There sat a middle-aged woman wearing what looked to be a nun's habit. It was just his luck to be sharing a cabin with a believer. He'd have to tread carefully. Her curly brown hair fell to her shoulders as she looked at her slate, which she held in both hands. She looked up at Lucian and gave a friendly smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes, but he couldn't let that fool him. He nodded, trying to make for the door without starting a conversation. No one hated magic and mages more than the believers. Just as he neared the door, she cleared her throat.
"Hello. I guess we are neighbors."
Her accent was hard to place, but it seemed to be Latin American? Argentina, maybe? "Seems so," Lucian said.
"I'm Believer Horatia, from Buenos Aires. You?"
"Lucian, from Miami."
"A fine name. It means light. May you be the light that drives back the darkness in this fallen universe."
He almost did a double take, but instead decided to nod respectfully before turning to leave. But it seemed Believer Horatia wasn't through with him yet.
"Serving the Lord God is my life's calling. I wouldn't be doing anything else."
Her empty gaze gave Lucian the creeps.
"Is your final destination Volsung or somewhere else?"
"Volsung." She stared at him harder. She wanted more than that. "I'm going to help my uncle with his business." The lie came easily this time. Her eyes widened.
"That sounds like an excellent opportunity. It's a growing world. The culture is wonderful."
"You've been there before?"
"Several times. Only on the Ostkontinent, though. The believers are posting me to the new cathedral at Nova Bergen. There I hope to spread God's message to the people."
"Is that so?" This had nothing to do with him, but he figured it was better to be polite. They would be sharing space for the next 4 weeks, after all. He didn't want drama, especially with a believer. They were mostly avoided on Earth, but on some worlds, like Zion, they had an incredible amount of influence and were the de facto government.
"The church wants to expand its mission,"
she went on. She pointed to the slate in her lap.
"Unfortunately, I'll have to learn Norwegian, and they want me to learn it in a few months. At times, I wish the church were supportive of neural grafting."
If only. Neural grafting was expensive and risky, but it was the fastest way to learn anything. But as far as Lucian knew, the Believer's church didn't support any modification of the human body.
"Unfortunately, I have my work cut out for me,"
Believer Horatia said.
"And with the mages on the rise, we believers must increase our vigilance to match."
Her brown eyes intensified, burning with holy fire. There was no way she knew what he was, unless she were like Emma. But if that was the case, Believer Horatia was in the wrong line of work. The Believers had a chapter close to his apartment, and they had no qualms proselytizing to anyone they found. He always walked a bit faster on the corners where they gave their sermons, sometimes to crowds of well over 100 people. In this new universe with magic and aliens, miracles no longer seemed impossible. Many people had grown impatient with the scientists' lack of answers and had turned to religion to fill the gaps. He had always ignored the Believers and their vitriol, but now he found it terribly relevant, and it made him realize how precarious his existence was. He didn't only have to worry about the Fraying slowly killing him. He had to worry about others potentially killing him too. It had been known to happen on some worlds. "I wish you luck in your mission," Lucian said, hoping it was the appropriate response. He turned to leave, but Believer Horatia didn't seem to think the conversation was over. He had to resist the urge to roll his eyes.
"Most of the world seem to recognize the threat the mages pose. Volsung, unfortunately, is going in the opposite direction. The government is even sponsoring that academy. They mean to train these mad people in their dark arts, as if the mage war wasn't enough of a lesson, as if this isn't a cycle doomed to repeat itself until their fraying disease has completely purged humanity." Magic is sin manifested, Lucian. Never forget that.
She did not suspect him in the least. She saw him as an ally. How far had sentiment shifted against mages for her to take this opinion for granted? Once mages were seen as victims of fate, unlucky people ridden with an incurable disease that would one day kill them. Now it seemed only scientists and doctors believed that. That shift in sentiment had to be due in part to the believer's influence. How long before mages were no longer allowed to gather in academies in hopes of discovering a cure? How long before all mages were imprisoned or killed on the spot, Treaty of Chiron or not? Lucian's stomach twisted at the idea. All he wanted was the space and room to breathe, anything but to spend more time with this woman. But he had to hold out a little while longer. He needed to be above suspicion, even if it meant his sanity. Her features were as sharp as a blade's edge as she continued her sermon.
It may be a war we lose if we don't turn to God. The enemy is tainting more every day. The mages are only a symptom of the problem, but more mages are being born every day. As humanity spreads, so its sins multiply. Sin feeds magic, makes it fester and grow like cancer.
She licked her thin lips and continued.
Our gravest mistake after the mage war was suffering them to live. They continue to practice their dark arts.
She shook her head.
If things continue this way, they will regain their former strength. How long before we are in the same situation as 50 years ago? Before another Zara Malice rises?
Lucian remained quiet. This woman was almost certainly a supporter of Richard Palmer and other politicians like him, who were becoming far more common. Was there any point in arguing with her? Horatia continued.
It might be enough to break us for good. The worlds can't take another war. When the mages and swarmers ally, only then will the worlds realize their error. She sighed. Forgive me. I can go on and on. I say all this only to warn you, Lucian. You must be careful. Earth is a safe place. There's power there. It's God's chosen world, and as long as humanity holds God in its heart, they can never poison Holy Earth or Holy Zion. But you are going away from all that. Volsung is not like Earth. A beautiful world, yes, but a world of darkness and demons. A great evil lies within it, buried deep. One day, that wound will fester open, but it will not do so until the time is ripe.
Her dark brown eyes were harrowing.
The believers must always be on their guard, and we must spread our message to any who have ears to hear.
She grabbed his arm, and it was all Lucian could do not to pull it away.
Pray, Lucian. Seek out one of our chapters. We are in every major city on Volsung. Only if we come together can we push back the night. I would sleep easier knowing your soul is safe.
Lucian stood, speechless. He didn't dare question her. This woman was far past the point of ever doubting herself.
I should go, he said. I will say a prayer for you, Lucian, that God will shelter us both in this fallen universe.
Thank you, Lucian said. The words took great effort to say. And I will do the same for you.
My heart is glad,
Believer Horatia said.
Go with God.
This was going to be a long trip. When the cabin door closed behind him, Lucian let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know how he'd survive the next 4 weeks with that insufferable woman. He walked the Burung's empty corridors, brooding. He saw what Emma had meant about loneliness. Worse, Lucian understood why people like Believer Horatia held their beliefs in the first place. The stories of the mages during the war were horrifying, to say the least. Most people on Earth were spared the worst aspects, but the frayed mages, led by Zara Malice, leveled entire cities with nothing but their magic. Magic ensured victories that should have been defeats. Planet surfaces burned with fire. Great storms were called from the skies. They poisoned the very air of the worlds they sieged. It was hard to tell what was real and what was the League propaganda, but just the fact that he might become that one day, without ever wanting or wishing it, made him sick to his stomach. One thing all accounts agreed on. With their magic, the Starsea mages under Thermalists had purged all life from the face of their capital planet of Isis with nuclear fire, in an event known as the Tragedy of Isis. Isis had once been a beautiful world, with pristine seas and natural wonders that rivaled Earth's. But toward the end of the war, the League had pushed the Starsea mages' armada to Isis, where they made their final stand. Long mad from the corruption of their magic, the mages refused to surrender. They held their planet, and the millions of lives upon it, hostage. The League fleet engaged. When victory was near, the Starsea mages, led by Malice, escaped to the planet's surface. There, under a rain of tachyon lances and plasma cannons, they committed their final act of destruction, rendering the planet's surface a raging inferno of radioactive destruction. Millions were killed, unable to escape an atmosphere that had turned toxic. In mere days, the Paradise Planet had become a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Lucian couldn't imagine the terror of that fight, how they could have summoned such power. It seemed that even magic should have its limits, but Isis was history now. Naturally, after that event, things could never be the same. It settled the debate once and for all on how mages were to be treated. With the death of Thermalists, the last pockets of Starsea mages were extinguished. By 2314, the Mage War was over for good. The Starsea mages, the terrible force that fought to create their own empire where mages ruled over all, was no more. In one version of the story, people said Thermalists was still alive, the so-called Queen of the Tomb World. He didn't put much stock in that. It seemed more like a story to scare children that evil Malice would rise again to exact her revenge. As the years had passed, the actual cause of magical emergence, along with the Fraying, was never discovered. Headway was only made in the detection of mages through the metaphysical exam, and from there, mages could be directed to academy worlds. Even so, plenty of mages had surely escaped the net, especially on less developed planets. But given the way sentiment was shifting, Lucian could see how even the academy mages might come under threat. As it stood, academy mages hunted the rogues, and those too far gone were sent to Psyche, the so-called Mad Moon in the Cupid system. Now more than ever, Lucian realized he would never be safe. Without the training provided by the Volsung Academy, the Fraying would find him eventually. Whether it killed him outright or destroyed his ability to think rationally, his options were limited. His slate chimed, breaking him from his dark thoughts. He pulled it out to see another message from his mother. "It's all but confirmed. We were expecting an announcement from the top brass later. At this point, though, it's a foregone conclusion. The Third Swarmer War has begun." Lucian's throat clamped. If the Swarmers were back, then humanity had more to worry about than another mage war. 12. Lucian ate an early breakfast in the galley, though by his internal clock it was far past dinner time. There wasn't much choice with his cheap meal plan. There were premium options, but he didn't want to pay for them. When he picked the Western option, a tray spitted out of the meal slot. Its contents looked sad. A dry slab of fake egg, half a boiled potato, and a burnt piece of toast with a slab of frozen butter on top. Wrinkling his nose, he took the tray to the same table where he'd sat with Emma. He was the only one in the galley, for which he was thankful. It was still early enough that he might get to eat alone. That was when footsteps approached, accompanied by the sound of boisterous laughter. He ignored the sound until a shadow loomed over him, making his stomach tense. He looked up to see the pale-faced, blonde fleet recruit from earlier. His sharp blue eyes held a mocking quality, only accentuated by his superior smirk. He stood way too close for comfort. On either side, his two friends flanked him. One was tall and well-built, with coppery brown skin and close-cropped hair. The other was thin, short, and pale as a ghost, with cloudy gray eyes and matching hair. "Do you need money for some real food?" the young man said mockingly. "You'd like the first-class plans. What you're eating should be illegal." Lucian did what he could to control his voice. "If you're buying, sure, as long as I don't have to put out." The young man guffawed. "A sense of humor! You should be careful about that. Can I help you with something?" "Depends," the young recruit said, taking up a chair without invitation. His two cronies sat with him, and all leered at him from across the table. Lucian knew interstellar liners like this one could attract a rougher crowd. Crime wasn't uncommon, and the ship's crew was usually no help except for the worst cases. Were they trying to shake him down or something? If they were after money, they'd be sorely disappointed. If this piss stain was in the first-class cabins, Lucian doubted he needed it, which meant they were here for something else. The ringleader steepled his fingers in a businesslike manner and leaned forward, his smile more predatory than friendly. The last thing Lucian wanted was a fight, especially 3-on-1. "Earther, aren't you?" the recruiter asked. Lucian nodded but offered nothing more. "Traveling alone can be dangerous," he went on. "I admire you for doing it. You never know what kind of freaks you'll be stuck with." He let out a chuckle. "I've been on the wrong end when things get ugly. Believe me, the crew cares about nothing except your money. That being the case, I hope we can become friends." He held out a hand. "My name's Dirk Becker. You?" Lucian hesitated before taking the hand. No reason to stir the pot, even if Dirk's spiel was rubbing him the wrong way. "Lucian." "Nice to meet you, Lucian," he said. "These are my friends." He looked from one to the other. "Why don't you fellas introduce yourselves?" The hulking youth with the brown skin cracked his knuckles. "Kasim." "Paul," the thin one said in a nasal tone. Lucian only now noticed several scars covering his arms. The direction of the wounds suggested they hadn't been self-inflicted. "Paul, Kasim, and I go way back," Dirk said. "Marzo was a rough hab. One of the oldest, too. Filled with mining folk, mostly. It was designed for 10,000 people. 50,000 live there now. As you can imagine, that can make things dicey. Us three, we're going to Volsung for training. Me as a fleet officer, these two as pod droppers." Dirk chuckled, and his two friends showed no emotion. "I treat my friends well. They're welcome to my food any time. We have each other's backs. It's good to have that. Wouldn't you agree?" "Sure," Lucian said. He was wondering where Dirk was going with this. "I have a friendly question. That girl you were talking to? Emma, was it?" Lucian's skin went cold. How did he know her name? "Sorry, couldn't help it over here. Voices carry very well on this ship." He gave a slimy smile. "I need some help getting my foot in the door, so to speak. I'm a handsome guy, but between gentlemen, it always helps when a friend puts in a good word." Lucian met Dirk's challenging stare. "Good luck finding a friend, then." "I was hoping we might be friends. Seems she's taken a liking to you. She seemed a bit frosty to me, but you know how a lot of these spacer girls are with Earth boys like you." He made a crude gesture with his hand, spreading his index and middle fingers. He snickered, his two oafish friends joining him. With that one action, Lucian learned all he cared to know about Dirk. It had been obvious before, but now the idiot had tipped his hand. "Where are my manners?" Dirk asked. "I grew up in a rough place. It's just how we talk. I've forgotten how cultured Earthers can be. You treat us Martians like we're a waste of space. Why mince words anyway? And you want me to put in a good word for you? If you would be so kind. In return, all the steak, salmon, and cake you can stuff down your throat. Seems a fair trade to me." "I won't be doing that," Lucian said. "I don't make deals with creeps. Besides, you're proving everyone's theories about Marzo true." "What's that?" Lucian's eyes narrowed. "You're a waste of space." Dirk's eyes glinted dangerously for a moment, but then he gave a loud, resonating laugh. His two cronies guffawed along with him. "Don't be stupid, Lucian. You're alone. Why try to play the hero?" he smirked. "Things might not go so well for you if you do." "Is that a threat, prick?" Dirk blinked. He'd expected Lucian to be a pushover. Lucian couldn't lie. He was a bit nervous about going up against him, especially with the backup he had. Lucian had been in a few fistfights, but he'd never won anything 3-on-1. And with someone the size of Kasim, the odds were even more against him. "That wasn't a threat. I'd hoped you'd make the right call. You seem like a smart guy. Do the smart thing. It's better to be friends." "Maybe you weren't being friendly enough," Kasim offered. "No," Dirk mused. "Maybe not." When Dirk glanced around to see if anyone was in the area, Lucian's instincts kicked into overdrive. He jumped up, knocking over his chair in the process while balling his fists. Paul and Kasim got up to match, while Dirk gestured in a placating manner. "Boys, boys," he said. "No need to fight. We're friends. Remember?" Lucian had to de-escalate the situation. But how? He could try to get the jump on them, but with a fight, he was practically guaranteed to lose. Maybe 1-on-1 he could beat Dirk, but not with Kasim and Paul backing him up. Kasim alone probably weighed 50 kilos, accounting for the lower gravity. And that other one, Paul, had seen things too, judging by those scars and cold gray eyes. Lucian could just leave, but that wouldn't be a good look. That would just make him a target for the rest of the trip. If he'd learned anything from boarding school, he couldn't be soft. The only thing he could do was hold his ground and not let them push him around. If he bided his time, someone else might come into the galley. So that was what he would do. Bide his time. Keep them talking. "Maybe we can work together," Lucian said, fighting to keep his voice level and reasonable. "But until you do something that makes me like you, I'm not going to help you out with Emma." Dirk seemed to consider for a moment. "Nah, I don't think so." Kasim took a step forward, seeming to think that was permission to come off the leash. But Dirk held up a hand, bringing him to heel. "I'm not only a good friend, Lucian," Dirk drawled. "I'm a good listener. Someone with sharp ears like me hears things. That's valuable, you know. My pa always taught me that. Information is power." "What's your point?" "You'd better watch yourself. That's all. This is a long trip, and if you keep your nose where it belongs, it'll pass pleasantly enough for the both of us." Dirk leaned back, his features relaxing. "Do we understand each other? Put in a good word for me, Lucian, and I would be in your debt. Maybe mention that you've seen me in the first-class cabins. That ought to do. Nothing like a little money to impress a pretty girl, right? With me, she can have all the comforts and sim pills she wants. But it's best if it comes from you. I wouldn't want to sound crass." So long as Lucian breathed, this creep wouldn't be bothering Emma. Like him, she was traveling alone, and she needed someone to watch her back. If he didn't do that, no one would. Lucian remained silent, hoping they would leave it at that. But it seemed Dirk was expecting an answer. "I don't think we'll be friends," Lucian said. "I think it's probably best if you left right now." Dirk gave a throaty, mocking laugh, his two friends joining him. He nodded toward his two friends. "Get 'em, boys." As they came forward, fast, Lucian raised his fists. Lucian threw a punch, but Paul dodged the blow easily. The next thing he knew, Kasim and Paul were grabbing him by his shoulders. They easily shoved him against the wall, pinning him. Dirk watched from a distance, his cold blue eyes drinking in the sight. "Let me go!" he yelled as loud as he could, in hopes that someone would hear. Kasim clocked him in the face, making him see stars. The pain rang and throbbed like a bell. Dazed, Lucian could only grunt. "Enough," Dirk said. "Maybe he's learned his lesson." Kasim grunted as if he disagreed with that, but he obeyed his master's order, loosening his grip. He and Paul stepped back, giving Lucian space to breathe. Lucian wiped his mouth and saw blood on the back of his hand. Despite Lucian's shout, there was no one around to hear. The galley was still empty, as might be expected this early in the morning. It was just Lucian's luck to run into these three. It was almost enough to make him wonder if they were stalking him for some reason. Dirk gave a gleeful little laugh. "I know something that could ruin you. Want to hear it? Piss off." "Some advice. Don't cross me. It's not fun to be on the wrong side of public opinion. All I have to do is say a few words, and the witch hunt begins." Lucian did his best to meet Dirk's gloating stare. Somehow he knew the truth. "So what'll it be?" Dirk asked. Finally, the moment Lucian had been waiting for arrived. He heard voices coming from down the corridor. "Hey, get off me, you assholes!" "Let's go," Dirk said. The loyal dogs came to heel at Dirk's side. "Don't forget what I said." Dirk nodded toward his friends, and they walked out of the galley toward the bow of the ship. Not a moment later, others filtered in. An old man with snowy white hair and an eye patch. A red-headed woman. None looked his way, and none seemed to know what had happened. And even if Lucian told them, what would they care? He was a stranger to them. Lucian shook his head, not sure what to do. He could try to catch Dirk alone, but he had the feeling he didn't go anywhere without his guard dogs. Nor could he ignore his threat. He knew what he and Emma were. He had all but said it. It wasn't only Lucian at risk. Dirk could use this information to blackmail Emma too. Just the thought of that set Lucian's blood boiling. He slammed his fist on the table, ignoring the looks he got from the others, sitting down to their coffees and breakfasts. Of course, Dirk's talk could all be a bluff, but Lucian couldn't assume that. Lucian didn't think going to one of the crew would be helpful either. Dirk would out he and Emma, and things might even get worse, especially with the likes of believer Horatio on board. Besides, there were always stories of fights, crime, and worse on interstellar liners. The liner's job was to get its passengers from one point to another. Maintaining anything more than the minimum of security cut into margins. There was the brig for bad cases, but a little bullying would likely not get anything more than a slap on the wrist. As much as Lucian disliked the reason he was here, it sure would be nice to have a bit of magic under his command. Could he threaten that and get them to back off? It might be worth a shot. He had to find Emma and tell her what to expect. Lucian had no idea how to do that without tipping his hand. He didn't even know where her cabin was. He got up, bussed his tray, and headed back to his cabin. 13. In his pod, he nursed his lip as best he could. It was swollen and numb, but it didn't hurt too terribly. He hated the idea of walking around the ship out there for everyone to see. But he did come out around lunchtime, hoping to find Emma. He was pleased to see her sitting at the same table. He ordered lunch and joined her, doing nothing to hide his busted lip.
"Oh my God," she said. "What happened?"
Lucian checked the galley for Dirk and his crew, but they weren't around. "I've got a lot to talk to you about." Lucian told her what happened, leaving nothing out. It was a bit embarrassing for some reason, even if he knew it shouldn't be. Her expression soured upon hearing it.
"What a creep," she said. "And an idiot to boot. I don't like to stereotype, but Marzo does have a bad reputation. A punch in the face there is like a handshake anywhere else."
It didn't sound like a place Lucian wanted to visit.
"The real question is, what do we do? He seems to know everything about us already. Unless you told him."
Emma scoffed.
"You can't be serious. Why would I do that?"
"It's the only thing I can think of. I sure as hell didn't say anything."
"That leaves one option," Emma said. "They were sitting across the galley yesterday, so there's no way they could have heard us. And everyone else was sitting too far away, too."
"What's that option, then?"
"An ocular implant. They're illegal for civilians, but it would allow him to hear pretty much anything he wants. If he's going for officer training, he's allowed certain body modifications. An ocular implant might be one of them."
"That has to be it. Could he be listening to us now?"
"Possibly, if he's right around the corner where we can't see him. But I don't think he'd be sneaking around like that. Suffice it to say, if we're in the same room as him, he can hear anything we say. Competing noise can be easily filtered out with those."
"So, we can't even talk, then?"
"I mean, we have some options. There's your cabin."
Lucian shook his head. "I have a believer for a cabin mate." Emma's eyes widened.
"Seriously?
That's some bad luck." "What about your cabin?" Emma sighed.
"The lady in there never seems to leave, and she keeps her pod open. There's only one real solution I can think of."
She dug into her purse, a fancy designer handbag, and retrieved a pill bottle. Lucian wondered just what she was doing when she took off the cap to reveal dozens of small, gray pills. When Lucian realized what they were, his eyes popped. He'd never seen so many sim pills in one place. If she'd carried that in his neighborhood, she'd be robbed blind. "You should put those away," he said.
"Right,"
she said, her cheeks coloring. Now Lucian was sure she came from money. Only a wealthy person would flash that many sim pills and not realize the effect it would have.
"Well, my idea was that we could talk in sim. Set up a private server where Dirk couldn't overhear. That would be safest."
"You would just let me have a sim pill?" The idea of it was incomprehensible to him.
"Why not? I can always get more."
He smiled. "Who are you exactly?"
"Emma Almaty."
"You know what I mean. What do your parents do?" Sorry, just curious."
"Never mind that. Are you going to sim with me or not?"
"Of course. Although, I should say I've never simmed before." Her eyes widened.
"Seriously?"
When he shook his head, her expression softened.
"Sorry, it's hard for me to wrap my head around."
Lucian wasn't sure what to say, so he just shrugged.
"It's quite simple. Give me your Slate ID and we can talk over text."
They exchanged information by tapping their slates. The action seemed to cement their friendship, that they were in this situation together. "Thanks," Lucian said. "Good to know you have my back."
"Of course. Remember what I said yesterday? Allies are hard to find. Maybe we were put on this ship together for a reason."
"Fate and all that?"
"Well, we can talk about that later." She stood. "Just head back to your cabin and pop the pill. I can pull you into the game lobby since I have your Slate info. Just confirm it when you get the notification."
Lucian had seen enough lit films to know how Sims worked, roughly speaking. They were full sensory experiences, but the most advanced ones required sim pills, made by one gaming company that had a monopoly on them. As such, Sims were out of reach for most income brackets. While lit films followed a predetermined course and story, somewhat determined by the participant, full simulations ranged from anything as simple as environmental renderings to full sensory virtual video games that were practically indistinguishable from real life. Lucian wouldn't know what Emma had in mind until she pulled him in.
"All right. See you on the other side,"
she said. They parted, and Lucian headed back to his cabin and entered his pod. He looked down at the pill for a moment, almost second-guessing his decision. But he already knew Emma was waiting for him, and she had information he needed to know. If he was going to learn how to be a mage and defend himself, it began by picking her brain. He popped the pill. Nothing happened for a full 30 seconds, and then, in the blink of an eye, he stood somewhere else. Lucian stood in a gray, featureless room with no doors or windows. There needed to be more light. At the very thought, windows popped into existence on the walls, letting in a flood of sunlight. A door materialized ahead of him. Over the next few seconds, the simulation produced a rustic country cottage. Lucian blinked at the sudden change. Had he done that? Or had the simulation read his thoughts, giving him an approximation of what he wanted? He had no idea what the rules were here, but it seemed all he had to do was will something into existence, and it happened. He was broken from his thoughts when a knock sounded from the door. Lucian went to answer.
"Wow,"
Emma said teasingly.
"It's so quaint."
Lucian felt his face flush. It just popped into existence. Emma laughed.
"I'm just messing with you. I'd love to have a house like this. Space isn't the same as solid ground."
After she stepped inside, there was a moment of awkward silence, neither knowing where to start. "Okay," Lucian said. "Tell me everything you know about magic."
"Not one for small talk, are you?"
"Sorry," he said. "You're the only person I've met who knows anything about magic, and I'm worried I might kill myself somehow. Have you emerged yet?" "Emerged?"
"That's what it's called when you stream for the first time."
"Stream?" She sighed.
"Okay, we have a lot of catching up to do."
"Well, I think I read online that streaming is when a mage uses magic, right?" Emma nodded.
"Well, I can only tell you what an old friend told me himself. He was a mage, and he said magic itself is sort of like a stream. Rather, magic is like thousands or even millions of streams, all eddying around the universe. Magic comes from this place called the manifold. It's the source. By drawing from that source, we can change our reality."
She shook her head.
"Sorry, I'm not good at explaining things."
"Well, I understand more than I did before. Anything else?"
"Mages are people who are sensitive to these streams. Oh, that's right. The actual substance these streams are made of, it's called ether. And all these streams together form something called the ethereal background. It encompasses the entire universe, or at least the part of the universe we're in."
To Lucian, it sounded similar to the cosmic microwave background. "Okay, I think I'm with you so far."
As time passes, these streams of ether are attracted to anyone who's a mage. They gather, and then the mage can use that ether to stream. That's magic in a nutshell.
"I see. So, even now, I have these ether streams going into me, building up all the time?" Emma nodded.
If you're a mage, then yes, you do, as it's happening to me and all other mages too. What's more, that ether has to be used. If you don't use it, bad things happen."
"Bad things like what?" She shook her head.
"Never mind that. That's a bit advanced for now."
"Okay, sure. How do I use it then?"
"That's a closely guarded secret, and no one will teach you that outside of an academy. The point is to get detected and go to an academy immediately for training before the bad stuff starts happening."
"That bad stuff?" just made Lucian curious. But it seemed as if Emma didn't want to get into that, for whatever reason. What about this mage friend of yours? Was he from an academy? She shook her head.
No, he was a rogue mage, living outside the boundaries of the League. And he taught me only because we were friends, and I wasn't a mage at the time.
Wait, Lucian said. How'd you get mixed up with someone like that?
Long story. That's what it means to be a mage. For unknown reasons, certain people can detect and use this ether. Ether is completely undetectable by normal scientific instruments, though it's theorized to exist in a quantum state. It's both there and not there, depending on who's looking. Mages are simply those who can detect it. Ether gives mages the power to do things that would otherwise be impossible, to change reality itself.
And I'll have to be accepted to the Volsung Academy to learn to stream, then. Emma nodded.
More or less.
You also said letting this ether build up is bad, but it's also bad to use it, isn't it? Is ether the cause of the fraying?
It's said that ether is poisonous when it's manifested as magic. It's turning from its natural, hidden state into something that can no longer be denied. In short, ether shouldn't exist in our reality, belonging instead to the reality of the manifold. Because it's not part of our world, it ends up poisoning mages over time, leading to the effects of the fraying. You can think of it like radiation poisoning, though the effects are different.
Lucian found he didn't want to talk about that anymore. Just knowing that he might someday go through that made him feel sick. Whatever the case, being a mage seemed like bad luck. If you used your magic, you would end up fraying from the poisonous nature of this ether. If you didn't use magic, then it would build up inside you and poison you anyway. Or at least that was what he gathered. These thoughts must have been written on his face because Emma offered a sympathetic smile.
We just got to last a little while longer, Lucian. Everything will be better once we start training.
Lucian made himself nod. Right. It's a depressing thought. If you think about it, magic could be something beneficial for humanity.
That's been a point of debate for a long time. It was the question that precipitated the Mage War.
What do you mean? I thought that happened because the mages wanted to control the worlds. Emma shook her head.
Not all mages, just the side called the Starsea mages. You see, there were two factions of mages back then. There were the Academy mages, also called the Loyalists, who fought on the side of the League of Worlds. And then there were the Starsea mages. The Loyalists believed temperance was the key, to use magic as little as possible to delay the onset of the fraying. The Starsea mages, on the other hand, believed magic was a gift to be developed to its full potential, whatever the costs. And that by developing that gift, a cure to the fraying would one day be found.
I guess we know how that turned out, Lucian said. Emma nodded.
Yes. The Starsea mages' philosophy was a disaster, but it explains why things turned out the way they did. Magic is dangerous, and it must be restricted as much as possible, or we could end up having another mage war.
But what if there is a way to stop the fraying? Lucian asked. We will never know if we don't try.
Emma smiled. That was the Starsea mage's argument.
Lucian felt his cheeks flush. Right. What's up with that name anyway? Starsea.
It was the name of the empire they wanted to create. An empire where mage-kind was in charge of things, led by Zara Malice and her so-called Council of the Wise.
Lucian found the name a bit curious, but didn't question it. It seemed there was a bit more to it than that. Whatever the case, these were things he'd never learned in history class. He'd been taught Zara Malice and the Starsea mages merely wanted power, to create a new galactic order. All that about finding a cure to the fraying through unfettered use of magic was new to him. Perhaps League schools simply didn't want those ideas to disseminate. So, now that we got all that out of the way, Lucian said, What do we do about Dirk?
Dirk? Just ignore him.
All those things he said about you, though? We can't let that happen.
You can't let that happen?
She chuckled.
I'm a grown woman, Lucian. I know how to swat away a fly that's not wanted. If he narcs on us, who cares? This trip will come to an end eventually.
People are crazy about mages, Lucian said. I heard this politician raving like a lunatic about them the other day.
Richard Palmer? Yeah, he's a huge asshole. But apparently, a large segment of the population finds that appealing.
That's just the start, though. There are the believers, and then these random asswipes like Dirk who hate us for what we are. Imagine a whole ship of people like that. We might not even survive the trip if we're outed.
All good points, I must admit. All I know is, I don't want to live my life in fear. I've done enough of that already.
Lucian thought that was a good point, too. Well, this is depressing. What else can we do in this sim? Emma smiled.
I wondered when we'd get to the fun stuff. The sim automatically boots you out after 6 hours. It's the law because people can die in the game world after not tending to their bodies on the outside. That said, they do have this place on Titan where people live in pods and are just plugged in. Forever. It's a retirement community run by Event Horizon, and they're trying to make it possible to upload consciousness directly to their servers once the body can't run anymore.
Event Horizon was the largest gaming company in the world, but the idea of fully abandoning reality for a game was incomprehensible to Lucian, and just the image of all those bodies and pods gave him the creeps. That's not for me, he said. So, what's next here? We probably have about 5 hours left.
Well, that depends on what you want to do. A full-on VR MMO game might be a bit too much for you to handle at first. Maybe we can just start with a period simulation?
What's that?
It's a time capsule. You can go to a certain time and it's exactly like it was back then.
I'm game if you are, she smiled.
Okay then, follow me.
Before he had the chance to ask how to do that, Emma disappeared into thin air, leaving him alone in the cottage. Maybe following her was as simple as a command or a thought. Follow her. In the next instant, the cottage was gone, and Lucian appeared on the streets of what appeared to be New York City, although this couldn't be the New York he knew because it wasn't underwater. The air was cold, tingling his skin. A slate-gray sky expanded above him, mostly blocked by tall skyscrapers. Huge crowds bustled around him, while blaring hollow billboards and neon lights glowed in the late afternoon gloom. Those ads displayed companies and products Lucian had never heard of. The smell of hot dogs and sauerkraut wafted by as an old man rolled his food cart past on squeaking wheels. He wondered what year it was, when the answer came to him in his head. The year was 2078, about the same time the first simulations were made. Lucian gawked. He was almost 3 centuries in the past, and it felt as if it were real life. He looked at the food vendor again, a dark-skinned, mustached man who had been dead for over 200 years. He turned around, a sense of vertigo almost sending him stumbling. The sights, the whirring electric car engines, the cold air, everything was exactly as it should have been. If there were one difference, though, everything had a barely perceptible washed-out appearance. Other than that, he might as well have been there in the flesh. A high lev blazed overhead, wrapping around a building. Others were taking pictures and selfies with their slates, though this far back in time, they were still called phones. The nanotech that allowed slates to change size and shape wouldn't be invented for another century yet. Emma only watched Lucian as he stared. He'd experienced VR before, but this was on a whole other level. He was actually here. People were even looking at him as they walked by. It wasn't only an environmental rendering then. The same environment was programmed to react to them. As time passed, more differences became apparent. The cold didn't make him feel uncomfortable. He could smell the various food carts around him, but the aroma was not as strong as he expected, as if he had a slight cold. No matter how far technology progressed, reality would still be reality. Either that, or simulations from this far back in time simply weren't as realistic as modern ones. Emma walked toward a building of 20 or so floors that tapered toward the top. The Paramount Building. Somehow Lucian knew that without having to be told. The sim was feeding him information in real time.
Well, what do you think?
She asked. Amazing, he said, watching the crowds. A group of girls in late 21st century garb walked by, their long, dazzling capes streaming in the wind.
Maybe we can start by walking around Broadway? Maybe grab a bite?
You can eat here?
You can do anything here you can in the real world,
Emma said.
Well, almost anything. That's the fun of Sims. You can be exactly who you want. We could even change our appearances if we want.
Lucian didn't have a mind to do that, so he just followed Emma down the street until they reached a restaurant, jam-packed with people. Even though it was full, the host seated them immediately at the best table. They ordered whatever they wanted, with no regard to cost. And there they talked for a long time, mostly about lighter subjects that had nothing to do with magic, mages, or the academy. It was nice to talk, to have someone he shared some things in common with. It felt like a date, even if neither of them explicitly said it. When they were served dessert and coffee, the conversation turned to more serious matters.
So, how'd you find out you were a mage?
Emma asked. Lucian told her about the metaphysical exam. He found himself hesitating about the last dream, with the dark voice that had told him to find the aspects. He'd almost put that out of his mind, and he wasn't ready to say anything about it. Next thing I knew, he finished, I was on this ship heading to Volsung, hoping the academy will accept me.
Well, I'm in the same boat.
Doesn't that freak you out a bit?
Of course it does.
It got quiet after that. What about you? Lucian asked. You've been pretty quiet about your past.
It's not that interesting.
Lucian scoffed. I don't believe that. You've been on multiple worlds, know your way in and out of every sim, and run around with rogue mages. If that's boring, then the content of my life will render you catatonic. She laughed.
You have a way with words. Well, you're right. My life hasn't been boring. It's just hard to talk about the past sometimes, you know?
You don't have to if you don't want. It would just be nice to learn about you a bit, ally. She snickered.
Now you're making fun of me.
You have to give me something. One little factoid.
All right, she said. Well, how about this? I was born on Sani, and I lived there up until 12. After that, my family moved out to Aurora, this Tier 3 world.
Lucian's eyes widened at that. Beyond the border worlds, a planet's tier was denoted by how many gate jumps it was from the nearest border world. Aurora was a world Lucian had never heard of, and being 3 gates away from the nearest border world was quite remote. What was that like?
Well, that's where I met the mage, for one, she said. They have this colony there. A lot of rogues end up going to the frontier. If they emerge at too old an age, it's usually harder to get into an academy. In that case, it's safer to just leave the League entirely, if you have the means.
Have you thought of doing that?
Emma nodded. I have. I don't think I have the strength for that, though. To stand on my own. I need structure. The Volsung Academy will give me that.
I couldn't afford a ticket to get that far, and I doubt Pan-Galactic sails that way.
No, they certainly don't. You can get to Sani, but no farther. You'd need your own ship, or to bribe a trader who's going out that way.
Your family owns a ship?
We do. A larger pinnace that can crew 10 or so, though usually it was just family and retainers.
Retainers? Okay. Who the hell are you, Emma Almaty? She smiled, a bit sadly.
My parents. They're very wealthy people. I'm sort of not supposed to be here.
What do you mean?
Well, my father was a prince on Sani, but the political situation on that world forced us to leave, which was how we found ourselves on Aurora. There he did some contract work for Corralis Intergalactic.
My uncle works for them on Halia, Lucian said. Emma nodded, noting that.
Well, he spent his time on Aurora doing a lot of excavation, builder ruins and all that. If you find the right artifacts, the League will pay lots of credits for them. Well, he financed the development of Aurora, shipping artifacts and the like back to the League. Made a mint that way, and he already was pretty wealthy. Eventually, because of my situation, we had to leave. After a year or so, we settled on L5, where the Corralis Intergalactic head offices are.
I see, Lucian said. That's pretty insane.
Long story short, he didn't want me to go to the Volsung Academy once we found out I was a mage. He wanted to bribe some officials, maybe find someone to tutor me privately. He had someone in mind, but apparently it didn't work out. It was his hope I could learn to stream on my own without being tied down to an academy.
Then why didn't you? Emma shook her head.
You know, I still don't know. I had a strong feeling that it was the wrong thing to do. I reached out to the Transcends at the academy, and they told me to come in person. So, I bought a ticket and stepped on a shuttle to the Citadel without telling a soul. I even flew second class not to make anyone suspicious. That was the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
I imagine. That sounds rough. You seem very brave. She nodded, her eyes watering.
It's still hard, but it felt like I had no choice.
Well, as you said, we're in a similar situation. My mom annoys me sometimes, but leaving her behind was hard too.
I'm sorry,
she said. Lucian nodded. Like her, he found he didn't want to talk about that anymore. Have you emerged yet?
I haven't. That's my main problem.
What do you mean?
That's the paradox,
Emma said.
Remember what I was telling you about ether building up? Well, that's what's happening to me. It's built up, and I don't know how to stream it away.
She hesitated a moment.
I've got this condition, I guess you would call it. I should have been enrolled in an academy a long time ago. Without training, it won't be long before...
She hesitated.
Well, before I fray.
Lucian didn't know what to say. He could only just look at her, feeling the same sadness that was written on her face. I thought that only happened after being a mage for a long time.
Well, it's been building up a while. If I can't get the training, things will go from bad to worse. I don't have a lot of time.
We'll get to Volsung on time, Lucian said. You'll see. Her smile seemed forced.
I hope so. I should be accepted, but I might not be. I need to prepare myself for that.
They'll accept you. How could they not?
Well, that's my hope. Suffice it to say, time's running out. You're lucky, Lucian.
That was the last word Lucian would have used to describe himself. How do you figure that?
You have time. Me? I might not make it. Money can't save you from inevitability.
Her eyes became distant.
Let's not talk about this anymore.
Sure, Lucian said. Head back to Times Square? She forced a smile.
It's almost time anyway.
Time for what?
You'll see.
They left the table without so much as paying the bill. When they reached Times Square, it was nearly midnight, and mostly empty. They stood in the center and had almost the whole place to themselves.
Wait for it,
Emma said. The cold touched him, but didn't make him uncomfortable. He felt warmth from her presence. He thought about what she'd said, and couldn't help but feel sad for her. Though he had only known her a couple of days, he wanted to protect her from that. But how could he possibly protect her from magic, something killing her from the inside out? He surprised himself when he reached for her hand, the only way he knew how to render comfort. She took his hand in her own. That was when the snow started to fall. Lucian had never seen snow in person. It fell gently at first, and then in droves, landing cold on his face and melting rivers down his cheeks. "You've been here a lot, haven't you?" Lucian asked. "To this very day, this very moment." She was so beautiful, standing in the snow, looking up into the sky. She turned to face him. "My parents would take me here sometimes. In simulation, I mean. Sort of a family tradition. So when I'm feeling lonely, it's nice to come back and remember all the times we had." "Well, I'm glad you let me experience that with you." "Me too. One thing I'm sure of is I want to enjoy life before the inevitable. In the return letter, the Transcends mentioned I'd have to give up most of the things I was used to, and that includes simulations." "I guess there are no sims on Volsung." "Not at the Academy. The Transcends made that clear. No slates, no galnet, no electricity even, among other things." "Wow. Seriously?" "I'm afraid so. They consider those things distractions to the training." That was when Lucian realized how truly little he knew about this academy. Before he could ask Emma anything more, she spoke again. "Our 6 hours are almost up. This was nice." He couldn't help but look into her eyes. She looked back, seeming expectant. He longed to hold her. Something in him wanted to keep her safe. It was strange because he barely knew her, but such was their situation, their similarities in being here, that the little time spent didn't seem to matter. Lucian was afraid of that longing. It seemed like it was happening too fast. He reached out to touch her face, to brush a strand of hair that had fallen. She smiled and closed her eyes. That was when footsteps ran up to them, and Lucian turned to see a most unwelcome sight. 14. Dirk stood several meters away, the expression on his face incredulous. It was hard to tell if he was real or a part of the simulation somehow. When Emma gasped in surprise, Lucian knew that he was here. Before Lucian could say anything, the scene disappeared. In the next moment, they were both in the room they'd started in. Lucian looked around, but it was only he and Emma. "Shit," she said. "I'm so stupid." "What happened?" Lucian asked. "How did he follow us?" "It's my fault. I thought the server was private, but I guess it was open." "What? Seriously?" She nodded. "Yeah, I just looked it up. Usually people have the courtesy to stay out of where they haven't been invited, but it's my fault for leaving it open." She sighed. "He's already blocked. I just can't believe I did that." "Hey," Lucian said. "Don't feel bad about it. He's the creep, right?" "At least he won't be able to follow us anymore." "Well, now he knows we've teamed up." Emma hesitated a moment. "Maybe we shouldn't hide what we are. If we get ahead of it, we can control the narrative. I mean, it's not illegal for mages to travel as long as they're going to an academy, which both of us are. The crew knows who we are anyway." "They do?" "They have to keep our identities confidential. The government pays them a stipend. Otherwise, no one would want to carry mages." Lucian wished the government would have paid him a stipend to go to Volsung. "Well, our identities won't be confidential for long," Lucian said. "Remember, I have a believer for a roommate. All it takes is one crazy person to ruin us." "I'm almost positive he has an ocular implant," she said. "Probably hiding around corners and stalking our every move." The only question was, what to do about it. There was no telling how long he might have been tailing them. "It's time we left anyway," Emma said, "before the sim jolts us out." "Okay, we can talk later." "Of course. See you." With that, Emma disappeared. Lucian focused his thoughts on leaving. When Lucian went to grab an early dinner, Emma wasn't there. though Paul and Kasim were. They ignored him. They probably needed a command from their master before they messed with him. Lucian ordered a quick meal, finishing it in a few minutes before going back to his pod. He had to decide what to do. The only thing was, he wasn't sure what that might be. Was it too much to hope that Dirk might behave himself? Was the answer to hide until the trip was over? Lucian couldn't imagine giving up that soon, but it might be a good idea to lay low, at least for a few days. He could manage that much. Lucian decided to skip the FNO party that night. He just couldn't be social given the situation. Hell, being social was tough, even when someone wasn't trying to outright terrorize him or even kill him. Things remained quiet for the next few days as the Burung traveled deeper into the outer solar system, beyond the orbits of Uranus and Neptune. The only time Lucian saw Dirk and his cronies were during the mealtimes, but they barely paid him any mind. Emma saw it as evidence that Dirk had been bluffing and wasn't going to do anything, which Lucian hoped was true, though he wasn't counting on it. He felt as if the fleet recruits were planning something, though he couldn't say what. Instead, he tried to focus on trying to get to know Emma better. But any time he asked her a question, she had a way of redirecting it back to him. He wrote it off the first few times. She had revealed a lot of interesting things in the sim, but it seemed she had closed off a lot since then. Judging from the other passengers' behavior around Lucian, Dirk hadn't breathed a word. That didn't mean he wouldn't tell someone at some point. Believer Horatia was still friendly enough. The day she turned cold, though, he'd know. Lucian tried not to be alone. He ate at normal times and never stayed out late or got up too early. Being restricted grated at him, but he couldn't afford a trip to the med bay. He kept up with his mother, too, checking in with her every day. Swarmer scout fleets had been sighted in the Kasturi system. When the news circulated around the ship, everyone was acting as if it were the end of humanity. Maybe that was the reason Dirk had backed down, at least for now. He tried to get to know other passengers too, as fake as it felt to force social interaction. It would help to be remembered favorably if Dirk ever tried anything. It might be the difference between staying safe and becoming a target. He couldn't help but lock eyes with Dirk a few times in those early days of the voyage. And Dirk would always stare back and challenge, his face pale and jaw clenched, with blue eyes burning fiercely with pure hatred. On the fourth day out, Lucian was surprised to head into the galley for breakfast to see Believer Horatia standing at the fore, a small crowd gathered around her.
"Don't be fooled by the men of science," she said. "Magic is the devil. Magic is the cause of the swarmers. Magic led to the mage war, and magic is a result of sin."
Lucian tried to ignore her, grabbing his breakfast and sitting a good distance away. Among the crowd was Dirk, listening intently to her fiery sermon. Dirk noted Lucian's presence, flashing a toothy smile.
"It is written that you shouldn't suffer a witch to live," she said. "We might have evolved beyond that, but the sentiment rings true, no? All the ills we have in our society started when magic cropped up, polluting everything."
Several voiced their agreement, including Dirk and the white-haired man with the eye patch. More people coming to breakfast stopped and paid her heed.
"Just ignore her,"
Emma said, joining him at his table. Dirk's eyes narrowed. All Dirk had to do was say a few words, and the mob would be on them. He and Emma didn't say a word as they ate. Anything they said would probably be overheard. Instead, Lucian got an incoming text from Emma.
"Let's get out of here. I can give you a sim pill by your cabin."
They left the galley and Sister Horatia's vitriol behind. Lucian couldn't help but feel Dirk's hateful gaze follow them as they walked away. Once in the simulation, they didn't focus on conversation, instead opting to play some medieval simulation role-playing game Emma liked. It was a lot of fun, even if Lucian kept dying constantly. The 6 hours went by in a flash, and when they got the 15-minute warning, They agreed to meet again the next day. Once out of the sim, Lucian's head was pounding. He'd read that could be one of the side effects. It usually meant dehydration, but the nanites that connected to the brain could also be a cause. Lucian decided to sleep it off, and by the time he awoke, it was well into the evening. The galley was almost empty by the time he got there. After his meal, the coast was clear, so he decided to go on a walk around the ship to clear his head. The ship's white, empty corridors were eerily silent. The only sound was his footfalls as he walked. He looked at the starry expanse outside the large viewports, an emptiness pulsating within him, an emptiness echoed by light years of space around him. When he rounded the same corner again, he saw someone standing at the end of the passage, someone he had never seen aboard the ship. It was an elderly woman, wearing a travel-worn robe of dark gray, almost black. Her hair fell in silver waves over narrow, bony shoulders, and the profile of her face revealed a sharp, hooked nose set in a face that was a maze of deep wrinkles. At his approach, she turned her head toward him. When her dark eyes met Lucian's, her gaze chilled him to the bone. It was too late to pick another direction, so he kept walking, deciding this would be his last round before returning to his cabin. As he approached, her scrutiny did not turn away, as might be expected. Those dark eyes seemed to look even deeper beyond propriety. There was something strange about this lady, to say the least. If there was one thing he learned growing up in old little Havana, it was to trust your gut. If you didn't, it could be your life. Finally, she turned her face away to look out the viewports again. But for some reason Lucian couldn't explain, he went to stand a few meters away from her. He didn't understand why he was drawn to her for some inexplicable reason. As time and silence dragged on, he tried to walk away, but his feet remained rooted in place. He stood there for 1 minute, 2, the silence stretching on and on. He felt like a bug caught in a web, waiting for the spider to strike. At last, the elderly woman broke the silence with a quiet, scratchy voice. Though somewhat restrained, the voice carried great authority. "Have you found what you're seeking?" The voice commanded Lucian's attention, but more than that, it compelled an honest answer. The voice seemed to drill inside his mind, unearthing the secrets within. "I'm not sure," he said. "Things have been somewhat difficult lately." Something told him to walk away, or not to speak to her. But he couldn't. He wanted to answer whatever she asked. He had the sense that she could be trusted, despite internal alarm bells going off. "What has been difficult about it?" "It's a long story. Hopefully things will get better soon." The woman seemed to consider. "Adversity should be welcomed. Hardship is an old friend. For what doesn't kill you makes you stronger." For some reason, the expression didn't sound trite and overused when she said it. She had spoken those words as if she'd lived them. "Maybe," he said. "There are some problems that don't have a clear answer, though." Problems like the Fraying. He almost said it aloud, but thankfully kept it to himself. "There's nothing you cannot overcome if you have but the will." She sounded so certain. How could she be that certain about anything? She didn't even know him. "What is this problem you're talking about? Perhaps I can help." Now, why would she want to do that? And yet, she had asked, and someone of her experience might know what to do. And for some reason he couldn't explain, he wanted to tell her. "I've been having problems with someone on board," Lucian said. "Normally I'd fight back, but if I do, He was saying too much. But the woman was listening intently. He couldn't stop himself. Let's say he has an ace up his sleeve. He could use it to destroy me. You've said enough. I have the gist of things. I don't see a way I can deal with him. He still has it out for me because... No, he couldn't go there. Even if he were tempted to say the reason, to do so could be his undoing. You can't live your life in fear. That makes you a slave to the will of others. And there is no fate worse than being a slave. Some wear the collar gladly, thinking it makes them safe. But safety is an illusion in this universe. And the only thing we can do is cultivate our strength. Strength, of course, is the power to affect your world and the intentions of others. She turned to face him in full. Her dark eyes seemed thunderous, full of hidden meaning. The effect was mesmerizing. You must impose your will on this problem, she went on. It is merely a problem of will, and nothing more. Lucian shook his head. My will? Are you serious? Yes, the elderly woman said. Her voice took on a sternness that was surprising. A slave trivializes conflict and would rather wear chains than fight. That is weakness. I'm not weak, Lucian said. The woman gave a dark chuckle and turned her face away. Her eyes shone curiously, the dark orbs glowing with reflected starlight. The most important war to win is the one within yourself. The universe is vast, and the only space we can truly call our own is the one between our ears. That is the only thing guaranteed. As long as you have that, nothing of consequence can be taken from you. To allow anything into that sacred space, to bend your self-appointed reality, is a sacrilege to your soul. Consciousness is a gift to be nurtured carefully, to be guarded jealously, as a flame in a winter storm. Abandon the flame but a moment, and the wind will snuff it out, ushering in the darkness of ignorance. And with the darkness comes the wolves. What was she getting at? How had he failed to notice this woman so far? Who are you? The woman hesitated as if considering her answer. You are not ready to learn that. Your test will come soon, Lucian. Meet it head on. Stop running. With a swirl of her cloak, she stole away, leaving Lucian to stand before the viewports. He was reeling. He hadn't once said his name. Unless she had heard it from somewhere or had the same trick as Dirk, how could she have known? There was something about her that sparked recognition and familiarity. And then it came to him. She had been in his second dream during the metaphysical. He couldn't believe it at first, but there had been an elderly woman there, with long white hair, dark eyes, and a dark cloak. It had been nothing more than a passing image, but he was almost certain it was her. With that startling image, he realized Emma had been in there too. A flash, nothing more. What did it all mean, if anything at all? The answer came to him, though he knew not how. It made a chill pass through his entire body. He and Emma were not the only mages aboard this ship. 15. On the way back to his cabin, Lucian turned the corner to find Dirk and his dogs waiting for him. Kasim cracked his knuckles while Paul stalked forward with a predatory smile. And in between them, Dirk's blue eyes glinted murderously. "Get him in the cabin," he instructed. "It's time we dealt with you, psycho." Lucian ran, There was no point in saving his pride if he was dead. All he had to do was make it back to his cabin, but his strides were ungainly in the lower gravity of the ship, with which he didn't have much experience. Paul and Cassim both easily caught up to him, tackling him to the deck. Lucian shouted, hoping someone might hear. But he had no such luck, as they dragged him kicking and screaming through the first-class cabin door, which slid shut. Cassim and Paul threw him against the wall, their frames blocking all possibility of escape. Dirk watched from the side, rolling up his sleeves while narrowing his eyes. "You shouldn't be walking alone at night," Dirk said with an easy drawl. "It can be dangerous." Lucian wasn't going to waste time on words. He charged forward, hard enough to break past both Paul and Cassim. He made straight for the door, but couldn't get there fast enough before Dirk grabbed him by the wrist, twisting it. Lucian yowled, turned his body to relieve the pain before ripping his hand away. He threw himself at Paul, who was now blocking the exit. Paul braced himself to eat the tackle, and despite the force of Lucian's attack, there wasn't enough momentum to clear a path. Paul pushed back with surprising strength despite his scrawny form. The boys guffawed as Cassim caught him and threw him against the wall. Lucian tumbled to the deck and scrambled up as quickly as he could. But now, they had him ringed tight, preventing escape. Paul threw a hard punch, which Lucian somehow dodged, but Cassim clocked him square in the jaw, causing him to stagger back and hit the wall. Dirk and Paul set upon him again, landing more punches all over his body. Lucian tried shielding himself, but it was impossible to cover everything. "You didn't listen," Dirk said, "and now you'll pay the price. What's wrong with you? Why can't you just leave me be?" Dirk chuckled. "The way your kind let us be 50 years ago? My grandpa died in that war, psycho scum. The way I see it, all psychos should be killed. Anyone who does that is a hero." Lucian struggled against his assailants, but couldn't break free. "One day," Dirk said, his voice taunting, "mage hunting will be legal, and we'll cleanse the galaxy of your filth. It'll happen as soon as Palmer is League hegemon. I just thought I'd get started with the fun a bit early." The last thing Lucian needed was a trip to the medbay, and of course, there was always the danger that they would go too far. With mounting fear, he realized they might try to kill him. And since he was a mage, the crew might not do much about it. That put everything into sharp perspective. He had no choice but to fight for his life, however he could. As pointless as it probably was, he couldn't let it end like this. He had one thing going for him. He was a mage. Maybe he didn't know how to stream yet, but they didn't know that. It was a desperate ploy, but it was all he had. "If you don't back off, I'll tear your faces off with my magic." Lucian had no idea whether that was even possible, but to his surprise, Paul and Cassim's grips loosened, almost allowing him to break free. But Dirk added his own weight with a snarl. "He's bluffing. He's going to that damn academy, and until he gets training, he can't do jack shit to us." "You sure you want to risk that?" Lucian asked. "I have nothing to lose, asshole. You have everything to lose." Paul and Cassim exchanged unsure glances, and Lucian prepared to go after the weak links. He only had one shot. He had to make them more afraid of his vaunted powers than they were of their leader. Lucian closed his eyes and concentrated, doing his best to make a real show of it. "What are you doing?" Cassim asked, fear creeping into his voice. Paul's reaction was the exact opposite of Cassim's. He pummeled Lucian in the stomach, knocking the breath out of him. Lucian had made them scared, which was exactly what he'd wanted. Unfortunately, that fear was causing them to lash out even more. Even at this moment, even with this pain, there had to be a way to take control. Maybe it was a matter of will, as the old woman had said. His voice escaped with a rasp. "I won't let you win!" He was rewarded with another punch to the gut, courtesy of Dirk. A voice seemed to come from outside himself. Control your mind. Amid chaos, stillness is the key. Rise and embrace your power. Take what is yours by right. That voice sounded like the old woman's. How could that be possible, though? Lucian didn't question it. He was sinking lower and lower from the weight of their attacks. His body and face were bruised, and blood was already dribbling down his chin. Once he was low enough, they started to kick. Each impact was like a hammer, a lance of hot pain ripping through his body. A few minutes of this, he would be lying dead in a pool of his blood. He withdrew into himself. The pain seemed to fade. He could see something in the distance, like a light. Whatever it was, he latched onto it. It made him feel warm, and the pain ebbed further. As he held that light, a sort of power seized him, lending him fire and strength. He let out a maniacal laugh, a laugh that seemed to give his attackers pause, if only for a moment. The fire was spreading through every fiber of his being. It was like a buildup of static electricity, only it refused to be discharged. The hairs on his arms stood on end. This power, whatever it was, needed an outlet, and it could only be them. I warned you! His voice came out commanding and strong, so much so that they backed off a few steps, seeming to recognize the difference. That was the opening he needed. Lucian stood tall, but Dirk wasn't having it. With a roar, pulled his fist back, preparing to go for the knockout. The fire burned hotter, enough to make Lucian cry out in pain. His hands were glowing now. A purplish aura radiated outward, illuminating the interior of the cabin with an ethereal radiance. Dirk's eyes widened, and his punch never landed. Now, the 3 fleet recruits were the ones backing away, their eyes wide and their faces pallid. Let him go! Paul almost squeaked. Yeah, Kasim rumbled. I don't want to mess with that. Cowards, Dirk spat. It's just a light show. Do I have to show you how things are done? The power was still building up, toward a critical mass. Lucian didn't know how to direct it, but as Dirk turned back to him, readying his attack once again, something burst inside Lucian. A mixture of anger and panic. If he didn't let this magic go, and soon, the fire inside would consume him alive. The pressure released from his hands in a single burst. With that discharge of energy, the fire dissipated at once, along with the glow around his hands. And in the next moment, Dirk was screaming. Lucian blinked as Dirk grasped his face, where blood poured through his fingers in rivers of red. It splattered slowly toward the deck in fat drops. Cold dread crept over Lucian as Dirk wailed in pain, his words escaping in an incoherent babble. Kasim and Paul looked on in horror. Bruised and bloody, but still in control, Lucian pushed past Paul and hit the button to open the door and staggered into the corridor. He ran, Dirk's wails echoing behind him. 16. When Lucian reached his pod, his heart was still pounding madly. There was no longer any shadow of a doubt. He was a mage. He'd seen the way his hands had glowed, had seen the blood spewing from Dirk's face. He remembered what he'd told Dirk, too, that he'd rip their faces off. Had his thought somehow turned into reality? If Lucian had done that much, not even a medical pod would save Dirk. And Lucian would be a murderer. And since he had used magic, no one would see it as self-defense, but the act of a frayed mage. He let out a yell as he punched the interior screen of his pod. The force of his blow did nothing to break the inner view screen, though it made his hand throb fiercely. What the hell do I do now? His mouth tasted of metal, in a way that had nothing to do with blood. He drank from a nearby bottle of water, but the acrid taste didn't wash away. His skin still sizzled with heat, almost like a sunburn, right beneath his skin. An after effect of streaming magic, maybe, or perhaps the poison of ether already at work. Lucian couldn't think about that right now. He had to go through his options. If he were lucky, Dirk's injuries wouldn't be too bad, and he could get healed up in the medbay. If he were unlucky, Dirk was already dead. Worst case scenario, the captain acted as executioner and sentenced him to the airlock. Lucian couldn't believe that would be his fate. Surely some cameras had caught him being pulled into Dirk's cabin, and cameras would have caught the bullying in the galley. Might that help his case? Lucian simply didn't know. All he did know was that most people hated mages because of some war 50 years ago he had no part in. It would take a miracle for him to not receive some form of punishment. Within hours, the entire ship would know what had happened, or at least a version of it. He wondered if he should get Emma's advice. The question was, would she see it as self-defense or unnecessary cruelty on Lucian's part? He hadn't wanted to hurt Dirk, not to the point of death, anyway. Before he could second-guess himself, he took out his slate and called Emma. When she answered, her voice was sleepy. "This had better be good." "It's bad." There was a short pause. "What's going on? Are you okay?" Lucian took a deep, calming breath and told her the story. He tried not to think about what was running through her head. It took all of 2 minutes before he went quiet again, waiting for her reaction. "Are you still there?" Finally, she cleared her throat. "Yeah, sorry. Just thinking. I have to say, not the thing I was expecting to hear from you." "What do I do? I didn't mean to hurt him like that. Not bad, anyway. It was more of a threat than anything else." "You were trying to defend yourself. I mean, they pulled you from the corridor into the cabin. As you said, that had to have been caught by cameras. From your perspective, they might have been trying to kill you. Magic, though?" Emma paused. "That will be seen as more severe, even if it was self-defense." "So, what do I do?" "I tell you to run, but that's impossible, isn't it?" "That bad, then?" She left that question unanswered. "This is the first time you've used magic too, right?" "Yeah." "Well, now you know for sure. You've emerged. It's rare to do that without any sort of training. But from what I understand, it can happen. Maybe because of the stress of the situation you were able to stream, albeit for a moment. That's what it sounds like to me, anyway. Did you see what the actual injury was?" "No. I just saw blood." "Okay. No use worrying about that right now. What we do have to worry about is what you're going to say. You were the one who was attacked. Anytime they ask, repeat that over and over. Even if using magic without belonging to an academy is against League law, there may be exceptions for self-defense. It's the difference from getting leniency to, well, worse options." She didn't need to spell out what those were. On board a liner like this, the captain had absolute authority to do what he wished with a passenger who had broken the law. Capital punishment was rare, certainly these days, but it could still happen if the case were severe enough. "Trust me," Lucian said. "I'll be telling the truth about it being self-defense." "They're going to question you," Emma went on. "And it's not going to be fair. Even if they have a recording of what happened, they may choose to ignore it. It sort of depends on what the captain thinks of mages. His word is law in deep space." "Not doing much for my confidence." "I'm trying to plan, no matter how bad. I believe everything you've told me. The problem is getting others to believe it too." There was a long silence. Emma had only confirmed everything he'd already thought. His future hung on by a thread, and the smallest shift could send him over the edge. "Lucian?" "Yeah, I'm here." "Let's meet in the galley. We should speak in person about this." "I've already involved you enough. I wouldn't want people to think you're helping me. Accessory and all that.
I won't take no for an answer. Get to the galley now.
There was no convincing her otherwise. Okay. See you there. Emma was already waiting for Lucian, her face paler than usual.
Heard anything yet?
She asked. Nothing, Lucian said, taking up a seat. He couldn't help but glance in the direction of the medbay. No doubt that was where Dirk was now. He and Emma outlined a strategy for what to say, a strategy that stuck to the truth. If it were cameras, then the captain might see it as self-defense. If Dirk and the others lied about that part, then the cameras would validate Lucian. That was assuming there were cameras, but it was inconceivable that there wouldn't be. Of course, all that wouldn't matter if the unthinkable happened and Dirk was dead. If that was the case, then Lucian's life was practically over. Before Lucian could say anything more, footsteps approached from the direction of the bow. He turned to see who must have been Captain Miller. He was a tall, middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and sharp blue eyes. He was dressed in a white pan-galactic captain's uniform, complete with a cap bearing the company's retro rocket logo. 2 male crewmen flanked him on either side, both in plainer gray uniforms. One was tan-skinned, bald and glowering, and the other, tall, with graying hair and solemn features. Both bore shock batons on their belts. "Lucian Abrantes," Captain Miller said, "you are under arrest. Accompany us to the bridge at once." Lucian wanted to argue and defend himself right there, but the fact that the captain was taking him to the bridge rather than placing him in a cell right away told him the man wanted to talk first. "All right, then."
He was just defending himself,
Emma said. Captain Miller nodded as if he were aware of that much. "Rest assured, we are doing what we can to get to the bottom of it." Emma's eyes were challenging, but she said nothing further. Lucian straightened his back to appear more confident than he felt. "It'll be fine," he said. "I'll be back before you know it." He knew they were just words, but from the relaxation of her features, they seemed to make her feel better. "Let's move," the bald crewman said. "We don't have all morning." Lucian followed the captain and his 2 crewmen back to the ship's bridge, a leaden weight in his stomach. He tried to ignore a vision of himself being blasted out of the airlock. They went upstairs to the second deck, and when they passed the medbay door, Lucian couldn't tell if there was anyone inside. If there had been a blood trail leading to it, it had been cleaned up by now. They passed the first-class cabins, all the way to the sliding doors marking the bridge's entrance at the end of the corridor. Lucian wondered why the captain wanted to speak to him there. The doors opened at the captain's approach. The bridge beyond was smaller than Lucian anticipated, and it was crowded. Captain Miller's navigator, a brown-haired woman of middle age and chubby red cheeks, stood to the side. She watched Lucian with wide green eyes, as if he were a snake that might bite. A couple of younger female attendants he'd seen around the ship were also present. One had red hair and a pale face, and the other had dark skin and high, regal cheekbones. The ship's entire human crew had been gathered together, likely out of concern for the captain's safety. Like the male crewmen, they each carried a shock baton. The bald crewman that had led him there was already touching his baton, as if itching to use it. Captain Miller faced Lucian, standing before a wide panorama of stars. He had no idea what the captain was thinking behind his icy blue eyes. Nothing good, for sure. "Clear the bridge," he said. "Everyone but Lucian here." The 5 crewmen looked at their captain as if he were crazy, but an order was an order. They left, if a bit hesitatingly. The bald crewman hung by the door. "Captain, permission to speak?" Miller gave a terse nod. "Granted. I advise against staying alone here with this mage. He might have already frayed." "I'm aware of the risk," Miller said. "Thank you, Emerson." The crewman nodded before casting a glare in Lucian's direction. The doors closed behind him, sealing the captain and Lucian inside. Captain Miller regarded Lucian a moment before speaking. I analyzed the medbay log. The diagnostic was not a pleasant way to wake up. Corneas ruptured with kinetic force. It's as if he took a particle impactor shot right to the eyes. Captain Miller stared Lucian down. Dirk Becker would have bled out had his friends not gotten him to a med pod in time. Count yourself lucky they did. Lucian heaved a sigh of relief. He'll live then? The captain nodded. He'll live, but without organ growth surgery or an expensive artificial eye, he'll never see again. He'll be in the pod a while longer, that's for sure. Well, at least Dirk was alive. That meant Lucian would most likely keep his life, but he would still be getting some punishment. What that was remained to be seen. I've heard their side, Captain Miller said. They painted a bleak picture, but I'm a fair man, so I'd like to hear your side before passing judgment. Lucian took a moment to get his thoughts in order. His fate on this ship hung in the balance, depending on what he said. I don't know what they told you, but I'm going to tell you the absolute truth. Whatever I say will be backed up by any camera logs you have. I should start by saying that I'm not a frayed mage, as your crewman suggested. It's illegal for me to be on this ship since it's taking me to Volsung to train at the academy. That said, it's only fair to point out they've had it out for me from day one. They eavesdropped on a conversation I was having with another passenger, most likely using an illegal ocular implant. Emma Almaty, I presume? At Lucian's assent, Captain Miller nodded. Continue. Well, Dirk overheard us talking about our shared reason for being aboard. Emma and I are both mages, as you and your crew should know. Since then, he and his friends have had it out for me. The first night out, they cornered me in the galley. Check the cameras and you'll see it. And just a few hours ago, after logging off a sim with Emma, they forced me into their cabin. Lucian considered a moment. Dirk's cabin, I guess. I could tell just by looking at him that he meant to murder me. And I'm not exaggerating. Just look at these bruises. He called me a psycho, which, as you know, is a slur toward anyone who's a mage. I didn't want to get involved with him, and even tried to flee, but they caught me and cornered me anyway. I didn't even intend to use magic, but my emotions were boiling over, for understandable reasons. Captain Miller watched him, his eyes not seeming to miss a single detail. Lucian continued. My mother took out a loan to afford this ticket. I'm determined to make it to Volsung or die trying. I never expected it to be easy, but how am I supposed to survive this voyage if nothing is done to protect me, or Emma for that matter? It's true that your kind has great difficulties. I can't afford half the stuff on this ship, Captain. I can't control my magic yet, and if anyone antagonizes me to the point of me using it, that's on them, not me. Whatever I did was self-defense. Maybe it would have been less complicated if I hadn't used magic. In that case, you'd be dealing with my dead body instead. Maybe that would have been more convenient. After all, not many people would miss a mage. Then again, you'd have to explain to the Volsung Academy why their newest recruit didn't arrive. He hoped Captain Miller wouldn't recognize the lie. As far as Lucian knew, the Transcends didn't even know to expect him, since he'd never heard anything back. But Lucian was betting Captain Miller would have no way of knowing that. Then again, all this would end up meaning nothing if the captain hated mages as much as Dirk or Believer Horatia. But it seemed as if the captain was listening, which gave Lucian some measure of hope. Captain Miller came out of his silence. You've put me in a difficult position. I've handled this situation as best I could. I know, it's less than ideal. But everything I said is the truth. Security footage will back me up. I don't need to check it. I believe you, Captain Miller said. The funny thing about the truth is, it can be irrelevant, at least in matters of public opinion. What are you talking about?
There's got to be footage, either from a few hours ago or even day one.
We did get footage of the second incident, at least from the corridor as they're pulling you into the cabin. Of course, there's no telling what happened in that cabin. We can only see that you were pulled inside in a rough manner. What happened inside is speculative, at least from a legal viewpoint, as we don't have cameras there. But whatever you did to Mr. Becker's eyes could not have been done by hand. Lucian forced down his anger. It would do him no good here. Instead, Lucian lifted his shirt to show the captain the nasty bruises that covered a good half of his torso, since the ones on his face weren't enough evidence.
These are fresh, Captain. It's not just my face that's busted up.
Captain Miller noted the injuries mechanically. Be that as it may.
And what about a few days ago when they ambushed me in the galley? Nothing was done then. I'm sure you have footage of that too.
Nothing was reported, the captain said in a neutral tone. Disciplinary actions against passengers are not taken seriously unless a report is filed. Reviewing today's case, however, I will go back and have a look at that.
He was worse than useless. What kind of captain couldn't keep peace aboard his vessel? Not a particularly good one. Captain Miller would rather avoid problems than deal with them. Even if Lucian had reported the first incident, nothing would have happened. It was just a convenient excuse for the captain not to act. The captain continued.
I know Mr. Becker's intentions were not good, but we have no evidence he and his associates hurt you. Those bruises could have come from anywhere, at least as far as the lawyers will be concerned. I'd rather not involve them at all. All we have is the evidence of the ruptured corneas.
I'm sorry, but that's bullshit, Captain.
As I said earlier, Captain Miller continued, nonplussed, all this is pointless. I sympathize with your predicament. At the same time, I must make a difficult decision. I also have to write a report that will be interpreted as a factual account of events. Captain Miller's expression was icy. In short, until the Burung docks on Volsung Orbital, your life is mine. Lucian bit his tongue. Panic warred with anger within him. He tried to control his breathing. Nothing good would come from emotion. Mr. Becker could sue Pan Galactic for thousands if you aren't punished in some way, Captain Miller said. Personally speaking, I believe you. But to satisfy everyone, I have to come up with a sentence that fits the crime. Something that will placate Mr. Becker and any passengers who might be sympathetic to him, while resolving the situation as peacefully as possible. People talk, and the version they hear in the coming days will be far from the truth. Logically, that made sense. Emotionally, Lucian fumed at the injustice. The captain turned his back on Lucian, facing the stars filling the view screen. That action alone proved the captain didn't fear him. Another 10 days will see us to the Volsung Gate. I think that's a suitable length of time in the brig to satisfy most people's sense of justice, and it's the best you are going to get. Lucian could hardly believe what he'd heard.
10 days?
I understand that mages have an affliction, Captain Miller continued. An affliction that can't be controlled without training. I also know that training won't help everyone. Contrary to what most people think, Pan Galactic is happy to transport mages to Academy worlds. Yeah, because the League paid them for it. Lucian kept that to himself, though. Fair or not, Lucian saw that confinement would be his life for the next 10 days. It would have been his death had Captain Miller been as bigoted as Dirk. Considering that, Lucian was willing to accept the verdict peacefully. I understand, Lucian said. After that, will this be settled? If you cause no further trouble, then yes, I will consider the matter dealt with. Can Emma visit me? Your confinement is to be solitary. Your food will be delivered by one of my crew. I understand. Summoned by some unseen signal, the two male crewmen entered the bridge once again. Captain Miller was already focusing his attention back on the ship's controls. "They'll escort you to the holding cell." Nothing more was said as the crewman led Lucian away. 17. The holding cell below the main deck was cloistered among pipes, machinery, and cargo. It was 5 paces wide and 5 deep, with only a few centimeters of space above Lucian's head. If he stood on his tiptoes, he could press his head into the ceiling quite firmly. There was a toilet, a sink with soap, and on the opposite corner, a metal bunk with no mattress or blanket. Once Emerson and the other crewmen had left him alone, Lucian lay on the bunk and closed his eyes. There was nothing else to do. They'd even taken his slate, so the only break from the monotony would be mealtimes, whenever those happened to be. As the hours ticked by, all Lucian could do was think. He went over everything that had happened with Dirk, but he wasn't sure how he could have done anything differently. Images of that violet light coming out of his hands, coupled with Dirk's wounded eyes, replayed over and over. He tried to make his mind blank. If he could manage that, he might lose track of time, and these 10 days would pass faster. He kept thinking of Emma. He imagined entire conversations with her, for so long that they almost felt real. Almost. At some point, Lucian ran out of things to think about. He sat up and gave a sudden shout of frustration, punching the wall. The pain throbbed in his knuckles, but at least the pain was a feeling. The monotony was broken with a sudden click coming from the door. The door swung open, revealing the sorrowful, long-faced crewman, whose name he didn't know. He left a tray of food on the deck before closing the door quickly behind him, without so much as a glance in Lucian's direction. Lucian scrambled up and put his face against the window. "Hey, can I get my slate at least?" The crewman either couldn't hear him or was ignoring him. A moment later, he was out of sight completely. Lucian cursed, then took the tray to his bunk. Lucian peeled off the aluminum seal. Scentless steam curled from a meal of dried turkey, overcooked rice, and soggy broccoli. It was all the nutrition he needed in the most flavorless package possible. Not much worse than the second-class meals he was used to. He wondered if his mother had been informed of the news. He hadn't even thought to ask Captain Miller about that. The longer he went without speaking to her, the more worried she would get. She'd have passed into Alpha Centauri before he got locked in here. Lucian closed his eyes, willing the day to be over. Lucian woke on what might have been day 2, though of course it was impossible to tell. The lights remained at the same brightness level, a maddening effect. He sat up and began what would no doubt become his daily ritual, staring at the wall. That was when a voice entered his mind. "You're awake." That voice wasn't his. He couldn't say why, but it brought to mind the old woman he had spoken with 2 nights ago. "I'm going crazy," he said. Then again, even if that voice was him making things up, it was conversation. At this point, he didn't care whether it was real or not. "Is this real? You're the woman I talked to the other night, aren't you? And you were in my head during the fight." "Yes." "How are you talking to me? Is this some sort of magic?" "This is what's called a psionic link. A bit of elementary psionic magic that's possible between 2 mages." "Psionic magic?" "Psionics is one of the 7 aspects of magic." At the word aspects, Lucian felt a tightening in his stomach. The voice from his dream had mentioned aspects too. Could she be talking about the same thing? "What do you mean by aspects?" "You can think of an aspect as a type of magic, of which there are 7. But there are other things I wish to discuss at the moment." Lucian decided to set the subject aside, at least for now. "I don't even know your name, but you seem to know mine." I must admit something, she said. I scanned your thoughts 2 nights ago. Again, something quite easy to do with psionic magic, to an untrained mind. What? You had no right. I don't even know your name. You may call me Vera. Vera. And you're a mage too? Do you have to ask? Lucian supposed it was a stupid question. Yes. I'm a mage, if you need me to spell it out. How is that even possible? Forgive me for saying, but at your age, shouldn't you have frayed by now? When there was silence on the other end of the link, Lucian knew he had blundered. Suggesting someone should have frayed, or might be frayed, was probably some sort of mage faux pas. At last she answered. When we first met, I said you were not ready to learn more. I've since changed my mind. Why? I detected your use of magic, a modest amount of kinetic force. I've since learned that you injured a young man by the name of Dirk Becker, who happens to be my neighbor on this ship. News travels fast up there. And what do you mean by detected? You will learn all of that and more. You have emerged, and your path as a mage, the path of mastering abilities you never dreamed possible, has now begun. There is so much you have to learn, and so little time to learn it in. Hold on a second. That's why I'm going to the Volsung Academy, to learn. You would do well to listen. I'm presenting you with an opportunity I do not give just anyone. You have great potential, but that potential is wasted without proper instruction. The stream you manifested 2 nights ago was highly pure, something uncommon in an emerging mage. Lucian had no idea what she was talking about, but he was intrigued. You mentioned the Volsung Academy, but your talents would be wasted there. Streaming magic is not the main object of the mage. Your magic must come from a place of soul's truth. That is the base upon which a mage must begin constructing his power. Nothing more, nothing less. The manifold rewards those willing to embrace their inner truth. As he absorbed this information, all he could think was whether he could trust this Vera. From their one short conversation by the viewports, she had given him the creeps. But if she knew about magic, what was the harm in learning? It might help with his admittance into the academy. I don't even know what the manifold is. I've heard of it described as the source of all magic. Is that true? Then you heard correctly. But it is so much more than that. The manifold itself is not magic. It is a higher reality that supersedes our own, the perfect version of our world, whereas our reality, what we experience every day, is the imperfect shadow. The manifold has also been described by the old masters as the light realm, and our reality the shadow realm. If the manifold is the truth, then our world is the shadow it casts. These are imperfect analogies, of course, but they must suffice for this conversation. Lucian's mind was still not grasping it, but he decided to hear her out. When a mage uses his or her powers, they're moving the manifold itself. Adjust a parameter there, and the corresponding parameter will adjust in the universe before us. So, reality, what we see and sense, is a lie? No, Vera said. It is no more a lie than your own shadow is a lie. The shadow you cast isn't false, but rather an unclear version of who you truly are. Likewise, we see but a drop of a vast, dark ocean. Beyond the bounds of perception lie wonders and horrors beyond conception. The manifold is that ocean, and we mages are islands, able to inhabit both worlds, sea and land. Our fate is to exist on both planes. We stream our thoughts and intents from one into the other. Mages are the heirs of this deeper reality, a reality most others are blind to. Lucian wondered why she was telling him all this. I don't think I get it. In a word, Vera continued, the physical world is not immutable. We can shift it with our beliefs. The shadow realm, our reality, can be manipulated by the manifold. The light realm, our magic is a gift, and it is our responsibility to use that gift with great care. We might use it to transcend human weakness. The human mind and body will become destroyed by repeated exposure to magic, but with the right foundation, you can learn to stream more purely. Learning to do so is a lifelong journey. One day, when you are ready, you will see things as they truly are. Already, Lucian's mind was objecting. This was not what he had learned. All mages were doomed to fray, and not even training was a guarantee. Only the lucky ones lived to old age, while the rest died horrible deaths. Not even their minds were safe from the rot of magic. But Vera seemed to think the opposite, that with proper training and the right foundation, one could be kept safe from the fraying, or at least greatly mitigate the risk. It's a lot to take in. I can teach you, if you are willing. Something told him not to trust her. What did she want with him anyway? Then again, a mage of her experience would certainly be useful, and he could only discover what she wanted by learning more. Learning is hard to do in a cell, he said. Is there anything you can do to break me out? If I helped you escape, you would learn nothing, and that would benefit neither of us. And pray tell, what would you do if I did get you out? What comes after that? Lucian knew she had a point there. You are still blind, Vera said. And yes, unready. But I fear that your training must begin all the same. Before I can teach you anything further, you must learn to accept your physical reality. Your mind, not your circumstances, is the key to freedom. Meditate on the manifold, Lucian. Recognize that it is the only reality that matters, not the shadow realm we inhabit. You're a mage, and there is nothing in the worlds that can change that fate. Accept yourself. Make that which people hate your shield. Never forget what you are, and stand proud. People can spit, they can heckle, they can believe themselves superior. But so long as your truth stands and does not buckle, you remain victorious. I still don't understand, Vera. If I gave you all the answers, then you would never learn. A lesson given is 1/10 of a lesson earned. But it's easier to learn when someone teaches you. Wrong, Vera said. Meditate on what I've said. Lucian felt her departing his mind, though he couldn't have said how he knew that. He felt a sense of numbness as her words bounced around in his head, the only thing he had to latch onto in this cold cell. acceptance of physical reality. Reality was only a shadow of the manifold. Mages were islands, and the manifold the ocean. All mysteries, or more likely to Lucian's reckoning, all madness. But the psionic link connecting them had been real enough, assuming it wasn't his mind being addled by the fraying already. Vera knew something of magic in the manifold. That much was clear. Who was Lucian to question anything she said? He knew nothing. So, he meditated. He thought about her ideas, as foreign as they were to him. Perhaps Vera was right. If he were to begin his path as a mage, he would have to start with acceptance of self. Lucian remained immobile, almost catatonic, for untold hours. When not sleeping, he sat with his eyes closed, trying to master his thoughts and find silence. He tried to detect the manifold, that awesome source of power that Vera had confirmed was the source of all magic. But Lucian sensed nothing except his increasing frustration. If he could not detect the manifold, streaming would be impossible. The magic he'd used against Dirk was a fluke, an accident streamed under duress. To reproduce that, he'd have to put himself in a similar stressful situation. Still, there were no distractions in the cell, so he meditated. His meals went uneaten, and were taken away by the crewmen without a word spoken between them. The idea that he might delay the fraying with the right foundation was tantalizing. It was enough incentive to keep his focus on the task at hand, to break his concentration for nothing except sleep and bathroom breaks. So it was that hours bled into days. His anger at being thrown in here unjustly became distant as his trance deepened. There were times where Lucian might have felt something like a fire lurking beneath, focused on his sternum. But that flame would never kindle. He was still missing something he couldn't quite reach. Vera was right. He needed further instruction. Vera had lived decades as a mage. She could have the secret, the key, which had eluded humanity for over a century since the first mages emerged. Were her words too good to be true? What were her motives for sharing such a secret with him? It was impossible to know. All Lucian could do was hope to learn more. Every time the long-faced crewman came, he left a meal that went untouched. And every time he returned, he took the unopened tray and replaced it with a fresh one. That was the only outside interruption to Lucian's succession of days. But one day, Captain Miller interrupted that succession. Lucian wondered what he was doing here until he realized the truth. His 10 days must have already passed. Captain Miller watched Lucian for a long moment, seemingly allowing him to speak. But Lucian didn't feel the need to say anything. He stared silently, content to let Captain Miller break the silence. "We are approaching the gate," the captain said. "The general sentiment on board is that most seem to think it was an accident." Miller watched Lucian for a reaction. "You have your friend to thank for that." "What do you mean?" "Miss Almaty has been your best advocate, or so my crew has told me. Otherwise, people's opinions might be quite different. Be that as it may, you still have your opponents who want you to remain in here." "Am I free to go?" "Yes," Captain Miller said with a stern note in his voice. "Of course, if there's any more trouble, I'll put you back in here as fast as I got you out." "I understand." Miller nodded as if that settled it. He stood aside, allowing Lucian to see the cargo hold beyond for the first time in days. It almost didn't feel real as he ventured outside his cell, feeling almost like a new person. 18. Lucian emerged near the stern, not far from his cabin. No one was out here, for which he was thankful. With the gate so near, most people were likely in the galley or viewing deck. Emma would probably be there too, but he didn't want to be in a crowd. For that reason, he would watch the passing by himself. He walked to the sternward viewports, which was as far from the galley as he could get. There he stared at the thick inner band of the galaxy, which shone with white-hot brilliance before the distant galactic center. After 10 days deprived of his senses, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the colorful starlight. Despite Lucian's long fast, he wasn't hungry. It had been 8 days since his last meal. He felt lightheaded, but he also felt a renewed sense of purpose. He hadn't been ready to learn before, but he was now. His journey would require a lifetime of dedication, but that no longer fazed him. He now realized what Vera had been trying to teach him. They could imprison him on the outside, but they couldn't change his mind or his beliefs. Only he could. Lucian stood, enjoying this rare sense of serenity, when footsteps approached from behind. He knew who it was without even needing to turn. Vera was wearing the same gray cloak as over a week ago. From his peripheral vision, her long white hair flowed downward, and her beak of a nose protruded from her wrinkled, weathered face. She seemed an ancient and powerful force, something Lucian couldn't quite put to words. Vera inclined her head toward him, her only acknowledgement, as she faced the stars with him. "What have you learned?" she asked, voice crackling. Her forthright manner was not as disconcerting anymore. Lucian had come to expect it. "The only thing I've learned is that I'm ready to learn more." She nodded as if satisfied with that answer. 10 days you've spent alone. It would seem you've weathered it well enough. Has it affected you for ill, or has it made you stronger?" After a moment's pause, she added, "In the end, we have the choice for how our circumstances will shape us. It is a mage's part to always be in control, no matter the situation." It's made me stronger. At first, my mind rebelled against it. But then, I remembered your advice and meditated. It wasn't easy, but with nothing to distract me, it was how I spent the majority of my time. I wouldn't say I'd do it again, but it was beneficial. "Good," she said. "There is hope for you then." Lucian then remembered their former conversation through the psionic link. "Can you read my thoughts now?" "I could, though now I choose not to. As far as the psionic link and telepathy, you will learn to do that someday. Once you learn to control your abilities." She gave a considering pause. "Long ago, I was a formal teacher in the arts of magic. In that busy life, I would have given anything for even one day to myself, completely free from outside interruption. To get 10 full days of uninterrupted thought, that is a luxury indeed. As you can see, our circumstances are a matter of perspective." She watched him closely. "I would ask you to dig deeper. What did you learn?" Lucian thought this Vera was very persistent, but if he was to be taught by her, he supposed it was best to answer her questions. "I've come to a sort of acceptance about who I am. Things became easier once I did that." "Good," Vera said. "You seem calmer, more in control. Control is the first lesson a mage must learn. Stillness is the key. Within stillness you can find your focus, and from focus streams magic itself." "Who are you, exactly?" he asked. "What are you doing on this ship, if you don't mind me asking?" She chuckled at that. It was the last reaction Lucian had expected from this severe sorceress.
I am old, Lucian. When I was young, magic was new to the universe, and everything seemed possible. I learned most of what I know by forging my path, as every mage must do if they wish to reach their full potential of power. The transcends of the Volsung Academy mean well. Unfortunately, meaning well does not always translate into doing well. Such a sentiment can be dangerous.
Dangerous how?
Nothing is more dangerous than a zealot with the wrong ideas, Vera said. In his quest for the ultimate good, he will allow the foundations of the galaxy itself to burn.
Sounds like the Mage War, Lucian observed.
Maybe so, but we've diverged from our main point. I sense your skepticism that power grows from stillness, that focus is the key to unlocking magic. I warn you now to set aside that stubborn set of mind. It will prove a barrier to your learning.
What if I'm right, and you're the stubborn one?
Then we're both wasting our time, aren't we?
Lucian opened his mouth to protest until he remembered he had accepted to learn from her, at least for now. And deep down, he knew it would be best to listen. She was the only one who could help him right now.
Despite my age, I have plenty left to learn myself, Vera said. The possibilities of magic are endless, and the path to knowledge comes from recognizing we are all ignorant fools.
Knowing something and living it are two different things entirely.
A good observation, Vera said. That is an important distinction to recognize. But how does it apply to your situation?
I know I'm a mage, Lucian said, but I'm not acting like one.
That is the wisest thing you've said since I've met you. You have two choices, accept or reject. Accepting the truth is far less painful in the long run. It's good that you've voiced that acceptance, but actions must follow words, or those words are as empty as the space outside this ship.
All his former commitments to change seemed forgotten in the face of her examinations. How do I accept, then? Lucian asked. I'll never live a normal life. I'll go mad and die after the fraying rots my mind and body. How can I learn to be okay with that? Vera considered for a moment. Her dark eyes were hard to read.
I've been a mage for decades, and I haven't frayed yet. I've learned to control my gifts from a place of conviction and power. If you can't learn to do that, the fraying will be inevitable, as it is for most mages. Most are not willing to face themselves, or are simply blind to the faults preventing them from attaining true mastery.
Lucian was quiet for a long time. The worst part was, deep down, Lucian knew Vera was right. Why me? He asked. Why anyone?
No one knows. Some are mages, some are not. There are theories, of course, though most are doubtful.
What are those theories? Vera shrugged.
The most popular one is genetics. Nonsense, of course. They have been testing for that for over a century. Nor are mages more prevalent in one part of the world over another, so far as we can tell. So, it can't be environmental. There can be clusters, but even so, the spread is quite even.
She paused, considering.
We can only conclude that whoever the manifold touches is arbitrary.
Lucian didn't like thinking of the manifold as an entity. choosing who is endowed with its powers. Was it a force of nature, or something more like a god? Most mages will fray, Vera said. Because of this, we are corralled and controlled by the League of Worlds, rather than give us an equal place in society. The League would keep us subjected, policed by none other than our very own. And those who don't fit the mold of what is acceptable become fodder for the mad moon. It makes one think, no? Think what? That they'd rather us be dead? She arched an eyebrow. Don't they? Her words chilled him, but as usual they had the ring of truth. It's convenient, isn't it? She asked. What better way for the mages to never rise again? Turn them against each other. People can't stomach an open purge. Not yet, anyway. The next best thing is to let the mages fight amongst themselves. And those mages who can be used are cloistered in the academies, where they can be controlled. It was sobering how much that made sense. The mages only existed by the grace of the League of Worlds. Millions, if not billions, would welcome mages being hunted on the spot. Dirk was just one example of that, and believer Horatia another. How many others on board this ship were of a similar opinion? Mages weren't even allowed to set foot on most worlds, and the worlds that did allow them had strict regulations. And of course, there was the uncomfortable truth Vera had mentioned. Any mage not under the purview of an academy had only one recourse: the prison moon of Psyche. Lucian wasn't sure how that was decided, but presumably those in charge of the academies chose who was worthy of training and who wasn't. Then again, Vera wasn't associated with an academy. She was a rogue mage. If she were ever discovered, then the League would do everything in its power to hunt her down. That she had survived this long was a testament to her skill and wile. You said you could teach me, Lucian said. You also said the Volsung Academy has it wrong. But I'm sure if I went there, they'd tell me the same thing about you. Vera smiled as if Lucian had told a funny joke. No doubt they would. My ways and theirs have a key difference in philosophy. Their teachings instruct their pupils to limit their powers. They train them to bury their inborn abilities, and if they do use them, it's with great restrictions, all to prevent the fraying. Of course, that only slows the fraying, and one could argue it doesn't truly help. Any mage must stream some of their magic sometimes. That is unavoidable. Otherwise, manifoldic poisoning results. Manifoldic poisoning? Every mage draws ether from the manifold over time, a pool that builds up, and it must be dispelled, for so too does the toxin accumulate. The longer a mage goes without streaming, the worse the effects. Seizures, mental instability, and burning pain are the main symptoms. And over time, of course, it lends itself to the rot of the fraying. That is why it's important to stream consistently and effectively, as purely as possible. Okay, Lucian said. Where does magic come from, then? It all started sometime in the mid-2200s, right? Magic has always been. Something caused it to awaken, however. As to the why, I cannot say exactly. Certain magic is somehow connected to the ancients, just as the use of magic is connected to the fraying. That is my ultimate quest. To discover the answer to the fraying, and to find a way of stopping it. A strong foundation can go far, but even a foundation can have cracks,
Not everyone can be expected to handle their magic perfectly at all times. Not even one as old and practiced as me.
What if there is no answer to the fraying? If that fazed Vera, she didn't show it.
Then I find value and truth in my journey. That truth is the bedrock upon which I build my life and power. One could not ask for a stronger foundation. My entire existence is unshakable.
Lucian grew bolder in his questioning. So, if you die without ever finding that answer, it wouldn't bother you? She waved a hand in dismissal.
If I'm dead, nothing can disappoint me, can it? Life isn't about attaining a goal. The universe goes on, year after year, century after century, eon after eon. To what end does it go on?
Vera watched him for an answer. When he didn't give one, she continued.
It goes on toward nothing, for nothing, by nothing. The only higher truth we know, the manifold, is itself wrapped in mystery. It's what drives the shadow realm, our reality. If there is an ultimate truth, it's that. Our lives are what we make of them. Our beliefs shape our reality. And the universe is the canvas upon which we paint our will.
She looked at Lucian, and at his further silence she stepped back from the viewport.
Think about what I've said. Later you can share any new insights you have.
I'm not sure I'll have any.
All the same, there is great value in introspection. It's important to know why you believe the things you do. And in the case of a mage, it's paramount.
She withdrew her hands into her sleeves.
We'll be approaching Volsung Gate soon. That is something you can think about too.
What do you mean? We're going to pass through, right? In one side, out the other? She shook her head as if in disbelief he'd said that.
These ancient gates, crafted by a long-dead race we know little to nothing about. Do you think it's as simple as passing in one side and out the other? She chuckled. Mark my words. These builders, as we call them, understood well the secrets of magic.
Whenever people can't explain something, they turn to magic and religion, Lucian said, thinking of believer Horatia.
Call it magic or not, the gates are power. They change reality.
Vera looked back out the viewport.
I've often wondered if the gates are somehow connected with the rise of magic. Is it a coincidence that the mages were born within a century of humanity's first discovery of them?
Lucian thought back to his history lessons. The explorer Eric Nielsen and his crew had been the first to pass through a gate, the same one they were about to pass through. That was back in 2186, decades after humanity had colonized a good chunk of the solar system. The first recorded mages appeared in the middle of the 23rd century, just decades later, and more than a century before the present day. Could it be as simple as that? Even if they were connected, there were still missing pieces of the puzzle. Lucian's mouth worked for an answer, but as had been the case so many times with Vera, he came up with nothing. At his silence, she took her leave. 19. Lucian remained by the viewport long after Vera had left. This corner of the ship was empty, and that was good enough for him. He stood for a long time, waiting for the inevitable passing and trying not to let his thoughts weigh him down. With the approach of light footsteps, Lucian turned to see Emma walking toward him.
"There you are," she said.
She surprised him with a hug, and the warmth of human contact was a shock after his isolation. She drew back.
"Have you just been standing here the whole time?"
"Yeah, just..." Can't be around people right now, I guess.
Oh,
She said, face falling.
if you need some space.
Lucian shook his head. Not from you. Just others. I don't want to show my face. He cleared his throat. Anyway, Captain Miller said you turned a lot of people to my side.
I couldn't let people think it was your fault.
Thanks. You didn't have to do that. He watched her closely, feeling the need to reach out for her, but staying his hand. He wasn't sure how to act with her now. How are you holding up? Everything okay up here? She gave a small smile.
Well, I'm making it day to day. What about you? You look kind of rough.
I feel kind of rough.
Well, the passage will be soon. The halfway point of our journey. That's something to be grateful for. The sooner we're off this damn ship, the better.
She was standing close enough by his side for him to feel her warmth. After so long in that cold cell, any feeling was welcome. He let go of his inhibition and let his hand take hers. To his relief, she didn't let go.
You've lost weight,
she said.
Did they not feed you or something?
At the mention of food, Lucian's stomach rumbled. He chose not to tell her it was his choice. Not much.
After the passing, we can head to the galley. Lunch is on me.
Despite his hunger, food was far from his thoughts. In the viewport, he could see his reflection staring back. His form was thin and haggard. Dark circles underlined his eyes, the light in them having departed. His complexion was pale as a ghost. It was as if he hadn't seen the sun in months, though it had only been 11 or so days since his departure from sun-drenched Miami. Do you know how you're getting to the academy? Lucian asked.
There's a shuttle from Volsung Orbital that goes down to Carandas, a city on the equator. It's the closest spaceport to the academy. One of their talents is supposed to meet me there. I can tell them you're coming too. You said your doctor sent a message ahead, right?
Supposedly.
Well, as long as that message made it, it should be fine. Even if not, any mage is free to seek admission.
There's no guarantee the Transcends will accept me, though.
I don't know if they'll accept me either. We have to try, right?
Well, there was Vera, who had offered training. He wasn't ready to tell Emma about that yet. He wasn't sure why exactly, but it felt like something better kept to himself, at least for now. The idea that he might be trained to stand on his own as a mage was tantalizing, and it was an attitude Vera seemed to encourage. Once we're accepted, what then? Lucian asked. She shrugged.
I guess we learn to be mages.
She offered him a smile.
I'm glad we're going together. I don't think I can do this alone.
Lucian felt guilty hearing her say that, and he didn't have the heart to tell her that might not be his choice in the end.
What did it feel like?
She asked.
Streaming.
Lucian thought about it. It felt as if every part of me was infused with fire. It hurt, almost, but not quite. It felt good, too, in a strange way, and it made me feel powerful, like nothing could stop me. Emma nodded as if she recognized the feeling.
Sometimes I feel that same fire, too, but the effects are very different. I guess you could say it's the first warning I get.
Lucian frowned. Warning? She hesitated a moment before continuing.
That built-up energy has to go somewhere, so it directs itself inward, and usually it causes me to have a seizure. The pain can be unbearable. It's like a dam bursting, and the pain doesn't go away until the stream is over. It can take anywhere from a few seconds to a few minutes. It'll kill me, eventually.
Now she was the one hiding her face. He wanted to hold her, to comfort her. As useless as that might be, he remembered what Vera had told him, how the collection of ether's toxins could result in Emma's symptoms. The only solution was learning how to stream. I'm sorry, Emma. I didn't know.
It's not your fault. Failure isn't an option for me. My parents have tried everything, whether it's medication or physical therapy. The longer I go between seizures, the worse it gets. It's been 2 weeks since my last one, so the next one should be pretty bad.
That's horrible.
I wasn't detected early enough. Eventually it happens to every mage if they don't learn to stream in time.
I don't know how I did it, or I'd show you. It was just an overwhelming emotional outburst, like losing control. He looked at Emma, who was staring out the viewport. Maybe you can try that?
Maybe, Emma said. The idea of losing control scares me, though.
There was a silence after that, the two of them just staring at the stars. What's the word with Dirk?
He's wearing a bandage across his eyes now. The med pod couldn't completely fix him. He's been brought low, that's for sure. Barely even talks now. And his two friends, Paul and Kasim, was it? They keep to themselves, too.
You think I should feel bad about that?
No. People do it to themselves, you know. It's not your problem.
It feels bad to say, but at the time, just putting him in his place, it felt good.
You should be careful about that feeling. That's why they say magic is addicting. Some say it's the power that makes you go mad as much as the toxin. You open yourself up to it, wanting to feel more and more. But that power has a price.
So the more you use magic, the worse it becomes? Emma nodded.
That's the gist of it. The fraying happens when a mage finally gives in. They live only for the feeling, no matter how much it rots them from the inside out. Some can deny the temptation long enough, but in the end, it becomes overwhelming, like a siren calling you to your death.
Her chilling words were interrupted by the chime of the ship's intercom. Captain Miller's falsely cheery voice emanated through the speakers, in stark contrast to their conversation. The attitude seemed strange to Lucian, after being on the receiving end of his sterner side. Greetings, passengers of the Booroon. We are 5 minutes away from the Volsoon Gate. If you haven't already, there's still time to get to the nearest viewport to watch the passage. No need to go to the bow. All the viewports will give the vantage of the bridge. Don't blink, or you might miss it. The comm clicked off. What did he mean by don't blink? Lucian asked.
We're going 0.02 C, Emma explained. Every second, 6,000 kilometers go by. The passing will happen in less than a second. The moment the gate becomes visible, we'll be through it.
Sounds dangerous. What would happen if we crashed into it?
That's a little morbid.
Those gates are supposed to be indestructible, right?
So they say. It would be a quick death, at least.
The math of computing a safe course through a gate was routine for navigation computers. The central plane of every gate was more than a kilometer wide, more than enough space for any ship to pass through, even the largest supercarrier in the League's fleet, Volga. The only thing that had to be arranged was passage order. It wouldn't do for two ships from opposite ends of the gate to collide into each other. That had only happened once, as far as he knew. And when the force of the collision cleared, the gate remained behind without so much as a scratch. Lucian wasn't nervous about the passing. He was thinking about what Vera had said. Were those gates powered by the manifold, or by the theoretical vacuum energy proposed by physicists? Supposedly, the gates had to be located far from any major gravitational well, as gravity would somehow interfere with the mechanics of the passage. After his conversation with Vera, though, he wasn't so sure. It could be some form of magic for all he knew. The image on the viewport shifted, revealing a new vista of stars. This one pointed toward the darker, less dense outer band of the Milky Way. It was only moments now. Lucian held his breath, focusing intensely on the viewport. A new star appeared. It grew brighter and brighter, a purplish aura of light blue shifting as the ship hurtled forward. As Emma's grip tightened on Lucian's, the burst of light dissipated. There was no jolting and no thunderclap. A momentary flash of brilliance, then nothing more. The stars had shifted once again, but this time, it was from a new star system, not the display itself. "That's it?" Lucian asked.
"That's it,"
Emma said. It felt so anticlimactic, and all Lucian could think about was how far he was from everyone and everything he ever knew. He thought of his mother then. Now, in a new system, their messages would take much longer to reach each other. They had to pass through the mail relays set up outside the gate. Just thinking of her made him realize that she'd probably sent 1,000,000 messages by now. "I have to go," he said. "I have to find my slate."
"Yeah, you better check on that. Lunch later? A premium meal on me?"
Lucian nodded, then ran back to his cabin. When Lucian returned to his cabin, Believer Horatia was sitting on her bunk with the pod door open. As soon as her eyes met Lucian's, she glared with cold hostility. He felt her gaze as he climbed into his pod, closing the door before she had the chance to say anything. A holo he'd been watching from before his incarceration started to play, the film seeming to be from another life. His slate was waiting for him in the pod's compartment. He unlocked it and saw 36 missed messages from his mother. They started off concerned, then angry, and finally panicking. And none of them mentioned Lucian being locked up. Apparently, Captain Miller hadn't shared that minor detail with her. But perhaps that was for the best. She had enough to worry about. Her messages had stopped 2 days ago. That likely coincided with her passing into Alpha Centauri. Lucian swiped out a response, knowing it would not be adequate in explaining things. "Sorry for not responding, Mom. I lost my slate." "I know, I'm an idiot. Luckily, someone returned it. That's why I haven't texted back." Lucian doubted she would buy that, but it was better than telling the truth. That would only worry her. "We're 2 weeks out from Volsung. We passed through the gate. I'm fine. I'm just ready to get there. Love, Lucian." He felt he should write something more, but didn't know what. So Lucian pressed send, only for the server to give him the following message. Not enough credit. Lucian blinked. Lucian looked up his virtual wallet and found his balance from Earth hadn't synced with the new star system yet, nor had the money his mother synced him been verified by the network. She probably had set the fee too low, giving her transaction low priority. Whatever the case, if Lucian didn't get some money before they docked, he was as good as stranded. 20. Lucian met Emma for lunch. Believer Horatia had closed her pod, thankfully, so he didn't have to deal with her on his way out. The galley was full when he arrived, and everyone went quiet upon his entrance. He tried to avoid the stairs, only looking up long enough to see that Dirk's usual table was filled with different people, while there was no sign of Dirk himself. He half expected someone to challenge him as he made his way to where Emma was sitting, but no one did. He couldn't help but notice that many were shying away, or leaving by the other exit. As promised, Emma had a tray waiting for him.
"I hope you like seafood," she said. "They were out of steak."
Seafood's perfect. Despite everything, his chest swelled with happiness to sit down to his first meal as a free man. The smell of the salmon, over garlic potatoes and glazed carrots, was tantalizing all the more so since he hadn't eaten in days. As he wolfed it down, what few people were left in the galley cast surreptitious glances his way, but nothing could ruin this moment.
"That good, huh?"
she asked, smiling in amusement. He took a swig of soda and nodded. "Never tasted anything better in my life."
"Now I know you were starving,"
she said. She picked at her food and didn't seem to have an appetite for it. "Now I just have to survive the rest of this trip," Lucian said.
"After what you did to Dirk, no one's going to mess with you. I think you're safe."
Taking his last bite, he looked at her across the table. "Should we sim later? There are things we need to talk about."
"We can after this, if you want."
After Emma gave him some of her pills, they returned to their cabins. They met each other in the default game room.
"Where should we go?"
Emma asked, Doesn't matter.
Okay. I think it's time you saw where I grew up. Only a small part of Aurora was mapped out, but that includes my old village, Vale. You can show me your home on Earth, too.
Within the minute, they had left the game lobby and were loaded into a new reality. Cold air pressed in around him, touching him, but not causing discomfort. They stood in the middle of a snowfield wearing thick winter clothes. They found themselves in a forested valley, white snow-clad mountains surrounding them. A dark violet sky stretched above, laced with bright streams of stars. Aurora Borealis shimmered from horizon to horizon, multicolored, luminous, and breathtaking. A cracked moon, molten red, floating in the sky above. It was smaller than Earth's, but far brighter, glowing with a hellish red light. They walked until they stood on a precipice high above a valley filled with tall, spindly trees. In that valley shone several lights of a small village in the distance.
That's home,
Emma said, her breath coming out in clouds. And you said mages live here?
Not in Vale, but a community of rogues live a few hours' walk away, up in the foothills. That's where the Builder ruins are. My dad dealt with them a lot. They would sell him the artifacts they found, and he would ship them back to the worlds. You wouldn't believe what museums and private collectors would pay for a unique piece.
Sounds like an interesting childhood. Emma laughed.
Well, I hated it. All I wanted was to live on Earth, or a first world. I was born on Sani, which is remote enough. When we moved to Aurora, I was not a happy child.
Her smile was tinged with sadness.
Now I recognize that even if those times were hard, they were happy. I cried when we left. That was 4 years ago. My mother said she wanted to be closer to family, but she probably sensed something wrong with me. By then my parents had made their fortune with artifact hunting, so there was no real reason to stay.
Emma gazed down at the valley. Her reminiscent expression was easy to see by the light of the stars, which were twice as numerous as an Earth sky. Aurora must have been located in a dense star field. As they walked toward the village, Emma continued sharing her story.
I didn't start showing symptoms until I was 15 when we left. All the usual stuff, like weird premonitions and dreams. The convulsions didn't even start until recently when I was 18, though. By then, we were living on Hephaestus Station. The doctors tested me, but I somehow came up negative for metaphysical emergence. That's when we moved to L5.
She paused as the lights of the town drew closer.
We sold our old spaceship in the Aryan system, since it would be faster to travel by liner. We crawled across the worlds on various starships, always making toward Sol, gate to gate, orbital to orbital, station to station. Things kept getting worse for me. The seizures would be bad for a while, and then I'd go without them for a time. When we finally arrived at L5, I was 19, and the doctors couldn't find anything physically wrong with me. Almost as a last-ditch effort, they ran a metaphysical on me.
She went quiet.
That's when I learned for sure. After that, life was never the same.
The silence of the world pressed in on them, completely foreign to what Lucian had grown up with. There was no sound of animals from the surrounding woods. It made Emma's words seem all the eerier.
That was when it occurred to me, Emma went on. I thought about some of the mages I'd met here. They looked different compared to non-mages. They had this greenish aura surrounding them. I always assumed everyone could see it, but when I mentioned it to my parents, they were confused. I guess it's just one of my abilities, though I'm not sure what to call it, or how it works.
She looked at Lucian.
That's how I knew what you were.
Lucian felt chilled by those words. You say you haven't streamed yet, but you can do something magical.
I'm not sure how it works. Nonetheless, it seems to be the case. Once I found out for sure what I was, I reached out to the Transcends on Volsung. It only took a couple of weeks for them to respond, which was faster than I expected. They told me to come in person, and that my case seemed promising.
She watched the village below.
Leaving my parents behind, going against their wishes without them knowing, was the hardest thing I ever had to do.
She was quiet for a while. Talking about this couldn't have been easy, and Lucian could see why she had been hesitant to say anything before. Lucian thought about her story as they wove through a forest of billowing trees laden with snow. They entered the village, most of the buildings being one-story and constructed of wood. Smoke emitted from chimneys, lending a sweet aroma to the cold air. Lucian felt as if he had stepped back centuries in time. On the frontier, pioneers had to reconstruct civilization from scratch, from whatever materials were available. On this world, that was trees. They walked through the village of Vale until they stood at a central tree. It was the largest he had seen in his life. The tree was about as tall as the redwoods of Earth, but its canopy was even wider, filled with slender boughs that billowed above.
I've always felt like there was something special about this tree,
Emma said.
It has nothing to do with its size. The feeling is absent in a simulation. But if you were to go there, you would see what I mean.
Special how? Emma was quiet as she looked up at it.
I don't know. Its effect is calming, for some reason. It's far larger than any other tree on Aurora. It's like it has a spirit of its own, similar to how I can tell when someone's a mage.
She smiled nervously.
I know it sounds weird, but that's how I feel.
She looked back at him.
The mage enclave isn't far up the path to those mountains there, she pointed. You can see the smoke of their fires hidden by that ridge.
Lucian could see what she was talking about and wondered if she was going to take him there. But that was when she led Lucian to her old home on the periphery of town, one of the rare two-story houses. Like the others, it was made from logs, well-built, and looked a warm and welcome refuge from the snow. When they went inside, there was furniture carved and fitted from the local wood. Nothing fancy, but comfortable and padded with cushions and plenty of blankets. A warm fire crackled in the fireplace. There were bookshelves, a couch, 2 chairs, along with a basic kitchen and dining table of carved wood, while a set of stairs led to a loft above. They took up seats on the couch in front of the blazing fire. She looked at Lucian.
Well, this is home. Was home. Thanks for humoring me.
Of course, Lucian said. I'm glad you shared that with me. She smiled, seeming pleased.
So, what did you want to talk about? You didn't come here just to hear me talk.
There was nothing but to get right into it. But for some reason, Lucian still found himself hesitant. But Emma waited patiently for him to break the silence. There's another mage on board the ship. Emma's eyes widened, but she recovered quickly.
I think I know who you're talking about. The old woman, right?
Now it was Lucian's turn to be surprised. You've seen her? She nodded.
Just once. Even though there was no aura around her, I still had a feeling. It felt as if she was trying to hide it from me, but I wasn't sure until now. I saw her one night when I couldn't sleep. Seems she only comes out at night.
She's a mage, Lucian said. I've spoken to her twice. 3 times if you were to count the telepathic conversation. The first time was right before Dirk attacked me, and the second time was right after I got out of the cell before you found me. He paused. For some reason it felt strange to talk about Vera to Emma, almost like a betrayal of confidence. That was silly, though, because Vera had never told him to keep their conversations private. Her name is Vera. She had some interesting things to say. I'm not sure what to make of them, but somehow she knew what I was and who I was without me even telling her.
That's strange. What did she say?
Everything. And nothing. She keeps talking about reality being a shadow of the manifold, that the manifold is the true reality that casts the shadow, how a mage should use magic to make themselves stronger, Lucian gave a nervous laugh. Weird stuff like that.
You should be careful around her, Emma said. Even if she was upfront with you, she was hiding her true nature from me. Why would she do that?
Well, wouldn't she want to do that? Lucian asked. She's a rogue mage. Emma's eyes widened.
What? She told you that?
She says she isn't with one of the academies, so unless there's another option, that's what she is. Emma's face seemed troubled.
You should avoid her, Lucian. Rogues are dangerous, completely off the grid. She could be fraying.
I don't think so, Lucian said. She seems quite sane to me, though her ideas are a bit out there.
I wrote her off since she had no aura, but this just makes her seem iffier, especially if she isn't associated with an academy in any way.
When I mentioned the Volsung Academy, she didn't have good things to say.
You told her you were going there?
Why shouldn't I have? Isn't that easy to guess with me being on board?
I guess you have a point, she said. I just don't trust her.
That was my initial reaction, too. She knows things, though. She's been a mage longer than both of us have been alive. Maybe twice as long. It could be a good opportunity to learn.
Lucian,
just hear me out. I mean, she's offered to help. What's the harm in that?
Because you don't know her price.
What price? She's offering to help me, and asking nothing in return. That wasn't exactly true. The very act of learning from her was some level of commitment on his part. And it was true that he didn't know her motivations exactly, but that still didn't mean she meant him harm.
What else have you two talked about? Emma asked.
Lucian summarized most of his and Vera's conversations. How she said it was important to use the manifold with care, to nurture it as a gift, and to develop one's abilities to their full potential. At least, that was how Lucian figured it. He probably didn't explain things well enough. For now, he omitted the part about Vera speaking to him in his cell. Emma might think her entering his mind unbidden some sort of violation, which it kind of was, but Lucian wasn't going to hold that against Vera. Emma stewed on what Lucian said for at least a couple of minutes, her light brown eyes looking into the flames. At last she responded.
Mages have been trying to use the manifold safely for over a century, ever since there were mages. I may not know much, but I do know that no one has been successful. Not completely. The idea of unlimited use of magic, nurturing one's gifts, led to the Mage War in the first place. When the Fraying was connected to magic use, academies changed their training to focus more on limitations. But that didn't sit well with many mages. They followed Thermalists and other mages into exile, forming the Starsea mages. From what my mage friend Matthias told me, the Starsea mages taught their followers to not restrict themselves. Eventually, to fulfill their vision, it set them on the path to try and dominate all the worlds. But to do that, they had to use magic with reckless abandon.
Emma paused.
Of course, we know where that led.
Lucian didn't have to ask.
At the Starsea mage's height, Malice had as many following her as the Loyalist mages. The two factions of mages were fighting each other before their war spread to the League.
So you're saying Vera's way of thinking lines up with the Starsea mages?
The Starsea mages died in the tragedy of Isis, she said. Those who didn't were hunted down by Loyalist mages and sent to Psyche. I wonder, though. It's not hard to imagine a few escaping the net.
No way Vera is one of them. The old woman was a bit creepy, but to be one of the mages who had almost caused the destruction of the League and the death of several billion? Lucian didn't see how it was possible.
She probably isn't one of them, Emma admitted. It was 50 years ago, after all. And then again, from what you've told me, it sounds like her philosophy isn't far off from theirs.
Lucian found he had nothing to say to that. She had made good points.
Seeking a final answer to the Fraying seems noble on the surface, she continued. But it has led to nothing but death. That's the danger of that kind of thinking, Lucian. It fooled many mages to not restrict their magic in the hopes that they would find a cure. And for that, half of the League burned. Maybe you haven't seen the effects of the war, being from Earth, but in most of the midworlds and border worlds, the ruins are still there, and likely will be for centuries yet. I know it's hard to imagine, but magic is highly dangerous. It shouldn't be used freely, and only at great need.
She had a point, but Lucian also thought he wasn't doing justice to Vera's ideas. She's old, Emma. I don't know how old, but it wouldn't surprise me if she's pushing 100. For her to live that long without fraying is incredible. She must know something about keeping the fraying away, something she might be able to teach us. Emma's expression darkened. Something Lucian had said bothered her. What?
I don't know. If she's been a mage that long, she's old enough to have participated in the war. And some of her beliefs line up with the Starsea mages, especially the part about using the manifold as a means to strengthen oneself. The Academy mages believe the manifold is only something to be used at need.
Lucian wasn't sure what to think. Vera was a little strange, sure, with her cryptic sayings and cold mannerisms. But those things, coupled with her beliefs, didn't mean anything in themselves. She was a rogue mage. If she were ever discovered, they would send her to Psyche. There was no evidence she was anything beyond that. Then again, she'd managed on her own for this long, eluding capture. Didn't it stand to reason that a rogue mage's thinking might not be in line with the norm? Did that necessarily make her wrong? Lucian knew not to trust authority blindly. But to him, Emma seemed to see things in terms of good and bad. It sounded a bit naive. What if she was part of the Starsea mages? Lucian asked. She would never admit that, would she?
Probably not. But you should avoid her at all costs. The Starsea mages were magic maximalists. They didn't hold back because they trusted the manifold would produce a cure if only they worked hard enough.
She shook her head.
Of course, that didn't happen.
Where did you learn all this?
I've had a lot of conversations with Matthias. I won't forget those talks for the rest of my life. I found them fascinating, and Matthias answered just about anything I asked.
Emma looked at Lucian worriedly.
The manifold is dangerous. A mage should use magic only when necessary. The more we stream it, the greater the risk of fraying. The Volsung Academy opposes Starsea mages' ideology. It's been proven not to work. And in the end, the promise of unhindered magic is empty, especially when the Academy has had promising results in recent years.
Promising results like what?
Well, most of the transcends themselves are quite old, from what I understand. Untrained mages make it 5 or 10 years before fraying, sometimes less than that. But the Academy's teachings allow most mages to make it to old age if they take care of how much they stream. Given enough time to figure it out, the Academy mages might even find a complete cure.
It sounded too good to be true. As Emma herself admitted, ether built up over time. A mage had to use it at some point. Unless they found a way to stop that, then how could anyone hope to stop the fraying?
Just be careful, Lucian, Emma finished. Promise me, okay? I'm not saying don't talk to her. Just take what she says with a grain of salt.
I will. That answer seemed to satisfy her.
Let's get out of here. We still have a couple of hours before we're kicked out.
Sure, Lucian said. You still want to see my house? She instantly brightened.
Of course!
Lucian wasn't quite sure how to get there, so all he did was imagine his home city, its sunny blue sky, sultry air, blue canals, and gleaming skyscrapers, and he willed them to go there. The ease of it all surprised him, because in the next moment, Miami's humid heat was baking his skin. 21. Lucian took Emma to South Shoal on the Lev. She watched the approaching Novodeco hotels rising from the canals in awe. Restaurants and bars spilled over the multi-tiered boardwalks, while artificial islands spread far into the distance filled with sunbathers and swimmers. The sky was blue. The sun was bright, and the tall, silvery skyscrapers were blinding in their brilliance. It was surreal to be back, if only in a simulation. Her eyes were glued to the window in wonder.
You grew up here? It's beautiful.
He joined her at the window. I didn't grow up in this part. It's where the rich people live. For a moment, Lucian had forgotten that she was rich. He hoped she wouldn't notice his gaffe.
Okay. Where do you live then? By the water?
Lucian had to suppress a chuckle. If you count a dirty canal that's a click or two inland, sure. I don't live there anymore, though.
I don't care, she said. I want to see it. You saw my house on Aurora. It's only fair for me to see where you grew up.
If she saw where he lived, she would be in for a rude shock. He wondered how he might distract it from that. You'd rather see my dingy, sad apartment than the city? We only have an hour left.
Yep,
she said without hesitation. It was hard to say no to her enthusiasm. Rather than shift there in an instant, Lucian and Emma boarded another train. He said it was to show her more of the city, but the truth was, he was afraid of how she might react to his neighborhood, and wanted time to mentally prepare. The inner canals could be pretty rough, and he wasn't sure how accurately the sim would portray that. They got off at the station in Lucian's neighborhood. The buildings crowded together, seeming to lean over the canals beneath. Most needed a new paint job. Homeless people in shabby clothing clustered in dark corners. Emma did not comment as they strolled along a walkway strewn with litter and broken glass, though she stood closer to him. He'd been jumped here before, once when he was 15. He'd carried a shock baton ever since. Soon they stood before the familiar door, its outside coated with faded yellow paint. Though his home wasn't much, he still felt a strange sense of longing for it. It made him realize just how far he was from everything. This is it. They went inside. Its interior was as Lucian remembered, from the ratty old sofa and armchair to the faded wooden dining table. The cluttered kitchen needed organizing while the air was hot and stuffy. And it was loud. The shouts of neighbors outside, as well as the din of motorboats below, passed through the thin walls as if they weren't even there. Even if he'd only been gone for a little over 2 weeks, it felt smaller than he was used to. Was that the simulation, or had his conception of it changed? Emma walked past him into the living room. It was strange having her here. She wore well-tailored designer clothing, the same as she wore on the outside. That clothing would make her a target here. It only took a moment for her to take in her surroundings.
It's homey,
she said. A table filled with framed pictures caught her interest. She picked up the largest one, with Lucian as a young teenager posing with his mother. She wore her League Fleet blues, giving a stoic smile, while Lucian wasn't smiling at all, his expression dour.
You don't look very happy here,
Emma said, smiling. My mom was deploying, he said. I don't know why she kept that picture. It brought back memories, most of them unpleasant. Back then, Lucian hadn't understood why his mom always had to go. Not having a father around only made things harder. After his death during the first Swarmer War, Lucian had always known it would only be a matter of time before it happened to his mother, too. By the grace of the stars, it hadn't. Lucian pushed those old memories from his mind as he gave Emma a tour. It didn't take long. When she was in his bedroom, she looked around and took everything in. Pictures, posters, random knickknacks he had collected over the years.
This is where the magic happens, huh?
Too soon for that.
Oh, right. Well, you know what I mean.
They returned to the living room. That's the tour, Lucian said. Now you know how the other side lives.
I'm sure this area has a lot of history.
I think you meant to say your house as old as sin. Emma giggled.
No, I mean it. You live on Earth, the cradle of humanity. It's something of a privilege, no matter what your station, right?
Lucian wasn't sure how to answer. Spacers often looked upon Earth with a sort of longing and reverence, and perhaps even envy. Everything Earthers took for granted: blue sky, wide oceans, temperate weather, free, breathable air, real gravity, didn't exist in space. Other worlds had those things too, but not all of them at once. But the reality was, living on Earth was a form of purgatory. At least half of the population was unemployed, subsisting on monthly basic income checks which were never enough. Crime was rampant outside the guarded arcologies, wealth disparity proving an insurmountable problem for the failing UN government. Though technically a subset of the League of Worlds, the sheer power of Earth and the UN drove most of the League's policy. Lucian wasn't sure how to put all that to Emma. To him, it seemed less cruel to let her believe a dream she'd probably subscribed to her whole life. Emma sat down on the couch as if it were her own home.
I thought we might talk a bit more, if that's all right.
Yeah, of course, Lucian said, taking a seat. She faced him.
So, is everything okay? You're acting a bit weird. If it's about your house, I don't care. That doesn't matter to me.
I don't know what you're talking about. She rolled her eyes.
Yeah, you do. Why is money such a big deal to you?
It's not. It's just that it's a big deal to everyone else, so it becomes a big deal to me, too. She watched him, waiting for more of an explanation. I went to boarding school, right? Well, my mom couldn't afford it, but I went anyway. The public school systems here are, well, awful. You need a private education to have a shot at a good government job.
That was smart of her,
Emma said. Yeah, it was, Lucian agreed. But I also didn't fit in. Compared to everyone else, I was dirt poor. I begged to go somewhere else, but with my mom on active duty, that wasn't possible. When it got out where I lived, the kids made fun of me. If you don't live in an arcology, you're invisible to a lot of people. He forced a humorless laugh. I don't know. Maybe I carry some of that with me still.
I'm sorry about that,
Emma said.
I guess your reaction makes sense.
Had she understood him so easily? Past girlfriends would have somehow used his past to make him feel guilty. Emma, though, seemed to understand him without him having to defend himself. I appreciate that. I know it's not fair to you. I have no reason to think you are like most of the people I've met. Old habits die hard, I guess.
Yeah, my parents are rich. But how do you think it makes me feel when people think I'm too good for them? Some rich people are snotty, sure, but I never grew up like that. I lived most of my life in a log cabin on a frontier world. I knew we were rich, but not how rich until we moved to L5. And even then, I was too sick to even enjoy that wealth.
I'm sorry. That makes sense.
It's fine, Emma said. We understand each other now, right?
Her gaze went back to the picture.
Was your mom really away from home a lot?
Lucian nodded. Most of the time. I've had to take care of myself since age 10, if not earlier. She smiled as if something had clicked into place.
So that's where you get it from? All this macho self-sufficiency stuff?
Maybe. It's made me who I am today, for better or worse.
I can't imagine,
Emma said.
My parents have always been there for me. Too there, if you know what I mean.
I can't imagine that.
I'm missing them a lot, though. But what choice did I have? If I don't do this, then...
She trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Lucian waited for her to finish, but she never did. He broke the silence. You're not used to being alone, are you? She shook her head and tears came to her eyes.
No. I wish I could be more like you, but that's just not me.
That explained why she had been so trusting of him from the beginning. If Lucian had been a different kind of person, that could have worked out badly for her. Her whole life, any time she had fallen, someone had been there to catch her. Now, she saw him as her net. Even with everything he had to worry about, he couldn't deny how he felt. With her, he could forget himself for a moment, forget the pain of his past, and feel hopeful again. Things had been so dark and lonely, and everything in his life seemed to be going wrong. Everything except her.
Can I ask you something, Lucian?
He cleared his throat. Sure. She gave an embarrassed smile.
This might sound silly, but if there's ever a time I need you, would you be there for me? No matter what?
They were binding words. Lucian thought about them and knew he couldn't answer this lightly. Absolutely.
Would you think less of me for it?
No.
What about the other way around? If you ever needed me for something, would you ask for help?
Of course he saw the point of her question, and even if the truth was staring him in the face, that he was afraid of asking for help, of needing someone, it was the last thing he wanted to admit. You're a tricky one, Lucian said.
Well?
If I needed help, I would ask for it, Lucian said, but only if I really needed it.
Well, that's better than nothing.
Her expression became distant. Part of him wanted to scream that he did need her, but the words wouldn't come, as if his throat were stopped up. He couldn't just reprogram his mind after years of self-indoctrination. It wasn't that easy. Then again, when he looked at her, he felt himself beginning to thaw. Maybe this time, trusting was the right thing to do. Emma? When she looked at him, he took her hand and stood with her. They faced each other for a moment, meeting each other's eyes, his heart thundering against his chest as he moved his lips closer to hers. That was when she screamed and disappeared. 22. When Lucian snapped out of the simulation, his heart was pounding. He sat for a moment in bewilderment, wondering just what had happened. Something was wrong. That much was clear. He reached for his slate and called Emma. There was no answer. He opened his pod and dashed out into the corridor. He ran to the starboard side of the ship, where he knew her cabin to be. Was the number 204 or 206? He ended up knocking on both doors, but only 204 opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with short brown hair. Her eyes widened in fear immediately upon seeing him. Is Emma here? She blinked a few times, taken aback. Why? He looked inside the cabin and saw one of the pods was closed. She's in trouble. We need to open her pod. Did you do something to her? She asked, her expression twisted with disgust. I'll call the captain. No, just open the pod. Something's wrong. The woman's eyes narrowed, as if she didn't believe him. Lucian lost his patience and shouldered himself in. The woman let out a huff, running into the hallway and shouting for help. Let her. He had to get to Emma. He found the button to open the pod. Thankfully, it wasn't locked, and it slid right open, to reveal Emma thrashing on her back and wailing in pain. Lucian touched her shoulder, trying to hold her steady. She only screamed louder, the sound blood-curdling in the cabin's dim confines. She slashed with her arm, scratching him on the neck. Lucian took a step back. How could he stop this? Might Vera know what to do? When Emma's body went still, coldness crept across his skin. Others were shouting behind him now, telling him to get off of her, as if he were the cause of this. No, she couldn't be. When he touched her arm, her skin was cold and clammy, and her complexion pale. He was being pulled back. He fought against it, blind to them all. He had to get to Emma. At that moment, she coughed, and her eyes fluttered open and found him. Lucian? But he was already being pulled out into the corridor and out of sight. A group of 4 men, 2 of the same male crew from before, were dragging him to the bridge. This time, he was sure they would kill him. They had brought him to the galley. Half or more of the ship's passengers had gathered to watch, eyes burning with hatred. They were shouting, arguing about what to do with him. Lucian fought to free himself, but as with Dirk and his lackeys, it was useless against so many. He bit back the scream that wanted to come. If he lost control of his emotions, this could be bad. It might even be worse than with Dirk.
Stop! Stop right now!
Emma broke through the crowd, stumbling as she did so.
He didn't do anything. He was just trying to help. Get off him!
Surprisingly, people made way for her, but the two crewmen who had dragged him held on tightly. "Lady, there's no need to defend his likes," the bald one said, named Emerson. "This time he won't be a bother to anyone."
Let him go, you idiot! I have epilepsy. He was just trying to help me.
It was only when she started slapping at the crewmen that they let Lucian go with startled expressions, finally giving him space to breathe. Emma took Lucian by the shoulder, leading him back in the direction of her cabin. Such was her determination that no one stopped her.
Are you okay?
She asked. Yeah, fine. What about you?
Not really, no,
she said, her face still red from anger.
Let's just get away from these people.
They finally reached her cabin, and the doors shut behind, leaving them in peace. Emma's cabin mate had left, thankfully, and hopefully wouldn't be returning any time soon.
Thanks for your help, she managed.
I don't feel like I did anything.
It always helps to know someone is there. It makes the pain more bearable.
She sat on her bed. She looked up at him, her eyes still fearful, as if reminiscent of the pain. Despite her brave face, Lucian knew she was shaken. Let me stay, he said. I want to make sure you're okay. She nodded, making space for him on the bed.
I want you to hold me, she said. If that would be okay?
Of course. She closed the door to her pod, shutting the two of them inside. As soon as they were alone, he put his arms around her. You comfortable? He asked. She buried her face in his chest.
Yeah, I'm just so done with everything, with everyone. You're the only person I can talk to right now.
He felt warm tears staining his shirt. He rubbed her back soothingly. Just relax. Breathe. Everything will be fine. It took a few minutes, but her breathing slowed and her shaking ceased.
Lucian?
Yeah? There was a long pause.
I'm sorry.
For what? She touched him on the neck, where her scratch still stung. Don't worry about that. I just got in a fight. She gave a small laugh.
Looks like you got your ass kicked.
He couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, maybe. She smiled. When she did that, it felt as if everything would be fine. How often does this happen, Emma? It took her a moment to respond.
Too often, though this is the first time on the ship. Why?
I wish we could make that go away. I don't want to see you like that again.
That's two of us. I feel better now, though.
There has to be a way to stop this.
There is. Training. Learning to stream so that the ethereal buildup can be dispelled.
And how far away was that? 2 weeks at minimum, plus the time it took to get to the Volsung Academy, get accepted, and start lessons. Probably 1 month at minimum, all things considered. I don't know how I did it myself, Lucian said. I would teach you if I could. All I know is I was angry and scared, and it happened on its own.
I've been angry and scared plenty of times. It hasn't helped.
I don't know then.
Same.
She pulled away from him, creating a bit of space. Her brown eyes watched him sadly. What's wrong? She hesitated a moment before answering.
Nothing. Let's just enjoy this, while it lasts.
What do you mean by that? She hesitated a moment.
I want this as much as you do, but at the academy they don't allow it.
The words were like a dousing of ice water. I'm confused. We're not even involved. Though, to be honest, I wouldn't mind that. Her eyes widened.
You wouldn't?
I mean, it's not the craziest thing, is it? She lowered her eyes and snuggled her head into his chest.
No, I suppose not.
They lay there for a while, in the privacy of the pod. Feeling her warmth, Lucian felt safe for the first time in a long time. He didn't want the feeling to end. He had closed his eyes, nearly asleep, when Emma shifted against him, pulling away slightly.
When the Academy sent me their invitation, the message said something along the lines of coming to Volsung with a clear conscience, unfettered, willing to devote myself entirely to the streaming of magic. If my mind is occupied with things other than my training, the Transcends will likely not accept me.
It said that?
It did. What those words mean is up for interpretation, but it would be also too easy to let myself be distracted.
Lucian understood what she meant, even if he didn't like it. If either of them weren't accepted, it would all but spell their doom. And yet, he wanted more than this. She was the only thing good in his life right now. But how could they proceed when it could mean her death down the line, and his as well? We should stop then, Lucian said. The last thing I want is for you to not be accepted because of me. It's not going to be easy, but... Emma placed her lips on his, the movement needful and wanting more than the restraint she had suggested. When she parted from him, they were both breathless. Lucian wanted more, but to make that move now felt false. Not in light of what had just been said, and even if she probably wanted it too. With a shaky hand and tearful eyes, she opened the pod. Once the door was fully retracted, she did not tell him to go, as if she couldn't bring herself to say the words. Lucian realized he would have to make that move, as hard as it would be. This was his path, at least for now. He exited the pod, leaving her warmth behind. They stood and watched each other for a moment, and to Lucian, it seemed he stood at a crossroads. What would things be like between them now? He watched her sadly. If you need me for anything, let me know. I'll be there. Emma closed her eyes, tears falling.
I know, but we can't. We just can't.
Lucian nodded slowly. Okay. I understand. She didn't have the heart to say anything more. Lucian left. 23. The next morning, Lucian decided to use one of Emma's extra sim pills. It was probably the most effective way to distract himself. He looked at the pill in his hand a long time before downing it. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he was loaded into a new reality. He stood in South Shoal. He wasn't sure how he found himself here rather than the default lobby, but all the same, he walked around the city as evening fell. The air was warm and muggy, a sultry sauna that was a welcome change from the warm, dry air of the ship. Lucian wandered toward the Lincoln Mall. The massive mega mall floated above the shallows of South Shoal, a massive complex supported by anti-grav masonry. Countless shops, apartments, restaurants, clubs, and bars filled its tens of floors. In simulation, appeared as it would have in real life, bursting with a plethora of humanity. Back home, Lucian did everything he could to avoid going here, but tonight, he liked the idea of losing himself in the crowds. There was comfort in being anonymous, unnoticed. Lucian was riding up the escalators when he caught sight of a familiar figure. Vera stood watching him in her dark gray robe, her cowl thrown overhead. Her long white hair fell unfettered, and her dark eyes stared intensely. How had she gotten in here? He didn't know anything about closing servers, but something told him that such a thing would be no barrier to her. Her form stole away, losing itself among the crowd. He ran, catching up to her at a balcony with a commanding view of the dark Atlantic. Vera stood before the panorama of the ocean, filled with dozens of shimmering islands. The artificially constructed Miami archipelago brimmed with high towers and multicolored lights. Sky cars shot between the islands and the mainland, while twice as many boats plied the waters below. Once Lucian stood a few meters behind her, she turned, her face visible by the lights of the mall. Every shadow and crevice on her expression seemed to hide secrets. "How did you get in here?" Lucian asked. He hoped his voice didn't sound too accusatory. Vera faced the ocean once again. "I'm not here. I don't enter these simulations. I'm projecting myself psionically. It's time we began our next lesson." She nodded toward the railing. "Stand here. I sense your trepidation. I assure you, you have nothing to fear from me." There was nothing but to go closer. Lucian didn't like that she could read his thoughts so well. Once he was standing by her side, she continued. "Have you thought about our conversation from last time? Have you come to terms with your identity? Have you discovered any new truths?" Lucian shook his head to all three questions. Nothing's clear right now. He didn't want to go into details. Not that it would matter anyway if she could read his mind. Instead, he stared out at the water as he thought about what to say. "You can't find truth without conflict," Vera sent on. "Conflict must test you, vet you, assail you. Whatever remains is truth." "Is there a point to any of this?" "Young man, this is the point. A mage's path is the path of truth. Never forget that. From truth, all magic and power flow. It's up to you to decide what your truth is." "Which is all to say," Lucian went on, "you can't tell me what's right and what's wrong. I have to figure it out for myself." "That is so. You struggle with the choice even now. The path of the mage, a true mage, is to spring headlong into conflict. No easy thing, that. Our egos thrive on faltering towers of white lies. We must be brave enough to let the storm test those lies, to let the storm shatter us until nothing is left but who we truly are. We must be brave enough to rebuild anew, as need demands." Lucian remained silent. "We mages have a grave misfortune," Vera went on. "If we want to live a long life, the manifold forces us to live our truths without compromise. We must always face ourselves, our failings, our flaws, and temper them as we would any blade. That is what gives us strength." "How do I discover my truth, then?" Lucian asked. Everything just feels confusing. All he could think about as he said that was Emma. Was his truth to pursue her, or to focus on his training? "That's simple," Vera said. "You must bleed for the truth." Lucian didn't like the sound of that. "I'm curious. Why do you care about this? Why are you teaching me?" Vera gave a knowing smile, a smile that seemed to grasp things beyond his conception. She placed her hands on the railing, each gnarled and ancient. How old was she? He didn't dare ask. At that moment, she seemed old enough to have lived in a time before Gates, before the colonial diasporas. Even with current longevity treatments, it was a stretch to say she was that old. "I admit, I'm not choosing to help you out of charity. I do nothing out of charity. I strongly believe that the manifold has marked you in a way I haven't seen in many years. It's something I felt the very day we met in the corridor. In exactly what way the manifold has marked you, that has not been made plain. But in time, it will become evident. That's why I'm testing you and asking so many questions. It's why I wish to train you. My questions are meant to sharpen. And yes, questions are designed to cause confusion and make you doubt previously held beliefs. The mage's path is one of growth. She shrugged. Of course, my intuition could be wrong, or it could be everything. And until I discover that, I'm content with the current arrangement. Accepting he was a mage was hard enough, but this was almost too much. Marked by the manifold? What does that even mean? And how could you possibly know that? A lifetime of communing with the manifold has taught me to trust my instincts. Instincts honed by trial and tribulation for decades. I sense the manifold means you to play an important role, Lucian, and my senses rarely fail me. She watched him with intelligent eyes. What is it you want at this moment? How did she expect him to answer such an impossible question? Right now, he wanted off this ship. He wanted to not be a mage. He wanted Emma. As it stood, he could have none of them. I don't know. I see several paths, none of them likely. Vera was quiet for a moment, seeming to consider. Choice is the affliction of youth. Thousands of paths spread before you. You imagine your life following each one. Every decision seems to bear the weight of a lifetime upon it. How can anyone decide when another way might have been better? She crystallized his fears in a few sentences. That's my problem. I see the good and the bad of every decision. It makes it impossible to choose. Remember that truth reveals itself in adversity. Ponder the easiest road and be suspicious of it. For nothing is ever as easy as it seems. Something easy in the beginning incurs interest later. Choices shape and change us. They define character. Discovering one's self is a lifetime of choices. And the older you become, the narrower the way gets, until there is no choice, but a single path leading you on to an inevitable goal, your truth. You are still young enough to where that goal has yet to manifest itself, but you can't discover yourself by sitting in a room and pondering questions. You must also act upon the world, and let it react to your decisions, for good or for ill. Lucian thought about her words for a moment. He had to admit, some of it made sense. Vera continued. That is the trouble with the Volsung Academy. They teach their students to not make choices. How can their novices ever learn if they are not allowed to make mistakes? The more courageous choice is to live your life, to make your mistakes, and live with them with as much honesty as you can. You may not see it yet, Lucian, but magic is a gift. That gift must be nurtured in the soil of truth. But we must always be wary because the easiest person to deceive is ourselves. There was a long silence as Lucian tried to make sense of her words. They were a jumble, not seeming to connect. I'm deceiving myself, then? Why am I not surprised? We deceive ourselves every minute of every day, Vera said. The harm is minimal, so long as we correct. The danger is when our lies become our truths, and we can no longer tell the difference. Such a shaky foundation is the path to the fraying. So, a dishonest life is the cause of the fraying? If that's true, then why are you the only mage in the galaxy who seems to know that? Everyone else seems to think it's because of the toxicity of ether.
Ether is the least of it. No one else will teach you what I know, except perhaps the most advanced masters of magic. You must hold a fundamental truth, dear, and use your magic in service to that. Those of us mages who have lived to old age have nurtured a deep-rooted truth over a lifetime. We have convinced ourselves to our core of who we are and what we want, and make no apologies for it. Of course, even that is not perfect, as no person can perfectly adhere to an ideal. The manifold is the ultimate truth. But there is a paradox within the manifold itself, for as the ultimate truth, it defines truth. And if we mages can manipulate the manifold, it means we can manipulate the truth. She gave an uncanny smile. The greatest mystery is that there isn't just one truth, but many. Sometimes truths even contradict, and those contradictions can exist at the same time until one truth is believed over the other. At the basest level of reality, where light meets shadow, things are and are not. Fervent belief is the fulcrum upon what mages define what is. That we call magic. Lucian's mind was bending by this point. So, what are you saying exactly? One of the most important lessons. Magic is belief. When we stream the manifold, we do what should be impossible. We change reality by centering our focus, the part of us that exists in both shadow and light. That is how we see things without eyes, how we move things without touching them, how we trick base matter into believing it's something else, create heat where there was only cold. Mages are stewards of the manifold, the only beings able to manipulate the base laws of the universe with our beliefs, using the 7 aspects of magic. Those aspects are thermalism, atomicism, dynamism, radiance, binding, psionics, and gravitonics. Depending on how we set our focus, the ether we gather can be streamed through one of these 7. These aspects are how magic manifests into our world, how we bend reality to our will. You mentioned the focus in our last talk. The way you say it makes it sound like a proper name. Oh, it is. The focus is the core of a mage's power, but it avails nothing unless the mage is centered on his truth. You can stream, yes, but with every streaming, the toxins collect in the body. Your body can only heal itself so much, and most of the damage is irreparable. That is why the foundation is so important to set before any advanced magic can be learned. What are these aspects exactly? You told me they are types of magic, but what does that mean? Lucian remembered well the dream during his metaphysical, with that dark, creepy voice. It had said to find the aspects, whatever that meant. But if the aspects were something so esoteric, as Vera seemed to be saying, then how could he find them? You are right that the aspects are types of magic. Each aspect manifests differently within the shadow realm, and each mage has a specialty, something they are particularly good at. Lucian wondered what his specialty was. My hands became wrapped with this purple light when I used magic against Dirk. Psionic magic, Vera said. That is my gifting. It deals with kinetic force and various manipulations of the mind, and even prophecy. It is probably among the most diverse of the aspects, if not the most diverse.
Does that mean psionics is my gift too?
Perhaps. It is too early to tell. Of course, just because you are gifted with one aspect does not preclude you from using the others. Believing you are only gifted at one aspect is a limiting belief.
And belief makes magic.
Vera nodded. It should be said, all magic comes from the same place, the manifold. And the manifold manifests itself in our reality through ether. Ether serves as the bridge between light realm and shadow, manifold and reality. All magic is the same until the mage decides how to use it. They use their focus to stream ether through one of the 7 aspects. That is enough for you to go on, at least for now. It will be many weeks yet before you stream your first drop, if you are to train with me.
Many weeks? But they would be at Volsung in less time than that. Vera seemed to guess his thoughts, or if she was using psionic magic, to read them.
Yes, that is why I said you have a choice ahead of you. Choosing to train with me would necessarily mean foregoing the Volsung Academy.
Which would mean leaving Emma behind.
Suffice it to say, Vera went on, we have only scratched the surface of what is possible. It is time for our next lesson before we delve too deeply into magical theory. There is something you should know about the nature of the universe and our role in it.
What's that?
Remember how I told you the manifold can reflect many truths?
At Lucian's nod, she continued.
During the Mage War, the Starsea mages controlled the power of creation itself. As powerful as their magic was, they were capable of so much more. Only their beliefs limited them.
Lucian wondered why she was telling him, and in light of what Emma had suggested, it made him wary. Vera was quiet for a long moment.
With belief, the Starsea mages shifted the galaxy. That was how we almost fulfilled our vision.
Lucian watched her, unbelieving of what she had just said. 24. You fought with the Starsea mages?
Vera gave a slow nod. I did, but that is not as startling as you seem to believe. The galaxy was a different place 60 years ago, and you would be surprised how many mages were enthralled by the idea of Starsea, and how some of them even teach at academies still. I make no excuses for myself. When you are older, Lucian, you will understand that most wars are not grand contests between good versus evil. There are simply 2 sides, each with irreconcilable beliefs, each willing to escalate to unspeakable acts for the sake of their vision.
Lucian could hardly let her write that off. What about the tragedy of Isis? Are you saying the Starsea mages weren't wrong to do that?
Wrongs were committed by both sides, but history is written by the victors. Since Isis was the culmination of the war, it gets the most attention.
That's a cop-out answer if I've ever heard one.
Since you insist, I will explain. The Starsea mages were pushed back to Isis after a long and bloody war, as you should know. The conflict had gone on for 10 years by that point, and all were weary of the war. Billions dead, worlds laid waste, though Isis is the one most often remembered. You have League propaganda to thank for that. But tell me, were you there when the Tachyon lances fell? Did you see the hundreds of thousands of dead innocents? The fires upon the cities? The reckless violence of the League's fleets blasting settlements into oblivion. All before Thermalists and her mages streamed a single drop of magic.
Lucian blinked. The Starsea mages killed themselves, bringing everyone down with them. They used the world as their hostage. The fleet had no choice but to attack. A planetary invasion would have been far costlier in terms of lives.
A neat lie. Isis was a tragedy, but not for the reasons you think. The League indeed blames the Starsea mages for what happened, but it was the League who struck first. But how is anyone to ever know that if none are left to tell the story?
You're telling it now.
I'm one voice, Vera said. I was not there myself, though. I spoke to those who were, a select few who had escaped. I can't say for certain what was going through the mind of Thermalists. No doubt she commanded what remained of the Starsea mages to defend Isis by whatever means necessary. But did the Starsea mages really render their capital planet a desolate, irradiated wasteland, along with the Isis Academy where they trained their recruits? She shook her head. It doesn't make sense. Thermalists had grand plans for Isis, but planet-wide eradication was not one of them.
Lucian was no longer sure what to believe. If any of that was true, then what the League promulgated was pure lies. And the intent of that propaganda was clear: to place the blame squarely on the Starsea mages' shoulders, enough to pass legislation through all the worlds to keep them quarantined and under control.
Not to say we were the side of good, Vera said. Certainly we thought so at the time. How the war started and how it ended were two different things entirely. I was younger then, brasher, and I committed many errors I would not have today, and I have many regrets. Would my knowledge today have changed things? She shrugged. I can only wonder. 50 years after the fall of Thermalists and the dissolution of the Starsea mages, I ask myself what it was all for. Did we shift reality with our beliefs? Our magic? Would our dreams of Starsea have endured long enough to solve the Fraying? Or did we simply not dare enough? Held back by those among our number who cautioned conservatism? I cannot say. I only know that I don't regret those days. They shaped me, but they no longer are me, and that is as it should be.
Lucian was too afraid to ask anything more. Vera was dangerous, one of the mages who had almost driven humanity into the ground. She didn't seem to be acknowledging that Malice and her mages had frayed, leading to the deaths of countless lives. And somehow, he'd gotten mixed up with her. If she was a part of the war, then she was one of the few who had escaped justice. A mage who had eluded academy mage hunters for 50 years. The most loyal to Malice had died with her on Isis. If that was so, then how was Vera still alive? Perhaps she had betrayed Malice. Perhaps she had run when she saw the inevitable fall of the short-lived empire of Starsea. And what was the nature of Vera's regret? The crimes the Starsea mages committed? Or the tactical errors that had ended in their defeat? But what if Vera was right? What if the Starsea mages weren't a force of evil as he had been taught, but simply one side of a very valid conflict? It was a possibility Lucian simply didn't want to consider. "It sounds like you're just trying to justify some pretty unspeakable things," Lucian said. "You've had 50 years to think of rationalizations, haven't you?" The words left his mouth before he was even aware of them. Foolish, that, especially when dealing with someone of her power. But Vera only gave a smile that gave Lucian chills. "That's one perspective," she said. Even I admit the possibility that I could just be fooling myself. After all, there's a certain expression. There isn't any fool like an old fool. Am I that old fool? Perhaps. And perhaps Starsea was doomed to failure before it could ever take shape. We would not have been the first to envision a future where mages ruled. After all, there has never been a time in human history where the mages weren't maligned in some way. What better way for the mages to take control of their destiny than by forming their own state? That, however, the League would not suffer. She watched him closely. What's important, Lucian, is what you think. Is someone chained to the mistakes of the past? Or are they allowed to grow and become someone better? He wasn't sure how to respond. I don't know. If they show reform, then yes. But that doesn't mean the person should escape justice. I've always been taught that the Starsea mages were, well, evil. Their defeat was the best thing that could have happened for humanity. You may be wondering why I would reveal this to you. I had hoped to teach you a valuable lesson, one that gets missed by a lot of people. There is great danger of thinking of things in terms of good and evil, black and white, right and wrong. All things are various shades of gray. It certainly makes things less simple, and it's harder to bring yourself to kill another person if you see them as a fellow human, with thoughts and ideas as valid as your own. There are things you do not know regarding the mages of Starsea, Lucian. Not because you are young, but because the truth has been hidden from you, as it has been hidden from everyone, mostly by the mages of Starsea themselves. They had the answer to the Fraying, the true, final answer that would have ended it forever, and not merely by having an unshakable foundation that could withstand the poison of magic. She smiled bitterly. That was the true tragedy of Isis, that they were not able to share the cure with the rest of mage kind. What do you mean? What was the answer? I will not tell you that. Just as you are not sure of me, I am not yet sure of you. Her gaze intensified upon him. I can teach you everything I know, and together we could see what the Manifold's plans are for you. But you must be willing to give me a firm answer. He blinked in surprise. What, now? Not now, but before we reach Volsung Orbital. There is still time. Not all hope is lost, Lucian. Even now, the Starsea mages may be no more, but their dream is not dead. That is my purpose. I will tell you everything, but you must agree to follow me and help me put the pieces together. She had to be joking. To stop the fraying. She nodded. That is my truth, my reason for being. And until my last breath, that is how I intend to spend every day, solving the mysteries of the past, putting the pieces together. Perhaps it is in vain, but the journey itself is not. Vera was quiet, her face thoughtful. To Lucian she seemed more ancient than ever. Of course, she mused, I can teach you nothing if you are not willing to learn yourself. The truth is, I'm not sure what to think. It's a lot. He watched her closely. Are the Starsea mages really gone? The group is defunct. I'm sure some sanctums still exist, hiding in the shadows of faraway worlds. But if there are any left, they are but a figment of their former strength. Their teachings lost veracity at the end of the Mage War, as Academy mage hunters sought those who hadn't perished on Isis. But they didn't find you. Vera shook her head. No, they haven't. She stared into the distance, her thoughts seeming to go back decades. I walked the halls of the Volsung Academy and was taught by the Transcends. That's how I began my journey as a mage, learning at the feet of the old masters. I know that road, and how it will eventually become a dead end. Belief cannot be limited, especially concerning magic, as the Academy teaches. It stymies the development of new techniques and ideas that might be of use. Of course, if the League ever again goes to war, the mage's powers will be unhindered in the League's service. She chuckled. It's hypocritical. During the Swarmer conflicts, the Academy mages used as much magic as the Starsea mages at the height of the Mage War. But the Volsung Academy would teach me to use magic. Oh yes, they would teach you. They would drive everything you think you know right out of your head. Then they will replace it with everything that's theirs. There will be no room for your thoughts, feelings, or goals. Only theirs. And the agenda the Transcends espouse must, in turn, be approved by League officials in faraway offices on distant worlds. Officials who are wholly out of touch with how magic works. Their ideal pupil is a soulless husk, a non-threat, an insular, unquestioning mage who will never ignite a galaxy. Lucian understood little of what she was talking about, but a lot of it felt right. But he couldn't help but wonder, why would she want anyone to ignite a galaxy? Zaramalis had done so, to the peril of all. But now he better understood the philosophy of the Starsea mages. Perhaps both sides were right, in their own way. Perhaps it was simply dependent on one's perspective, as Vera had mentioned. You've given me a lot to think about, he finally said. That is my only wish. Reflect on it. Solitude is self-medicating. Spend more time in it and less time on your slate and in these simulations. She faced away. This is what I leave you with. I will summon you when it's time for your next lesson. And like that, she was gone. Lucian stared out at the dark ocean, ruminating. 25. In the next few days, Lucian didn't speak to Emma, nor did he even see her. He rarely left his pod, except to shower, use the bathroom, or eat. Several times he reached for his slate to check on her, but decided against it. When 3 days had gone by, he was about to text her when, out of the blue, a message from her came in. Dirk is causing trouble. Great, he breathed. She attached a video which projected onto his pod's interior screen. Dirk was standing in the galley, a bandage wrapped around his eyes. At least half of the passengers were sitting at the tables and hanging on his every word. Believer Horatia was among them. The projection began mid-sentence. Only a matter of time until he does it to one of you, too. Kasim let out an angry shout, which only seemed to incite the crowd further. He attacked me, Dirk went on. No warning. My friends tried to stop him, but he pinned them with his mind. He burst my eyes from the inside out. Dirk's voice became choked, his thin lips twitching in agitation. He cut a pathetic figure, but that didn't stop people from shouting their support. If things didn't get under control soon, things could get violent. When I learned Captain Miller set this dangerous criminal free, I couldn't believe my ears. Lucian texted Emma back as the video played. When was this? Just a few minutes ago. Dirk blathered on and on, how mages were a bane upon the worlds, how it was only a matter of time until someone on board was killed, how even Emma herself had been attacked. The shouts of the crowd drowned out Emma's protests. Watching his vitriol, Lucian's blood boiled. After a particularly impassioned part of his rant, Dirk swelled under the attention. To the bridge, he said.
Let the captain know what we think of his justice! Lock the psycho up!
They began to chant the words, "Lock the psycho up," over and over. After 10 seconds of this, their chanting became weaker. The camera panned upward, focusing on a new figure watching from the second deck. Vera, standing in her customary gray cloak, watched the proceedings in silence. She stood like a bird of prey eyeing her domain, an effect only accentuated by her sharp nose. Dirk seemed to know something was wrong, but he did not turn and face upward until Vera spoke. "You are blind, not only in your eyes, but your beliefs." There was dead silence before Dirk recovered.
"You're that creepy old woman next door to me, aren't you? What do you want?"
Vera's stare was icy as she took in the crowd. "This fool is lying to you. He's a little boy after revenge after he stuck his nose into business that was never his."
"She's the liar," Dirk spat. "She's friends with the mage. She has to be a psycho too."
She gave an amused smile, a smile that said she had the upper hand. Everyone watched her as if hypnotized. She commanded an aura of respect, authority, and even fear. The sniveling Dirk couldn't match her gravitas, his shoulders sagging when he sensed the change in balance. "And what if I am a mage? Are you ready to challenge me as you did Lucian?" The galley went dead quiet after that. "Listen, and listen well. I know what happened that night. You and your friends hooted like jackals, attacking a helpless young man on his way to Volsung to seek a cure for his affliction. A young mage who had done nothing to threaten or harm you. You pulled him behind your door. You beat him without mercy. He had no way of protecting himself except, I imagine, the only way he knew how. With his mind. That is your foolishness. Why should any of us sympathize with a mouse who challenged a viper?" "You are one of them," Kasim challenged from the crowd. "I knew it." "Yes," Vera said. "You're a quick one, aren't you? For the rest of his life, my student will have to deal with the likes of you. Only under the greatest duress did he opt to defend himself. A harsh lesson for you. But sometimes pain is the only language a fool understands. And it would seem, even now, the designation of fool is too kind a description for you." She surveyed the entirety of the galley, her voice cracking like a whip. "Stop this rabble-rousing at once. I haven't the time or patience for it. I don't wish to involve myself further, and if there is any more drama, you and your friends will answer to me." With a swirl of her cloak, she stalked off, leaving the galley in silence. The video ended. Lucian watched it again, hardly able to believe it. Vera had not only threatened Kasim and Dirk, but had revealed herself as a mage. She wasn't stupid. She couldn't be. But neither did she seem to care what people did with that information. What did it all mean? Why had she done it? "Just finished," Lucian sent to Emma. "I don't know what to say." "What's this about you being her student? I told you not to talk to her." Lucian couldn't explain this over text. "Let's meet up somewhere. Is there somewhere we can go that's not crowded?" A few minutes later, she sent a message back. "Meet me in the observatory. I just booked it, so it's ours for the next hour." Within the minute, he was out of the cabin. The observatory wasn't far, down a short corridor sternward away from the second-deck cabins. Lucian walked with purpose, not wanting anyone to bother him on the way. The gesture proved pointless because he didn't run into anyone. He turned into the observatory, a small room with a viewport taking up an entire wall. Emma stood before it, facing away and her form framed by stars. It was the first he'd seen her in days, and he wasn't sure what to say. Emma turned, her face fraught with worry. He joined her by the viewports, though they stood at something of a distance.
Doing all right?
She asked. Lucian shrugged. I don't even know anymore. Emma sidestepped that sentence.
What did she mean by you becoming her student, Lucian? That can't mean anything other than what I think it means.
He didn't even know where to start, especially considering she knew nothing about his last conversation with her. I've been learning from her, though I won't go so far as to say I'm her formal student. He stopped, not sure how to break the news about her. The news Emma already suspected.
Anything else?
He tried to ignore the edge in her voice. She was the one who had wanted more distance. What did it matter who Lucian talked to?
Don't give me that face, she said. You're hiding something.
What face?
Like you're mad or something.
I'm not mad. She smiled.
I can see your face, Lucian. You're not good at hiding your feelings.
Fine, he said. You're just going to think I'm an idiot when I tell you this.
Why don't you let me be the judge of that?
You can be annoyingly persistent.
I'd like to think it means I care.
There was nothing else to be done about it. Emma listened as Lucian told her about his and Vera's last meeting. Her expression paled when he mentioned what she had been during the Mage War.
So, she is a Starsea mage.
Was, Lucian corrected. At least, according to her.
She's dangerous, Lucian. It's so much worse than I thought.
She revealed herself to the entire ship. Either she's very brave or very stupid. And she's not stupid.
That proves my point. It gives me chills to even think about you talking to her. Someone who is part of the Starsea mages on this very ship?
She became distant for a moment. He was unsure how to continue, how to justify himself. She only revealed it to me with our last talk. That was a few days ago. I haven't seen her since.
Because she said she'd summon you, whatever that means.
She has this way of talking inside my mind. She calls it a psionic link, though she didn't do it outside the time she talked to me in my cell.
She talked to you in your cell? You didn't tell me that.
I thought you'd think it was weird, so yeah, I held that back. She rolled her eyes.
Now you're hiding things from me. Anything else I need to know?
You should know everything. I wasn't trying to deceive you, Emma.
You just thought I wouldn't understand.
It was the opposite. He knew she would understand and try to stop him from doing what he thought was best. Emma watched him with concern.
All that she said about you, the whole marked thing, what's that all about?
Lucian shook his head. I don't know.
Lucian.
She placed a hand on his arm.
Look, you have the information you need about her, right? She was with the Starsea mages, and that should be all you need to know. I mean, is there really a question? Keep your distance.
She has some solid points, though. I'm not saying the Starsea mages were good, but maybe not everything about them is bad.
Are you serious? Lucian, billions died because of that war. The tragedy of ISIS.
I don't know, okay? Yes, they went too far. But what was the result? Now everyone who's a mage is hated, and we're treated like cattle. They want to train us to use our powers, but only for wars and hunting down rogue mages. How's that a life to be proud of? Maybe we're meant for more than that. Emma shook her head.
I don't know what to say, Lucian.
What makes you think the Transcends know what they're talking about? Magic isn't black and white, Emma. It's not something that can be controlled with laws.
That's how it's been controlled for the last 50 years. And it's worked pretty well.
Yeah, for everyone in the League besides us.
It's the way it has to be. If it weren't like this, none of us would be alive right now. Mages would be decaying on the streets, lashing out at random people or even family members once the Fraying reached their brains. Do you know how much damage a single mage can do?
She watched him, waiting for an answer. Lucian went on stubbornly. If Vera has answers, we'd be fools not to listen. Vera even admits the Starsea mages had it wrong sometimes. But they also had a cure to the Fraying. But the League destroyed the Starsea mages before they could share it.
If she truly cared about stopping the Fraying, She'd had 50 years to tell us the answer, Emma said. Instead, she keeps that secret to herself, for her own reasons.
We don't know her reasons.
Exactly, Emma said. It could all be a lie. Or she could be holding back because she's still a Starsea mage. You said yourself that she has the same ideals. She could still hope that Malice's vision of Starsea happens. Wouldn't the cure to the Fraying be an excellent reason for any mage to want to join them? Perhaps even for you to join them?
Lucian had to admit, she made a lot of sense. They had reached a point in the argument where they were no longer listening to each other. Emma just stared into space with a defeated expression. I'm sorry, Emma, he said. I mean, I understand your points, and you're probably right.
I know I'm right. I might have the details wrong, but I've got to go with my gut here. This lady is a creep, and you need to stop spending time with her.
She sighed in an attempt to calm herself.
You can't both be accepted at the academy and learn from someone like Vera. I feel like you're being swayed, like I'm losing you.
Losing him? What are you talking about? You're the one who pushed for distance.
I see now that was a mistake. I leave you alone for a few days and this happens?
I'm just trying to figure things out, like you are. I think you have some preconceived notions that are keeping you from seeing the whole picture.
You're stubborn as hell, Lucian. Would you just listen to me? Do you want to go to the Volsung Academy or not?
The question made him go silent. He wasn't sure how to answer because he wasn't even sure what he wanted.
You can't have both, Lucian. The Transcends have their way, and Vera has her own. The Academy mages had the right of it. They stopped the Starsea mages from turning the rest of humanity into slaves. Stopped them from burning all the worlds to ash. They are the side worth dedicating ourselves to.
Her face softened a bit, as if she pitied him somehow. As if he were someone who just didn't know better.
Vera, on the other hand, she isn't helping you out of the kindness of her heart. She's expecting something in return, and until you know exactly what that is, you would be stupid to learn anything more from her.
Lucian stared at her, stunned. Deep down he knew she was right, but he didn't want to admit it.
Likewise, you can't follow Vera and expect the Academy to be okay with it. She's already shifting your attitudes and beliefs. You're different compared to even a few days ago. She taught you a few things about how magic works, sure. All that about the 7 aspects, light and shadow and whatnot. I won't deny that. But it's making you think you know everything already. She's just one person, Lucian. The Academy has 8 transcends and dozens of talents, and they have history and a track record. And they are lawful.
Lucian couldn't argue against her in good faith.
Bottom line, she finished, I just don't trust her, and I want you to trust me. You can only choose one side, Lucian. Which will it be?
He saw that a choice lay before him, just as Vera had said. He could either follow her or continue to Volsung. He couldn't have both. He wanted the knowledge Vera provided, to stand on his own 2 feet. But he wanted to be with Emma, and knew he might not make it far without her watching his back. He didn't want to admit he found Vera's offer intriguing. The Academy was the path expected of him. What made the most sense? It was the one most mages would take, given the chance. But at the same time, it was no guarantee. He could go down there and be rejected for training. What then? He'd feel like a fool for rejecting Vera's offer.
Well?
Emma asked.
What are you thinking?
Lucian shook his head. I don't know. I see your point, Emma. I do. But Vera makes a lot of sense, too. The Academy doesn't seem like a sure thing. At least, not for me.
I don't understand, Emma said. Following her would not only be putting yourself at risk, it would be illegal. You'd be a rogue mage. You would be fair game to be tracked down by mage hunters, either killed or shipped off to Psyche in chains. Is that the future you want?
There was that, too. How long would it be before Academy mages were sent to hunt him?
The Volsung Academy can teach you properly, Emma said. This Vera, we hardly know anything about her, but knowing she was a Starsea mage should be enough.
She took his hand. At that action, Lucian felt his resolve soften.
The answer is simple. Come with me. Please. If you follow her, you'll be going down a dark path. It's something I feel deep to my core. You're my friend, Lucian. Maybe the only real friend I have now. Don't follow her. I don't want to lose you.
She made it sound so reasonable. Vera had wrapped her motives in mystery. Whatever Vera's story, whatever her flaws, she did have one thing going for her. She was speaking from a place of honesty and experience, at least by Lucian's estimation. Of course, it could all be some grand lie, but to what purpose? Why would someone of her stature gain by tricking him? Vera knew things, and she could teach him. Did the Volsung Academy, or other academies like it, have a monopoly on magic instruction? The League of Worlds seemed to think so. Then again, just because something was a law didn't mean it was right. Blindly following orders could be just as dangerous as breaking the rules. Each choice was safe in its own way and dangerous in its own way. There were too many unknowns. It was clear Emma cared about him, possibly more than a friend would, just as he cared about her. Why else would she be fighting so vehemently for him to come with her? The only thing he knew for sure was that he needed to learn more. He needed to speak with Vera again and figure out what exactly she wanted from him. Only then would he make his choice. 26. Lucian's stomach fluttered once he reached Vera's cabin. He hesitated only a moment before knocking. He stood there at least a minute, and almost left before the door slid open. Inside, Vera sat on the corner of her bed, seeming to have just come out of meditation. Yes? Could we talk? After a moment, she gave a slow, regal nod. Lucian stepped inside, entering a space as large as his cabin, but with only one queen-sized bed. A wide viewport looked upon the inner band of the Milky Way, a glowing stream of starlight. His stomach sunk as he stepped forward, as if gravity itself had doubled. "How might I be of service?" she asked. "I presume you are ready to continue your lessons?" Lucian wasn't sure where to start. We discussed this last time, about how I'd have to make a choice. Her eyebrows arched as if she suspected what was coming. Oh? Well, say what you came to say. I wanted to make sure we were on the same page. I agreed to learn from you, but not to be your student. Her dark eyes turned cold. I do not make a practice of teaching those who are not my pupils. I have chosen you to be my student, to let you in on secrets many mages would kill to discover. More than that, I fear we do not have a choice in the matter. The manifold has marked you, and if the transcends get a hold of you, it could prove disastrous. She stated her opinion with a boldness that took him aback. He would have to answer very carefully. I'm honored by that. You know far more than I could ever learn on my own. She watched him as if waiting for the other shoe to drop. Then what is the issue? I'm not sure. I guess I don't know much about you as I would like, despite our last conversation. Your motives, your plans. I still don't know why you want to train me at all. You say it's because I'm marked, but I don't even know what that means, or what's expected of me. It's only fair you tell me. I see. Well, I can't fault you for that. She sat straighter on the bed. But I'm afraid you will have to take a lot of what I say on faith. I wish I knew the future, for you and me. But the truth is, the manifold works its fate upon us all. Despite our inclinations, the fate of mages is written in the stars.
It is far easier to accept that fate than to fight against it." She was speaking in riddles again. "What do you mean? That it's my fate to train with you or something?" "The manifold has revealed some of your future to me, and in the future you are my student. Now, mages have a traditional type of mentorship, that between master and scion. The scion helps the master in her errands and undertakings, while in exchange, the master teaches the scion everything she knows. The conclusion seems obvious. The manifold meant us to meet each other aboard this ship. I am meant to teach you, and you are meant to learn from me. You are to be my scion."
Lucian couldn't help but notice her wording. She'd said that as if it were a statement of fact, not a hypothetical. "How do you know this? Magic?" She gave a slow nod.
Prophecy is a tricky subject, prone to misinterpretation. I am not immune to that. But prophecy has its uses. I don't know why, but I see this eventuality between us. It cannot be any other way in my mind."
Vera shrugged.
"Of course, I cannot force you to do something against your will."
She gave a small, cunning smile.
"But the manifold can, and will."
"I don't buy that. I hardly even know you, so why would I become your student on just faith? To be honest, your past concerns me. You say you've changed, but how can I know that for sure?"
"My former involvement with the Starsea mages is a closed chapter of my life," Vera said. "Like the Starsea mages, however, I still wish to stop the Fraying, though by different means. I have a new lead I'm pursuing, a lead that will take me to Halia. You are right to question me, and I understand your reticence. Skepticism is healthy. For that reason, I encourage you to allow silence and solitude to be your guide, where the manifold and its will can be sensed by the astute mage. But if you want more practical reasons for why you should be my scion, then they are as follows. I can train you to use the manifold better than any mage in the galaxy, including the transcends of the Volsung Academy. I can teach you to stream its power efficiently and purely, to keep the Fraying at bay. And my final reason, I believe that this is your calling, too. And if you refuse this call, the results could be disastrous. Not just for you, but the galaxy."
She shrugged, the gesture seeming anticlimactic in the face of her bold prediction.
"Let's just say this may be your one chance to do something great with your life. Only once have I felt a fate so marked as yours."
Lucian couldn't help but be curious.
"Whose?"
Vera was silent for a long time, her expression darkening with some foul memory.
"That is a tragedy, perhaps for another day," she said. "When you're ready, when you've agreed to take the harder path, the path that will no doubt be your truth, your training with me will begin in earnest. If you will continue to Volsung, you will soon learn that the manifold is not something to be denied forever."
Lucian was quiet as he thought about her words. His calling. He'd barely gotten around to accepting he was a mage, and now he had to accept he was some hero or something, fated to stop the Fraying. He didn't buy it. "That's not my calling," Lucian said. "I'm just trying to survive here. And your vagueness about everything just makes me think you're hiding something. I'm not a hero, and I never will be." Vera smiled.
"Hero? I never said that. I said you are marked and have a greater part to play. Hero, villain, it doesn't matter. But the last thing you can choose to be is nothing at all, Lucian. Perhaps that reckoning will not visit you today, or even a month from now, but someday it will. As someone I once knew very well said, if you stick your head in the sand, you're liable to be bitten in the ass. Lucian's eyes widened at the use of profanity, which seemed out of character for her, but it demonstrated just how serious Vera was about her ideas. As such, since you are still unready, she went on, I will reserve my lessons on deeper magical theory, lessons you will not learn until you become a talent of the Volsung Academy, a process that will take years. You are still a child, in attitude and beliefs. You think deeply of yourself and little of the wider universe. But you should be thinking deeper of the universe and lightly of yourself. What are you getting at? Her gaze intensified upon him. It's time you ended your self-pity, Lucian, and began to look outward at bigger things. The universe doesn't care for your self-misery, and that outlook avails you nothing. Rise, and become who you were meant to be. Which is? She leaned forward. If you have to ask that, then you are not yet ready. Lucian found himself stunned. Yes, every word she'd said was true, at least about himself. He knew he would learn a lot by going with her, and traveled to many interesting places. But the mere idea of it was unimaginable at the moment, whether Vera saw it in the future or not. If he got to decide who he was, as she said, then the choice was his. Go on to Volsung if you feel you truly must, Vera went on. But mark my words, the manifold means you for something much more. Accepting that fate will be easier than resisting it. Sometimes, whatever seems sane and logical on the surface is anything but. Remember what I told you last time. Seek silence, and listen for the manifold. Let its truth direct you. Let it hone and sharpen you. It will reveal the right path. I would encourage you to meditate and think about it. She nodded. We have about a week left on the voyage. You've grown, even if you haven't felt it. But you're not there yet. Something tells me that Dirk and his ilk will no longer prove any difficulty for you. You have risen above the likes of him and have become stronger through force of will. It is but one tiny step on the path to your strength as a mage. Whatever your future, you must stand strong and face it without running. The manifold has placed a rare opportunity before you. It would be a shame to walk away from destiny, to go down another path that could bring you to ruin, and perhaps even others, if only because another has sown doubts in your mind. Lucian knew she was talking about Emma, or at least had guessed at her influence over him. It made him feel protective of her. We don't need to bring her into this. Vera shrugged. It is strange that 3 mages should board the same liner to Volsung. It almost sounds like the opening line of a bad joke. Perhaps I underestimated her role in this, but I see that her words have made an impact on you, as my words have. It's up to you to decide through whom the manifold speaks. Her attention turned from him as she gazed out the cabin viewport. Go, think about what I've said, and let me know your decisions soon. He went to the door, her voice stopping him before he stepped through. One last thing. He turned to look at her. She regarded him coolly. Just because I can see your future through the manifold doesn't mean that future can't change. You can still make the wrong decisions. You can still die by those decisions. Why are you telling me all this? Because, Lucian, your fate does not lie on the surface of Volsung. It could be that you must go there to fulfill a greater purpose, one which is hidden from me. Only time will tell.
Lucian watched her for a moment, fighting the anxious twist in his stomach. If Vera could do one thing, it was to make him doubt himself to the core. I'll let you know soon. 27. In the corridor, on his way back to his cabin, Lucian ran across the last person he expected to see. Lucian moved aside to let him pass. At first, Dirk seemed to be none the wiser to his presence, until he suddenly pulled to a stop, swiveling his head around.
"Who's there? I heard someone sneaking up on me."
Lucian could keep walking without identifying himself. That was what he knew he should do, but something compelled him to speak. At least the ocular implant is still working, Lucian said. Dirk stiffened.
"You! What are you doing here?"
I was speaking to Vera. Dirk's face blanched.
"Vera? You mean that old witch?"
She's a mage, Lucian said. Dirk seemed to flinch at his using the proper name. Like psycho, witch was something of a slur for a female mage, though not quite as provocative.
"Stay right where you are," Dirk said. "Leave me alone."
I haven't moved. Lucian looked Dirk over. In a way, he felt bad for him. He doubted he'd learn from his mistakes, but in a few days, it wouldn't be his problem anymore. Dirk's face fell, but anger still clouded his features.
"Don't make me get Captain Miller involved."
The threat was empty, and Lucian knew it. There's something I'd like to say to you. I know it probably doesn't matter in the end, but I'll say it all the same. Dirk let out a sigh.
"Fine. I can hardly escape you, can I?"
You did it to yourself, Dirk. I don't know why you hate mages so much. We're just people, cursed with something that's not our fault. Hate will not solve that. I sincerely hope you learn that. Dirk clenched a useless fist. If I had my eyes right now. But you don't. And you never will again. Not without organ growth surgery, at least.
You wouldn't be saying this if I had my sight.
And you would have never come after me without your dogs. Let's call it even. Dirk grunted.
Here I was, thinking you were the noble type. Guess not. Kicking someone while they're down.
That wasn't my intent at all. Dirk laughed bitterly.
Wonderful. Piss off, would you?
Have a nice life, for what it's worth. Dirk brushed past him with a growl. Lucian didn't know what he had expected. Having a rational conversation with Dirk was setting the bar too high. Whatever closure he'd been hoping for, clearly it wasn't happening. All he could do was wash his hands of it and move on with his life. As the days passed, Lucian meditated as Vera had suggested, but all he could feel was anxiety and doubt pulsating deep within him. Emotions about Emma, worries about his mother, and uncertainty about his future all intermixed, making it impossible to think clearly. Wherever Lucian went throughout his day, an undercurrent of anxiety followed. Vera had said going to Volsung was balking at his destiny. There seemed to be a certain truth to what she was saying, but something was still missing. He didn't know what that something was, as Volsung at last materialized in the galley viewports. It was small, yes, but every passing hour it would grow larger. The ship was already slowing for arrival, a process that would take several days. Vera had warned him against training at the academy, but Vera had also said to think for himself. But how could he make a clear decision unless he saw the academy? It would be unfair for Lucian to follow Vera without seeing what the Transcends had to offer. Then again, if he chose that path, the opportunity to train with Vera would be gone forever. It was simply impossible to know what was right. Out of the viewports, Volsung was the brightest object in space, outside its parent star. They would be arriving tomorrow morning. In a day, he could be down on that bright dot, on his way to the Volsung Academy. Or he could be training with Vera, who had already shown him so much.
Have you decided?
Emma had come out of nowhere, breaking him from his thoughts as she sat at his table. Just having her close was enough to unbalance him. I don't know yet.
Well, how can I convince you?
Even as he smiled, it felt hollow. I don't know that either. I feel like Vera is a sure thing. I know what I'm getting, at least as far as training goes. The academy? He shook his head. They might reject me for all I know. She sighed.
Maybe I spoke too soon. Too harshly.
What do you mean by that?
I pushed you away when you needed me most, and that caused you to consider the other option. You needed me, and I selfishly closed myself off because I was afraid.
When she watched him, her brown eyes were watery.
But the truth is, I do want you to come. Remember when I asked if you would come if I ever needed you? Well, I need you. I can't go down there alone. And I don't think you going off alone would be good for you either. We need each other still. Why else would we have met? I've missed you these last few days. It was stupid of me to try and create some distance. It was a decision made out of fear.
Lucian watched her, completely shocked to see her feelings laid so bare. He couldn't blame her for anything she'd done. I've missed you too, he admitted. And I'm scared too. Vera is telling me some extraordinary things, and I don't think she's lying about them.
What did she say?
Lucian hesitated a moment. He knew how crazy this would sound to her, but he had to say it all the same. She's saying she's never felt anyone as marked as me, whatever that means. She says if I go down to Volsung, the Manifold is going to try to push me elsewhere. That bucking the will of the Manifold might even kill me. He shook his head. I don't know what to believe.
Want to know what I think? No mage, no matter how powerful, can tell you how things will turn out. In the end, we are the ones who decide our fate, Lucian. Not the Manifold, not Vera, not anything else. Don't make your decision based on fear. We aren't meant to know the future. We are meant to make the best decisions we know with verifiable information we have in front of us, not hypotheticals.
That was very logical, and very Emma-like to say, and he realized it made the most sense. He couldn't choose something because he was afraid of death, or that he would miss out on his true calling, or not be accepted. In his heart, he knew the right decision was to go with Emma to Volsung, however that turned out. The tension melted from his shoulders, and the clouds lifted. And for the first time, his path forward was clear. Maybe he was consigning himself to death, as Vera had suggested. Vera or the Manifold couldn't decide his fate, but he could. If the Manifold were really as powerful as Vera had suggested, it would stop him from going to Volsung. He couldn't let Emma do it on her own. And what was more, he knew he needed her too. I'm going to Volsung. That's final. Emma smiled wide.
I'm so glad, Lucian. You had me scared for a minute there.
I think the old me might have gone with Vera, to be honest. But somehow meeting you has changed me. If I'm going to grow, not just as a mage, but as a person, I need friends. I see that now.
Yes, you do.
It's something that seems obvious now, but Vera could never be a friend to me. Whatever she cares about, it's not people. If I went with her, I would learn a lot, but not the things I need to learn now, I guess. He smiled in memory. It's funny, my mom told me something on the way here I'm just now remembering. She said I couldn't do this all on my own. So you're helping me as much as I'm helping you.
So you're saying I can cash in that favor some other time? Emma asked with a smile.
Lucian laughed. It's only fair.
I can't believe it. I'm so happy right now. I mean, the training will be the hardest thing we've ever had to go through, but it'll be worth it in the end.
There is one problem, though, Lucian said. My account from Earth hasn't synced with this system. It might fix itself once we're on Volsung O, but if not, I have no way of getting down to the surface.
Do you need help?
Lucian nodded. Even something as simple as asking for money would have stopped him before, even if Emma was well off. I need some creds. I can pay you back as soon as my account syncs up. Emma shook her head.
Don't worry about it. I can get you a shuttle ticket, no problem. Looks like I can book you the same shuttle to Carandas easily. I can tell the talent I'm meeting that you'll be with me.
And they'll have no problem with that?
I'll send the message ahead. They should already know you're coming anyway, if your doctor already messaged the academy. I'm just so glad you made the right choice. In a few days, we'll be students at the Volsung Academy.
It was hard not to feel her excitement, too, even if the future were uncertain. Being committed to something made him feel much more at peace. Emma retrieved her slate and projected a holo of the cylindrical Volsung orbital. The holo showed where the Burung would dock, as well as the route they would take to the shuttle.
We'll get off here and head to the shuttle airlock, she explained. The shuttle will take us to Carandas.
At her explanation, the projection switched to the planet itself. It zoomed in on a small island in a vast ocean.
We'll get off at the spaceport there and link up with Talent Cairo. She'll take us to the docks, where we'll get on the Academy's boat. The passage across the ocean should take about 4 or 5 days standard. If you're counting in Volsung days, it'll be about 2 days.
Right, Lucian said. A day is about 50 hours on Volsung.
54.5, actually,
Emma said. Still, seems a fast journey to go from the equator to the north in just 4 standard days, considering Volsung is not too much smaller than Earth.
Well, you have to remember that over a third of Volsung's surface is locked up in ice. So we're not going to the extreme north, maybe 2/3 of the way up at most, since the northern ice cap takes up a large portion of the planet.
She showed him on the holographic map.
See? That's where the Academy is.
That tiny island? The display showed it being about 1,000 clicks south of the ice cap, slightly north of the 50th parallel. Thousands of kilometers of ocean spread from the island's east, west, and south.
With modern ships, it would probably be doable in half the time, even if we're starting from Carandas on the equator,
Emma said.
Makes me think the vessel they're using is quite primitive.
I wonder how people sleep down there, with the days so long.
From what I understand, they split the days in half,
Emma said.
Divide the day in 2. And it's close enough to normal for it to not affect humans too much.
She had done her research, for which Lucian was thankful. The two of them looked out the viewports at the approaching blue orb, a shining sapphire in the void. That world was their future, and it was a future they would be facing together. A new world, a new gravity, but most of all, a new life. 28. Later that day, Lucian went to Vera's cabin and knocked. Eventually, the door slid open, revealing her sitting on the corner of the bed. It was as if she had sat there the entire time over the past few days, without even moving. For all Lucian knew, she might have. She stared out the viewport, where Volsung hung a few million kilometers away, a bright orb of blue. Enter. Somehow Lucian felt as if she knew his decision already. Her manner was colder than usual, and she did not look at him directly. You've decided on Volsung, then. She said it with careful neutrality, without a hint of animosity. When she turned to look at him, her expression seemed more appraising than judgmental. It's the right choice, he said, though I couldn't tell you why. Do you know it to your core? Is this the direction the manifold is leading you? I don't know about that, but I'm at peace with the decision. It's like that sometimes, Vera said. The Academy will challenge you, in some ways expected, in other ways not. Cryptic as always. She ignored that. You must discover what those challenges are on your own. I will not be able to help you. Do you think me incapable? Far from it. The manifold is one step ahead of us, always. Its plans are simply different from what I surmised, but it is almost always that way. I see the value of your training, but for whatever reason, Volsung is where I need to be. You see the value in my training? She chuckled. There we disagree. But I understand your perspective, limited as it is. She gave the ghost of a smile again, which made Lucian's skin crawl. Similarly, you don't see the value of what the transcends are offering, and you're going anyway. They have a tradition, Lucian said, somewhat lamely. Over a century of teaching mages. That they do. Whether they teach magic well is another conversation entirely. But again, you will learn. If my senses are correct, your journey will not end in that place. However, I've been wrong before. A silence lingered, which Lucian finally broke. Well, thank you. I've learned a lot. I'm grateful for that. She gave a regal nod. With that single movement, Lucian thought she had a curious sense of majesty, a quality he couldn't put into words. Once again he found himself wondering about her past with the Starsea mages, what he was missing by not going with her. He'd only scratched the surface of her knowledge after all. Who are you exactly? I know you were one of the mages of Starsea. Did you know Zara Malice? How have you eluded capture so long? She was quiet for a moment, seeming to consider those questions as she looked out the viewport. Go, Lucian. You've made your choice. Now you must learn to live with it. My only parting advice: never allow yourself to regret your decisions. Lucian didn't believe he would regret this decision in the least, but of course, only time would tell. He nodded his thanks to her all the same, leaving her there as he found her, deep in meditation. She seemed to mutter some words before he left her behind. It was hard to say what they were, but they almost sounded as if, I wonder how she's doing. He almost stopped himself to ask her to repeat herself, but her posture remained closed, and she was speaking to herself. It wasn't his place to ask. Lucian left and did not look back. The Burung was minutes away from docking at Volsung Orbital. The oceanic planet dominated the ship's starboard viewports. Everyone waited in the galley, even Dirk, standing alone and friendless against the wall. Paul and Kasim stood off on their own in sullen silence. Now that their leader had shown weakness, he was no longer worthy of being followed. A crewman stood next to Dirk to assist him, but Dirk's face wore a scowl while his arms were crossed, and his bandage was still wrapped around his eyes. In a few minutes, Lucian wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Almost there, Emma said. Are you ready? He'd never been more ready in his life. Sure am. Outside the viewports, there wasn't a hint of land on the planet's surface below. Only boundless blue ocean and white cloud cover. Volsung's surface was over 90% water, and in the God's Deep, the ocean went down to a depth of over 20 kilometers. As the planet rotated, a band of gray clouds obscuring the planet's tropics flashed with lightning, probably one of the planet's famous supercyclones. Every passing minute, Volsung loomed ever larger. Lucian had his wheeled luggage ready, while Emma only had a backpack, which she seemed to have no trouble toting around. He wondered how she'd handle it in Volsung's higher gravity. Gravlag was a real concern, especially for lifelong spacers who had never felt the pull of a world as large as Volsung or Earth. It could take weeks to adjust. Emma looked at an incoming message on her slate. That's Talent Cairo. She says she's docked the boat. Emma swiped out a reply in under 2 seconds. Once done, she pointed out the viewports. Look. The clouds now gone, green islands and archipelagos dotted the cerulean surface below. On the horizon, a new larger landmass was slipping into view.
Looks like the Ostcontinent, she said. And if I don't miss my guess, all those thousands of tiny islands are the pillars of Poseidon.
The eighth wonder of the galaxy, Lucian said. They'd all seen the commercials.
Volsung also rotates in the opposite direction of Earth, Emma said. Sun rises in the west and sets in the east.
Lucian knew that too, but he let Emma chirp the facts at him since she seemed excited about it.
Carandas is also on an island, almost right in the center of the Ocean of Storms, right in between the Ostcontinent and the Westcontinent. It'll probably be a bit balmy, probably not too different from Miami.
Emma watched him to see if this fact had any impact on him. Lucian took in the news without a word. He was feeling anxious now, especially when a new shape materialized against the planet's surface.
There it is, Emma said. Volsung O.
The orbital was not the size of Sol Citadel, nowhere even close, but Lucian knew it was quite impressive in its own right. A 2 kilometers long O'Neill cylinder. It was basically a giant can spinning in orbit, if far more technically advanced. From what he'd read, Volsung O was home to 10,000 people. It was also the waypoint for any ships in the system, as well as the hub for shuttles down to the surface. Smaller spaceships capable of both interstellar travel and landing on high-gravity planetary surfaces were rare, but becoming more common. The majority of vessels still had to dock in space first and take a shuttle down. The orbital looked tiny indeed against the backdrop of the blue planet.
We need to get to the shuttle fast, Emma said. It leaves in an hour.
Emma adjusted her backpack as the bullroom closed into the station. Lucian could now discern individual ports and bays at the cylinder's end. Various ships and shuttles zoomed about, docking and departing. Even if it wasn't as impressive as Sol Citadel, he still watched in awe. Noticing his reaction, Emma smiled.
One day, I'll show you L5. Your jaw will hit the deck.
Prepare for docking, came the captain's voice from the intercom. The passengers clamored for the door. Even as they crowded each other, they left a sizable space around Lucian and Emma. For once, he was thankful for his status as a mage. Lucian scanned the crowd for Vera, but there was no sign of her. There was a final sliver of doubt as he questioned his decision. But there was no time to think about it, as the ship had come to a stop. Lucian felt a light vibration through the deck, followed by the click of the airlock. For the first time in 4 weeks, that lock opened, letting in a rush of cold air. People surged through like the breaking of a dam. Lucian joined the flow. After 1 month, the long journey was over. 29. They half walked, half ran through the bustling orbital. The interstellar terminal was a swarm of people jostling in every direction. Despite the copious amount of space and many decks, this end of the cylinder was so crowded. Emma and Lucian could hardly push through the teeming mass. The first thing that struck Lucian was that this was an older orbital that hadn't been kept up with. The decks were dirty, and many of the fluorescents flickered while a good half of them were out. Groups of rough-looking men gathered in dark corners, leering at passers-by who walked speedily between destinations. All of the stores and entrances were barred or covered with grills, while what appeared to be gang symbols were scorched into the metallic walls. Security guards bearing shock batons stood vigil over many of the entrances, while police drones glided over the main concourses. Lucian's senses were on high alert. This area looked as rough as the OLH back home, if not worse. The sooner they got to the gate, the better. The end of the wide cylinder faced out to the planet's surface, where, against a blue and white backdrop, hundreds of vessels orbited between habitat and planet. Lucian saw anything from smaller personal craft to large interstellar freighters. Several of those freighters even had antiquated rotation rings, meaning the ships were built before the development of artificial gravity in the early 24th century. They ran past boarding tunnels as they rushed toward the planet-side shuttle bays. Tickers above revealed the destinations of worlds Lucian would likely never see in his life. Mulciber, Casturi, Pontus, Nessus, Freyr, Arion, Hephaestus, Mimir. The crowds thinned as they made their way farther from the interstellar hangars. Lucian was beginning to doubt Emma's slate was steering them right. Emma seemed blind to everything but the holographic arrow pointing the way. The slate's guidance seemed to be leading them to a darker, less crowded area. An area where the police drone presence was non-existent. More than ever, Lucian was aware of how Emma's expensive designer clothing and backpack stuck out. "Keep moving, Emma," he said.
"Another 5 minutes," she said. "Almost there."
That was when Lucian noticed a pack of 4 men who seemed to be edging closer. As soon as Lucian locked eyes with the forerunner, a rough and pale man with facial scars and close-cropped hair, that was when they pounced. The leader and his 3 lackeys moved toward Emma, with eyes on her bag. Lucian sprang into action, dropping his wheeled luggage to fight better, placing himself between Emma and the approaching men. 2 of the assailants peeled off from the leader and dashed for Lucian's isolated luggage. To protect Emma, he was forced to watch helplessly as they made off with almost everything in the worlds he owned. Emma dropped her backpack too, but covered it protectively while opening it up to dig for something. "Emma, we need to move!" She ignored him, continuing to dig. There was nothing Lucian could do but block the 2 remaining thieves from reaching her. When the lead attacker rammed into him, Lucian spilled to the deck, the low gravity making it hard to keep his feet. He scrambled up quickly, just in time for the other attacker to throw a punch, which Lucian dodged. It was 2 against 1, and all the while Emma continued to search her bag. "Emma, go! Whatever you're trying to save, it's not worth it!" A punch connected with Lucian's jaw. He grunted in pain, even as he was tackled again by the second assailant. The original thief ignored Lucian, going after Emma. "No!" Lucian felt the familiar fire building up again, just as it had with Dirk. But this time, it wasn't himself he was trying to protect, but Emma. Unable to control the flow, his hands glowed violet, and he pushed with his mind. A wave of kinetic energy hurtled outward, blasting the assailant high into the air with a scream. Lucian blinked in surprise. Lucian's attacker fled after seeing that display of power, his path taking him right by Emma. But as soon as the gangly youth got close, she slammed a shock baton into the thief's gut with a determined expression. She squeezed the trigger and streams of electricity sizzled against the assailant's torso, making him go inert and collapse to the deck. The other attacker was still down, groaning and immobile, about 10 meters away. There was no sign of the first 2, who had made off with Lucian's bag. Looking around, it didn't seem as if there were many people, a fact for which Lucian was thankful. But that didn't mean his outburst of magic hadn't been caught by security cameras. Taking inventory, he had nothing more than the clothes on his back and the slate in his pocket, along with the small backpack he still carried, which only had a change of clothes and a bottle of water. With the shuttle leaving so soon, there was no time to go chasing after the thieves who had taken his stuff. "You okay?" Lucian asked. "You used magic," Emma said, her face reflecting her awe. "How did you do that?" "I'm not sure. I saw you were in danger and it just happened." He shook his head. "We don't have time to talk about it. I don't want to miss the shuttle." She managed a nod. "Right." She looked down at the baton. "I wish I hadn't buried this thing under all my clothes." After she returned the baton to her backpack, they headed in the direction of the gate, leaving the ill-lit area behind. "There it is," Emma said. "Finally!" A long queue was lining up outside a door. The transport shuttle, a sleek, silvery craft, was already connected to the airlock, which was open. There were people here, so they should be safe as they boarded, though it probably wouldn't take long for station security to catch up. Lucian could only hope they boarded before anything could happen.
"Your pass should be on your slate,"
Emma said. Lucian saw the incoming notification. Got it. They couldn't get off the station fast enough. Gravity intensified as the shuttle burned through Volsung's atmosphere. Even the inertial dampeners couldn't completely take the edge off. The portholes revealed a few placid and puffy clouds stretching across an endless, cerulean expanse. The ocean of storms was not true to its namesake, at least on this portion of the planet. When the shuttle slowed and leveled out, 2 distant emerald green islands came into view. Lucian noticed the leftmost island held hundreds of silvery skyscrapers, the city gleaming in the bright afternoon sun. A long white line connected the 2 islands, and it took Lucian a moment to realize that it was a bridge. There were a few buildings on the island to the right, but it was mostly undeveloped. A few cargo ships plied the blue waters, looking like toys from up here. The shuttle glided over the city to begin touching down. Tall, tropical trees intermixed with the bustling cityscape. The city looked bright, modern, and sleek. As Emma had mentioned, it might have been a smaller Miami, aside from the mountain it was built on. I thought Volsung was a cold world, he said. Looks more like Honolulu than Oslo down here.
"I told you it was warm around the equator," she said.
The shuttle lowered itself vertically in the middle of the city. Towers rose on all sides, looming over the shuttle. The underside thrusters ran at an even burn to allow a slow, steady descent. About 10 meters from the ground, a crane arm grappled the shuttle. The arm lowered the shuttle the rest of the way, allowing the thrusters to power down. The shuttle touched lightly on the gray tarmac. For the first time in Lucian's life, he would breathe the air of a new world. 30. That air was hot and humid. It blasted Lucian as soon as the shuttle's airlock opened. The air pressure seemed higher here than back on Earth. Or, Lucian thought, he was just used to the low pressure of spaceships now. Either way, the gravity felt heavy, even if he knew it was a bit less than Earth's, and the air pressure made his ears ring. On the bright side, he didn't have a bag to tote around anymore. The yellow sun shone bright and hot. It, too, was less luminous than Sol, but it might as well have been twice as bright, because his eyes weren't used to it. The spaceport's interior was cooler but still warm. This concourse was not as busy as Volsung O's, but it hummed with life. At least it didn't look as if they'd get jumped any second. After Emma picked up her luggage, they went down a long escalator to the wide open entrance. Do you need some help with that pack? Lucian asked.
"I've got it,"
Emma said with a stubborn set to her jaw. Lucian stood back as she huffed and puffed, carrying her bag under the heavier gravity, clearly struggling under the weight. All he could do was shake his head. Outside, a line of ground cars was loading and unloading their passengers. Above the street was a lev station with a train about to depart. Though the upper tiers of the spaceport shaded the streets, it was still hot, stifling even. Emma fanned herself with her slate, which had become wide and thin to accommodate the action. "It's so hot here," she said. "Where is she?" Before Lucian could respond, she pointed.
"Wait, I think that's her."
Lucian followed Emma down the sidewalk, toward a young woman of average height, light brown skin and dark brown hair cut short. The woman wore a gray cloak like Vera's, though it was lighter in shade, along with a yellow sash over her left shoulder. That cloak must have been oppressive in this heat, though she gave no sign of discomfort. She had a pretty, heart-shaped face, but there was an intensity to her stare that said she would suffer no fools. Talent Kairu's brown eyes betrayed no emotion as she nodded to Emma in greeting. "Emma Almaty?" When Emma nodded, Kairu gave a small bow. "Welcome to Volsung. We don't have much time before the boat needs to embark." Kairu took Emma's backpack and put it in the car beside her. The academy talent didn't seem to notice Lucian at all. He hung back, unsure of where he stood with her. She should have been expecting him, but so far she wasn't acting like it.
Talent Cairo,
Emma said with a bit of trepidation.
This is Lucian Abrantes. He's the mage on board I told you about. He wishes to apply as well, and his doctor on Earth informed the Transcends of his arrival.
Lucian put out his hand. Nice to meet you, Talent Cairo. Her eyes went to his hand, and then to his eyes. They stared in challenge and with instant dislike. Lucian didn't know what he had done to offend her, so he awkwardly pulled his hand back.
I'll tell you what I said before,
Cairo said to Emma in a calm but firm voice.
My instructions are to bring you alone to the Transcends. He can come too, but whatever they decide to do with him is out of my hands.
Lucian wondered what he could do to smooth things over. I apologize if I'm an inconvenience. I'm already here, though. My baggage was stolen, and I have nowhere else to go.
As long as you've paid your harbor fees, we'll have no quarrels. It's paid, Emma said.
Talent Cairo eyed Lucian.
Volsung is a dangerous world. Mages aren't allowed in Carandas for long. Our boat needs to be gone within the next couple of hours. Traffic in the city can be bad, so we should leave now.
All three hopped in the car, and within a moment, it was self-navigating the busy, winding streets. That first meeting hadn't gone as expected, but now that Lucian was on world, he hoped things would get better. The car ride was silent as they rolled away from the spaceport, joining the flow of traffic down a tree-lined avenue. Their canopies were crimson with many blooming, blood-red flowers. There were so many that the blossoms floated in droves onto the street below. They had stained the street with their pigment. Flame trees, Cairo said. They only grow on Volsung, mostly in the lower latitudes. We cultivate one on Transcend Mount, even though the climate isn't right for it.
Transcend Mount?
Emma asked. The name of the island the Volsung Academy is on. It remained quiet as the car drove down the canyon of skyscrapers, many connected by footbridges. Tropical greenery grew on the sides of the edifices. Everything was new and pristine. Lucian didn't see so much as a crumpled food wrapper on the sidewalks. Most of the people wore light suits designed for the tropical heat, and the atmosphere was busy and professional. Some droids walked among the humans on various errands, a sign of the city's prosperity. Swinging from the flame trees above the car were scaly, four-limbed creatures. Their green reptilian skin and curled tails made them look like a strange cross between an iguana and a monkey. There were dozens, all letting out the same grating hoot, the cacophony echoing off the sides of buildings. One of the creatures hung by its curled tail, staring right at them. A meter-long tongue shot from its mouth.
What are those?
Emma asked. The locals call them Liz monkeys, Cairo said. You'll only find them here. They wove downhill through the streets until they came to a cliff overlooking the wide ocean. The surface was smooth, almost glassy, with only tiny ripples due to the steady breeze. Volsung had no moon, meaning there were no significant tides. A few islands rose in the distance, though they were too small for habitation.
It's beautiful,
Emma said. Beautiful, Cairo acknowledged, but dangerous.
How do you mean?
In the north, if the storms don't kill you, the cold will. That cold, at least here in Carandas, seemed a distant thing. The car navigated a series of switchbacks to the harbor below, which extended as far as the white bridge connecting the two main islands. Looking back, Lucian could see the towers of the city rising high above them. A layer of clouds obscured the mountain's peak. The car rolled to a stop at the front of a marina filled with personal-sized vessels. The three of them got out, and Emma grabbed her backpack. The car drove itself off. Lucian and Emma followed Cairo down toward the dock. That was when a deep male voice boomed from behind them.
Hey, psychos!
Hope a storm takes you all. Lucian turned to see 3 rough-looking men standing next to a large truck. The one who shouted wore a superior smirk. Go on ahead, Kairu instructed calmly, as if this were a normal occurrence. I'll deal with them. Ours is the sailboat at the very end, name of Lightsail. The 2 of them walked down the dock as Kairu dealt with the men. Once a safe distance away, they turned around to watch. Shouldn't we help her? Lucian asked. Kairu's hand was on some sort of weapon she had hidden beneath her robes. At this distance, Lucian couldn't hear a word she was saying. Nah, this is above our pay grade, Emma answered. After the orbital, the last thing we need to be doing is looking for a fight. It didn't take long for the men to disperse. Whatever Kairu had said, or threatened, it had done the trick. Kairu had jogged down the dock to join them. Once she'd caught up, Emma asked, Does that happen a lot? Kairu nodded. People around here know Lightsail is a mage vessel. They're just tough guys who learned that they're not so tough. The Academy is thousands of clicks from here. We don't have to deal with their kind there. And this will get us there in just a few days? Lucian asked doubtfully. Kairu glowered. Yes. 2 Volsung days and 4 standard days, if the winds and currents are with us, which they should be. Lightsail is true to her name, sleek and fast. The sails adjust automatically and capture even the faintest breeze. She will fly. Lightsail bobbed slightly on the smooth ocean surface. Indeed, it looked light and fast, its wooden frame narrow and streamlined. Lucian judged it was large enough to crew 20 or so people. He and Emma boarded, while Kairu unmoored the line. The boat drifted away from the dock as she hopped on deck. Follow me to the helm, the talent said. Inside the bridge, Kairu pressed a few buttons on the display. A moment later, the deck thrummed as an electric motor kicked in. The sails unfurled and caught the full breeze, and the boat leapt across the surface as if eager to be off. As the ship picked up speed, the motor cut out as the sails swiveled above of their own accord. As Kairu said, they caught every change in breeze and crosswind. Lightsail zipped across the water, and all too quickly Lucian watched Carandas and its silver towers fade into the distance. 31. Out of sight of Carandas, the Lightsail plied smooth waters. Schools of fish swarmed around shallow shoals between which Lightsail wove. Below, multicolored reefs hosted rainbows of life, visible through crystal-clear water. As Lucian watched the waterscape pass, he realized Volsung was a planet humanity had not yet spoiled. The air was fresh, salt-laden, with not a trace of smog. There's some cabins aft, Kairu told them both. You can put your stuff there. Get some sleep if you want. Lucian claimed a cabin near the stern of the boat. There were 4 bunks, so Lucian took one of the bottom ones. After depositing their bags, he and Emma returned to the helm to find Kairu no longer there. Instead, she stood at the bow, holding whatever weapon she had hidden at the harbor. It was a thin spear, about 2 meters in length, which had to be incredibly lightweight judging by the speed with which she handled it. And with that spear she simply danced. There was no other way to describe it. As Lucian watched her practiced movements, it was as if she were fighting an imaginary army. His breath caught as light shimmered along the length of the spear. Emma gasped when streams of electricity flickered up and down the shaft, collecting toward the point in a bright orb of energy. Kairu never slowed her movements. She knelt, leapt, sliced, and stabbed, flowing like water. The spear crackled with each sudden movement, brimming with electricity. They marveled in silence. Kairu's movements seemed to make the spear build up energy. After 15 seconds or so, a fork of lightning lanced from its tip, extending at least 5 meters. It was the first time Lucian to see magic streamed by a real mage. just a taste of what could be coming. "What is that weapon?" he asked. Emma stood quiet for a moment.
"I think it's a shock spear. Mages use them in battle, as far back as the Mage War. Their electric charge can pierce energy shields, and it's powered by—"
She swallowed.
"Well, the mage."
Kairu did a few more graceful spins, though her movements were now slowing. "Are we going to learn that?"
"I don't know."
She gasped when Kairu jumped onto the railing of the boat, lifting a leg and balancing. This was with the water getting choppier and breaking upon the bow, making the move even riskier. Emma and Lucian rushed from the bridge to help, but Kairu did a graceful backflip, landing slower than she should have. It was hard to tell whether that was Volsung's slightly lower gravity or something else. The electricity dissipated as the spear shrunk into itself, no larger than a wand. She placed it inside her robes.
"That was amazing," Emma said. "How did you do that?"
"Practice," Kairu said, "and patience. If you're accepted, you will learn too." Lucian wondered if Kairu was just trying to show off. She went right back into a training routine, this time with no electricity. He and Emma might as well have not been there. She practiced for what felt like hours, long after Emma and Lucian had gone inside to get relief from the hot sun. "This day has been so long," Lucian said. "It's still as bright as when we left Carandas."
"According to the clock, it's only early afternoon. That makes evening about 10 hours away."
It had gotten windier, too. Gusts slammed the starboard of the boat, though the skies were still clear. Lightsail was practically flying across the water, leaving the shoals on the far southern horizon. According to the map Emma had shown him, there was no trace of land between here and Transcend Mount, just thousands of kilometers of open ocean.
"I wonder what a storm would be like out here,"
Emma said. "I don't want to find out."
"You'd think that was because Volsung is cooler, it would be less stormy. Less heat means less precipitation and energy in the atmosphere, after all. That's not the case, though. Volsung's ocean is so vast that there's hardly anything to break up the storms as they race around the world. Usually they don't run out of power until they hit the mountains of the Ostcontinent. And the Westcontinent is so flat and boggy that they blow right over it. By the time they're said and done, most of Volsung's hurricanes dwarf any cyclone Earth has ever produced. If this planet didn't have seasons like Earth, it would be practically inhabitable."
"You've done your research."
"You never know when knowledge might come in handy."
Cyclones and hurricanes on Earth had long been a thing of the past. Even with global warming, by the late 23rd century, solar shades targeting a developing storm could stop it before it ever became dangerous. A hurricane hadn't made landfall in decades. Even the floating cities of the Caribbean were safe. Volsung didn't have the infrastructure of Earth. While humanity had done much to tame the planet, being one of the first worlds, it had a long way to go. Infrastructure would come in time, but for now, Volsung was dangerous and wild. A lot of the luxuries Lucian took for granted simply didn't exist here. There wasn't even a planet-wide Galnet network. As soon as they were 1,000 or so kilometers out to sea, his slate would be all but useless. He retrieved it to see no messages from his mother. That had him worried. He hadn't spoken to her in over 2 weeks. With Emma's money, he could send another message, but he hadn't gotten around to it yet. When Emma went to take a nap, Lucian headed to the stern to watch the sailboat's wake. Carandas was long out of sight by now, tens if not hundreds of kilometers behind. It was shocking how fast Lightsail was going. The ship's many sails caught wind from every angle, adjusting with the slightest deviation. Lucian wanted to stay up, but he realized he was fighting a losing battle. When he passed Emma's cabin, she was already sprawled out and snoring. He went to his cabin, lay down, and closed his eyes. When Lucian awoke, he headed to the stern just in time to see the sun sinking below the eastern horizon. The blood-red drop cast the ocean's surface in a fiery hue. So slow was Volsung's rotation that it took the sun over half an hour to lower under the horizon in full. Once completely set, the surface of the water still glowed with phosphorescent light. Something was shimmering down there, creating its own light. The water couldn't have been more than 10 meters deep, and was so clear and smooth that he could see right to the bottom. The wind had calmed, producing a still surface broken only by the wake of the boat. In every direction stretched kilometers upon kilometers of glowing, multicolored reefs. Among them, schools of fish shone with radiance. Electric eels teemed among coral towers, entire cities of biomass. The reef, at points, even poked above the water in small atolls. This would have been dangerous if left to human navigation, but the vessel knew exactly how to weave around them. As night fell, the entire scene glowed with ethereal beauty. Beneath the surface of this alien ocean, Volsung's true heart thrummed. He closed his eyes, enjoying the silence and fresh, salt-laden air. At the sound of footsteps, Lucian turned to see Kairu, the tail of her gray cloak thrown by the breeze. "Take care of any last business," she said. "We're about to lose Galnet signal." With that, she turned to leave. Lucian opened his slate to compose what could be his final words to his mother. He could only take a moment to reflect, as he wasn't sure how much time he had. "This might be my last message for a while," he began. "Where I'm going, they don't have much in the way of technology. They won't even have Galnet signal. I should be arriving at the Volsung Academy in a few standard days. It's been a long journey, but something tells me it's just the beginning." He paused for a moment to compose his thoughts. "I wish I had the data to send you a vid, too. It's beautiful here. Thank you for everything. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. I've learned a lot about myself recently, and I don't say this often, but you were right. I can't do this alone. But I've learned it's okay to ask for help. I've made a friend, and hopefully I'll find others like me at the Academy. Just know that everything is okay over here, and I'm not alone. I love you, Mom. And please, stay alive." Lucian couldn't risk the time to refine the message any further. He sent it off, allowing for a generous network fee to ensure it made it without a hitch. To his relief, it confirmed within seconds. A few days from now, that message could arrive on her slate in Alpha Centauri. Lucian went to the galley to rummage for food, finding some biscuits and fish dip. It wasn't much, and not what his usual fare, but at least it was something. Afterward, he went straight to bed, careful not to wake Emma as he passed her cabin. Kairu slept in the cabin opposite of Emma's, her retracted shock spear half a meter from her hand, the size of a small shock baton. Though the talent slept, Lucian had the feeling she was quite aware of her surroundings and could be up and ready to fight at a moment's notice. Lucian crawled into his bunk. The lapping of water and the creak of the ship's wooden hull lulled him to sleep. 32. When Lucian awoke, it was still dark. When he checked his slate for the time, it read 44:12. Even though he'd slept a full 12 hours, it was still dark outside the portholes, and would be for hours yet. That was going to be hard to get used to. Lucian stumbled into the galley and found some microwavable meals in the freezer. He warmed one up. Some fish over rice with a spicy red sauce. It was different, but not terrible. He supposed fish was the main meat of this world, for obvious reasons. He ate, and from the bridge watched Emma and Kairu talking near the bow, illumined by the glowing sea. Once finished, Lucian washed his plate and headed to the stern, not wanting to interrupt. The night was halfway over, but there was still no sign of dawn in the west. The reefs from the evening before were gone, replaced by colder, deeper waters. The wind was cooler here, and the full sails pushed light sail at a steady clip. They would be far north of Carandos by now. Looking up at foreign constellations, he had never felt so far from everyone and everything.
There you are.
Emma joined him at the railing. They watched the sailboat churn a glowing trail that stretched to the horizon, a horizon that seemed slightly too near. Since they'd set out, they hadn't seen a sign of any other ship or even a plane. Volsung was an empty world compared to Earth. It was as if the whole planet were their own. "You okay?" she asked. He wasn't sure how to answer that. "I'm trying to convince myself I haven't made a huge mistake." She was quiet for a moment.
Do you feel like you have?
"If I'm not accepted here, I don't have a fallback plan. It's all or nothing."
Well, same here. Even so, you're exactly where you're supposed to be.
"I wish I had your confidence."
Why are you doubting things?
"I don't know," he said. "Cairo seems a bit cold to me, like I'm a waste of space. What if the Transcends feel the same way?"
Well, she does seem a bit uptight. I wouldn't take it too personally. Besides, I have that intuition about you. It's all going to work out fine in the end.
Vera said the same thing about intuition, Lucian said. Except she had the intuition that I was going to follow her.
Well, you're here. Doesn't that prove her wrong?
It was hard to argue with that, but it still felt as if he were missing something. Only Lucian didn't know what.
I'm struggling too,
Emma said.
I just sent one last message out to my parents. If the training is what Kairu's saying, I probably won't hear from them again. I told them everything, in case they haven't figured it out yet. That lifted the burden off my shoulders a bit. Once I'm at the academy, there isn't a thing they can do about it.
Silence followed these words. There was nothing but the sound of the ship plying through the water and the rush of cool wind.
It helps knowing I'm not alone,
she said.
Even if you're doubting yourself, Lucian. That's natural. I'm glad you're here.
Thanks. That helps me feel a bit better. So, you've been talking to Kairu?
A little. She's hard to read, but I want to learn. She'll be one of the talents training us, assuming we get in. She's a dynamist.
A dynamist?
She specializes in the aspect of dynamism, electricity, magnetism, other things of that nature.
I see. Getting a head start on training, then.
That's the idea.
Well, at least you're sure you have a place here. Why else would the Transcends bother to fetch you? He looked into the distance. Me, though? I can't be so sure.
You'll be fine.
I wish I knew what would happen. If I had that, then I would know what comes next. Learn how to be a mage, become a talent, follow orders. Easy enough, right? Emma laughed.
You're worried over nothing. When I get an intuition, it's never wrong.
She took his silence as an invitation to explain herself further.
I can't explain it. Maybe Vera isn't wrong about everything.
What do you mean?
It just feels like there is something different about you. Something that pulls me.
Even in the darkness, Lucian could see her cheeks coloring.
No, not like that.
The color deepened, betraying her feelings even further. Lucian couldn't help but laugh. Still trying to pretend like there's nothing between us? She huffed.
I'm not pretending. You're too much. Actually, we should talk about that. Where we're going, they won't look kindly on, I don't know, whatever this is. This nebulous will they or won't they sort of thing.
The space between them, Lucian had noticed, had somehow shrunk during their conversation. As if conscious of that, Emma shifted her position a step away. Will they, won't they? Lucian mused. So you're saying there's a chance? She smiled, though she had tried not to.
I won't deny that there's something. But how's it supposed to work?
He clung to the railing and kept his eyes on the passing ocean. Saying all of this was hard, but it needed to be said. The last thing I want is to jeopardize our chances at the academy. That means we have to keep something of a distance once we're there. She was quiet for a long time. Had he said something wrong?
Is that what you want, Lucian?
They were the last words he expected to hear. He had expected her to thank him for understanding, and that would be that. What does what I want matter? The training comes first, right? He could feel her eyes on him. Somehow they were standing close again, close enough for their shoulders to touch. Though it felt good, it was painful knowing it couldn't last. She stepped aside to give space again.
Confusion is the last thing I need right now.
She heaved a sigh.
I guess it's just a bit unfortunate, you know? It could have been something. We've got bigger priorities now.
She took his hand. That touch was friendly, not romantic. She then squeezed his hand then, a shade too long. That wasn't friendly. What do you want, Emma? She didn't remove her hand, nor did Lucian pull his own away. You asked me the same question, he went on. It's only fair, right? When she looked down at the deck, he was surprised to see tears forming in her eyes. She had no answer, other than to continue holding his hand. It was as though staying quiet, not answering, would make it all go away. It took effort, but Lucian pulled his hand away gently. Her posture seemed to freeze with that action. It felt wrong, so he reached out and took her hand again. Her posture thawed, and her face turned toward his. She was so beautiful under the starlight. Looking into her eyes, words and intentions no longer mattered. Only she did. Under the northern night sky of Volsung, his lips touched hers. They stood a long time in that warm embrace, neither wanting to let go. He felt her power, her need for him, and knew the truth. What was between them was more powerful than others' expectations. One day, the timing would be right, or at least that was what he hoped. When they parted, Lucian held her close for a while, letting her head fall under his chin, where it felt at home. Her tears ran warm against his neck. She took a shuddering breath. I'm sorry. He closed his eyes. Don't be. At last, they stood apart, holding each other's hands a moment longer before letting go. Emma wiped her face clean of tears.
We should head up front. Wait 5 minutes before you follow me.
With that, she was gone. Though he felt empty without her by his side, it was also the beginning of something else. In one more Volsung day, they would both be at the academy, starting their training as its newest mages. At least, that was Lucian's hope. 33. Hours later, when the sun rose upon the western horizon, Lucian entered the bridge to find Cairo staring off toward the west, where angry gray clouds were gathering. Before long, they covered the sun, boiling to dominate the entire western sky. Lightning flashed within, violent and angry, as the storm system edged closer. The water began to heave, no longer blue but slate gray. As it began to pour, light sail rolled up and down hills of water under the bilious gray sky, lightning streaking beyond sheets of hard rain. Lucian's stomach lurched with the ship's every move. He clung to the dashboard to keep his feet.
Will we be okay?
Emma called over the din of waves and wind. Cairo seemed unconcerned. This is nothing for light sail. The rain fell harder, casting doubt on those words as hilly waves became mountains. Lucian had to strap himself down to his chair, even heaving a couple of times. Emma, after a couple of minutes, also had to strap herself in. In contrast, Cairo was well balanced, seeming to predict every movement before it ever happened, leaning this way and that to keep her feet. Lightning streaked across the sky, sometimes striking a rod rising high above the mainmast. After a few minutes, Lucian wondered how Cairo could be so unconcerned. These winds were at least hurricane force, pummeling the side of the boat. The mostly reefed sails caught the gale, hopefully giving enough speed to escape the tempest.
"Are we almost out?"
Lucian shouted. Kairu stood at the helm, intent upon the ship's direction. She read the display, which showed angry bands of red extending in all directions. "The only way out is through," she answered. They pushed on. Lucian thought they might drown, especially as the water slapped across the deck time and again. Those torrents could have easily carried any of them away, had they stood outside. Frigid water even rolled into the bridge a few times, as high as Lucian's shins. But the boat plowed on, heedless to Volsung's battering. Lightsail rose to the top of the ocean's crests, only to crash again into the rolling valleys beneath, seemingly in no danger of keeling over. As Kairu said, in time, the winds slackened and the waves lowered. Though it felt as if they had spent all day in the storm, the clouds finally broke, revealing Volsung's bright sun having crawled only halfway up the western sky. It would be a long day yet. Around noon, 2700 on Volsung, the three sat in Lightsail's small wardroom, eating a simple meal of rice, fish, and greens. He and Emma listened to Kairu's first lesson. "The manifold is what we use to describe the force that's behind visible reality," she explained. "The manifold, in a sense, is true reality. What we call reality, you can think of as a shadow." So far nothing was contradicting with what Vera had already taught him. "All we can see, smell, taste, touch, or hear is but a reflection of the truth, and that truth is the manifold. Mages are those wakened to the fact that we exist on both planes. This one, the shadow, and the manifold, the realm of light." "And we can change the manifold?" Emma asked. Kairu nodded. "Yes, as its nature is not immutable." Emma hung on her every word. "Those who can sense the manifold are what we call mages. Your training will build awareness of the manifold, and you can only do that by letting go of preconceived notions, worldly attachments, romantic love, greed, cognitive dissonance. The training will help you move beyond such limitations. If you do well, you will one day rise to become talent, and in many years perhaps even transcend." "How long does the training take?" Emma asked. "Will it stop my seizures?" "Length of training depends on aptitude and dedication. Emotional attachment can trigger the manifold to overwhelm a mage who isn't ready. Your seizures will stop once you've learned to stream magic using what's called a focus." "What's that?" Lucian asked, feigning complete ignorance. She had asked him to leave all preconceived notions at the door, after all, and the Academy mage's concept of the focus might differ from what Vera had taught him. "The focus acts as the anchor for one's magical stream. You can think of it as the wellspring, that which streams ether into manifested magic." Kairu looked at Emma. "We will teach you to direct that ether outward, not inward. That is the source of your seizures." "But some mages are unteachable," Lucian said. "Right?" Kairu looked at him, her face stern. "Most are not, if I'm being honest. The path of even the lowest novice at the Volsung Academy is difficult. To embark on a regiment that eschews worldly attachments, to seek the very death of the ego, this is an almost impossible task. We are human, and to be human is to be fallible. But we must use magic only when we need to. Magic is a useful tool, but like any tool, it can be dangerous in the wrong hands or with the wrong attitude." Kairu watched them both, to let that point sink in. To Lucian, it seemed her gaze stayed on him a little longer. "My advice is to prepare your minds as best you can. We should reach Transcend Mount by late evening." "So, about a standard day from now," Lucian said. Kairu nodded her acknowledgement. Emma leaned forward. "You said earlier every mage exists in both realms, light and shadow. But why are there mages in the first place?" That is the grand mystery, Kairu said. We still don't know what causes a select few to awaken to the manifold. The manifold has always existed, as far as we know. What we've learned comes from the writings of fallen transcends, who abandoned their mortal bodies and subjected themselves to the Fraying. She paused, as if in respect to those fallen masters. One thing is clear. The manifold controls our reality. Mages are its stewards. She paused, as if in thought. Of course, using magic comes with a cost, and that cost is the Fraying. That is why we teach the path of balance. What is that? Lucian asked. Perhaps I speak too soon, Kairu said. You will learn more upon your acceptance to the academy. Are you ready? Lucian nodded. I'm ready to learn more. So am I, Emma echoed. Kairu looked at Lucian first, and then Emma. The days ahead will be difficult, but if you are dedicated, you can go far at the Volsung Academy. Very far indeed. 34. Volsung's evening light filtered through the porthole of Lucian's cabin. If they weren't close to the academy by now, they would be soon. He showered and went to the bridge, where he found Kairu at the helm, steering manually, with Emma standing beside her. An island rose in the distance high above this gray northern sea. Transcend Mount, Kairu said. We should make landfall within the hour. Transcend Mount was tall and sheer. Most of it was gray, though its lower reaches were dense with green forest. The eastern sun had dipped below its flat top, upon which stood shadowy buildings and towers. The rocky beach below contained a single wooden dock. Lightsail plowed ahead on a starboard tack, making steady progress. On the western horizon, the first stars and planets appeared in the darkening sky. The air was chilly, though summer. They were in the north now, just a Volsung day's hard sailing from the wall of the ice cap. Lucian watched as they drew into a narrow inlet, which would provide some shelter from passing storms. As they moored, the ship rested in the island's shadow on its western face. It was even colder here, the evening wind almost chilly enough to bite. Lucian had never been to such a remote place his entire life. Aside from the few buildings hundreds of meters above them, most of which were obscured from view, there was no sign of civilization. They left the boat tied to the dock, and it rolled in the surf as they approached the gray, rocky beach. A narrow trail carved into the cliff led up the mountainside. They made their way up in silence, surrounded by trees that were a strange mixture of local and Terran. Like any sufficient Earth-like world, Volsung's biosphere had become mixed over the decades, a reality of interplanetary colonization. Pines and aspens intermixed with local trees with thin white trunks and hanging vines, while chortles and clicks emanated from the stringy undergrowth. Over the water, Lucian spied several dozen glowing globules, the color of cyan, floating over the darkening surface of the ocean, having the appearance of airborne jellyfish. Those creatures, whatever they were more than enough of a reminder that this wasn't Earth anymore. By the time they were halfway up, Lucian was short of breath, while Emma was gasping. It would be days yet before he was over his gravlag, but if he was hurting, Emma was suffering. She huffed and puffed from beside him, but never called for a break. Kairu set a fast pace and didn't seem worried about leaving either of them behind. Emma laid down her pride and allowed Lucian to carry her pack once they were halfway up. They continued without pause until they were nearly there. That was when Kairu seemed to tense. "What is it?" Emma asked after a few deep breaths. Kairu hesitated, looking toward the water, seeming to note something Lucian wasn't experienced enough to see. "Another storm. This one will be bad." Lucian looked in the same direction as Kairu, but the western sky was completely clear. Will it be as bad as yesterday? Emma asked. Worse. At this latitude, the storms blow something fierce. We must hurry. The trail only got steeper the higher they went, becoming stairs toward the top. Looking at the shoreline, hundreds of meters below, more of those floating globes were glowing in the gathering gloom. There must have been hundreds of them by now. Perhaps they were the precursor to the storm. Even if Lucian wanted to ask about them, he was too short of breath. After another agonizing 10 minutes, the trail leveled off after a final switchback. Emma stopped, her jaw dropping at the sight of the Volsung Academy. The academy hulked before them, at least 50 meters tall and 4 times that wide, taking up the majority of the high plateau. 4 high towers rose from its 4 corners, while 2 more, taller than the others, rose from the middle. Its gargantuan mass seemed to be carved from the black granite making up most of the island, weather-beaten and worn from the planet's constant storms. Intricate colonnades surrounded the complex on multiple tiers, Lucian counting 3, though there might have been more. This place was a veritable fortress. How had it been built? By whom? It looked far older than 2 centuries, the approximate length of time humans had settled Volsung, though its apparent age could have been the effect of erosion. Lucian realized the truth. The academy hadn't been built. It had been excavated. That explained the mountain's flat top, as if it had been chiseled away. The question was, had this construction been here before the coming of people? Or had people carved it out in its entirety? Lucian had little time to ponder these questions. Here at the flat top of the island, the wind blew hard and cold, and the eastern sky was a dark and threatening mass. Flashes of lightning illumined the academy's decrepit exterior, lending it to a menacing air. Kairu was running now, and despite his exhaustion, Lucian ran too. The first cold drops of rain fell right as they reached the open threshold, as icy blasts of wind gusted from the north and east. After a month of travel, they had finally made it safely to the Volsung Academy. Inside its yawning entrance, which seemed to swallow them whole, Lucian's heart pounded at the mere idea that within minutes he would come face to face with the Transcends, who held he and Emma's fate in their hands. The academy opened into a large antechamber, circular with a high dome supported by dozens of immense pillars. Lucian guessed the cavernous space might be 100 paces across. Outside those pillars, dozens of torches blazed, and a large central brazier cast light and warmth. Despite all the fires, it was insufficient to conquer the darkness and cold. Shadows danced along the walls, and a sense of heaviness pervaded all. 3 corridors branched off from this antechamber, all cloaked in shadow, each leading deeper into the complex. The stonework below was worn smooth, without so much as a speck of dust. The dreary atmosphere was only amplified by the torrents of rainfall pounding down outside. Cold gusts swept inward, carrying with them freezing rain. "Follow me," Kairu said with a swirl of her gray cloak. She led them deeper within, standing for a moment by the central brazier to warm and dry herself. Emma and Lucian followed her example. The 2 shared a nervous glance, the silence too heavy to break. After another minute, Kairu led them on without a word. Lucian returned Emma's pack when she gestured to have it back. They passed no one as they ventured deeper into the academy. From its size, Lucian had expected hundreds of mages to be housed here, but it felt as if they were the only ones. "Where is everyone?" Emma asked, her voice tremulous and echoing off the thick stone walls. "Night meditations," Kairu said. At last, Kairu brought them into another chamber, not as big as the entry hall, but still large in its own right. It was lit by various sconces and braziers blazing with flames. Shadows danced along the walls. A long row of stone seats, 8 in all, lined the far wall. They were like thrones, but each was the same size and at the same level. There were 2 torches on each side of those seats, none of which were lit. There the 3 of them stood and waited. For how long, Lucian didn't know. He was hungry and cold, and could only stop himself from shivering through sheer force of will. Minutes dragged on in silence, then an hour. Lucian's thoughts raced all the while. He had plenty of time to wonder whether all this was a huge mistake. He could hear the winds of the storm wailing outside. That the storm's sounds could reach this deep inside the academy was a testament to its violence. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, footsteps sounded from outside the chamber. 3 figures in colored robes, blue, gray, and white, floated through the open archway like ghosts, entering this inner sanctum with gravitas. Those in the gray and blue robes were elderly men, each with wrinkled and wizened faces. The blue-robed one had dark skin and close-cropped hair, while the man in gray had snowy white hair and a narrow, sorrowful expression. Lucian thought his pallor seemed sickly, and his posture was stooped. The last person, dressed in resplendent white robes, was a wiry old woman. She had narrow shoulders, a bony frame, and a sharp nose set in a wrinkled face. A long white braid fell over her shoulder. When those dark eyes found Lucian's, seeming to know him to the core, his skin went cold with recognition. It couldn't be. But it was so. She was none other than Vera. 35. Lucian's brain refused to recognize what his eyes saw. But there was no way around it. Vera's eyes bored into his, a gaze he couldn't forget for the rest of his life. He was too stunned to speak, too stunned to react, as the transcends took up their seats one by one. As they did, the sconces beside those thrones lit, the flames burning the same color as their robes. A heavy silence followed, broken only by Kairu, bending one knee while lowering her face before these masters in supplication. Lucian wondered whether he should do the same, but Emma remained standing, openly gawking at Vera, who sat on the far-right throne. "Your Eminences," Kairu said. "Before the spectrum of transcends, I bring 2 applicant mages for consideration. The first is Emma Almaty, from L5 Sol System. The details and reasons for her coming you are already aware of." She paused and pursed her lips. "The other one is Lucian Abrantes, whom she met aboard the ship Burung by coincidence. He is from Earth." "There is no coincidence," the gray-robed transcend intoned. "All that passes in the universe follows the will of the manifold." "Very much so, Transcend Grey. Well said. Emma told me his powers emerged on board the ship in a somewhat violent incident." Lucian looked at Emma. When had she told Kairu that? As he felt the sting of betrayal, Emma kept her eyes forward, her cheeks coloring. He realized that Emma would have had to tell her. Kairu would have wanted proof that he was a mage, and Emma would have had no choice but to clarify. It would also explain Kairu's coldness toward him so far. "We'll let the applicant give an account of himself," Transcend Blue said in a neutral tone. Vera watched, her dark eyes gleaming by the light of the fires. 1,000 questions ran through Lucian's mind. How had she gotten here so fast? Why had she been on the ship in the first place? And what was she doing here? But he didn't dare speak. Not yet. "We will begin with Emma Almaty," Transcend Grey said. "But first, some introductions would be in order. I am Transcend Grey." The black man spoke next. "Transcend Blue." Vera gave a small smile, her scratchy voice sending a chill down Lucian's spine. "Transcend White." Something in her tone suggested that White was the highest rank possible. If there was anyone he needed to impress, it was her. Transcend Grey spoke first. "Emma, the light message you sent intrigued us." Emma's back straightened as if she were a private in the fleet being addressed by the Admiral. "Your convulsions are an affliction known to us. It's called the wrecking, and we can correct it with training. It is a sign of great magical potential." He eyed her with a critical air. "Without our training, you are certain to fray and die." "Then you must train her," Lucian said, unable to help himself. Kairu shot him a venomous glare, while the stares of Transcends Grey and Blue were icy. Vera, Transcend White, watched him with an almost amused expression. "Are you ready to learn more, Emma?" Transcend Blue asked, as if Lucian had not spoken at all. "I am," Emma said, lowering her head. "That is good," the elderly Transcend Grey said. "The path is difficult, harder than even the wrecking you suffer now. And even with perfect training, the manifold has its own plans. It is the manifold, and not us, that must accept you." "I understand," Emma said. "Magic is dangerous," Transcend Blue warned. "It is not a tool that serves us. We are tools that serve it. It is the mage's lot to promote the values of peace, knowledge, and harmony, to walk the path of balance. As soon as a mage loses that path, they lose themselves." Transcend Grey looked at Emma with great solemnity. "Do you understand what this means, Emma?" There was a moment's pause. "I don't understand it fully, but I get the general idea." "Though we three are transcends, even we are not perfect," Transcend Blue explained. "The path to understanding is a lifetime in the making. Opening oneself to the manifold is not about power. It is about giving power to ideals greater than yourself. That is the first lesson any mage should learn." "She misses home," Vera said in her gravelly voice. "She misses her father, her mother, the gardens of her family's estate. She misses her friends, she misses music, and she misses the false worlds she loved more than her own." A long silence hung in the chamber following this pronouncement. Transcends Grey and Blue seemed to consider Vera's words. "She is too old in the manifold," Vera said at last. "I sense that magic has been latent within her since childhood, even if it hadn't manifested. And she has formed difficult attachments to the things and people of this world. That will be hard to remedy, though her potential is great. If we accept her into our ranks, these will prove to be of great difficulty to root out." "I'm ready," Emma said, almost with defiance. Perhaps some of her former animosity toward Vera was coming out. "Are you ready for salvation from yourself, Emma?" Vera challenged. "Many would say death, even by manifoldic wrecking, is an easier path than the one that lies before you. There will be many times you doubt yourself in the days ahead, many nights where you regret your decision to train with us. Often the object you seek brings you the most pain." "I am here to be a mage. I gave up my family, the thing most precious to me in all the worlds. My family, who did not wish me to come. I am ready to dedicate myself to a higher calling." "Are you?" Vera asked. "We will see." Vera's sharp words seemed to deflate Emma, who looked down at the floor. "And what of the other one?" Transcend Grey asked. "This Lucian Abrantes. We received no word of your coming." That insufferable Dr. Ross must have lied about reaching out to them.
My doctor assured me she would reach out to you.
One of the tenets we teach here is taking responsibility for your mistakes, Transcend Blue said, somewhat chidingly. Even for the mistakes of others when they relate to you. For a matter of such importance, you should have appealed to us personally.
I wasn't sure of the process.
Transcends Blue and Gray stared at Lucian, as if he just weren't getting it.
Your Eminences,
he added lamely. That did little to thaw their posture. This was not going well. Vera met Lucian's eyes. If Lucian hadn't known better, he would have said that look communicated that she didn't know him. That was strange. Lucian, Vera said, your acceptance within these halls would be even more miraculous than Emma's. I sense great conflict within you. As Talent Kairu mentioned, I sense also your powers have recently emerged.
Yes, Lucian said, surprising himself at the steadiness of his voice. I've known about a month.
As I thought, she said. It's remarkable that two applicants would chance to meet on the way here. As Transcend Gray said, that is no coincidence.
Vera looked at him, her gaze sharp and focused.
Describe what happened on board the liner.
Lucian knew what she wanted him to talk about. He didn't relish having to repeat himself, but it could be that she was asking for the benefit of the others. There was this group of fleet recruits. They had it out for me the minute I set foot on that ship. They discovered what I was and attacked me. Vera nodded for him to continue. He felt ridiculous, telling her a story she already knew, but he wasn't ready to call her out. He had to play the game. I didn't mean to lash out at them, it just sort of happened, like an instinct.
Your stream, you mean, Transcend Blue said.
Lucian nodded. Their leader, Dirk, started bleeding from his eyes. He turned out okay, but the captain threw me in the holding cell for 10 days. He considered for a moment whether to share what happened on Volsung Orbital, too. There was one other time I used magic. It was more recently on Volsung O. It was to protect Emma when we were attacked by a gang on our way to the gate. Other than that, I haven't streamed at all. I came here to train. I need to learn to control this power inside me and not hurt others in the process. This is where I wish to grow, to make my home. He paused. If you will have me. If they wanted to know more, they'd ask questions. But the length of their silence was grating him, making him feel as if he hadn't explained himself adequately.
If it were not for the sincerity in your voice, Transcend Blue finally said, I'd be hard-pressed to believe you. What you did was no easy thing, especially for one untrained. It would seem you have some gifting for psionic magic, that you were able to control your stream sufficiently to defend yourself and Emma is remarkable.
Transcend Gray held up a cautionary hand. This is not praise, young mage, so do not take it as such. It might mean you've gone too far down the wrong path. It's obvious you've trained yourself in some way. Once trained, it's difficult for a novice to accept a new way. He shook his head. In light of that, I'm afraid I cannot accept you for training. Those words knocked the wind out of him. He opened his mouth to protest, but no words came out.
We should deliberate this more in private, Vera said. Talent Kairu, please take them to some beds in the guest wing.
Kairu inclined her head. As you command, Transcend White. She gestured for the young mages to follow her. Like that, the audience with the Transcends was over. 36. They followed Kairu down the dark, empty corridors, Lucian reeling from the encounter. The talent took them to a heavy wooden door, which Kairu pushed open with a creak, revealing a bare stone room containing a chest of drawers, a couple of candles, and a small bed.
The bed came with a rough-looking blanket.
"These will be your quarters, Lucian."
He looked back at Emma, who watched him with widened eyes. They might have time to talk about it later, but they couldn't do so here, in front of Kairu. When Kairu left, Lucian closed the door and got out his slate to provide light. The room was so small, he felt as if he were back in his holding cell. For such a large building, he would have thought there'd be more room. Lucian sat on the bed for a couple of minutes, wondering what to do with himself, when a timid knock broke him from his thoughts. When he answered, Emma stepped inside and shut the door behind her.
"About what happened on the ship," she said. "Kairu asked me how I knew you were a mage, and I didn't want to lie about it."
"Don't worry about it," Lucian said. "You should have just told me." She sighed.
"I know. Thought you would be mad."
Her expression was apologetic.
"I'm sorry."
"Vera is more important." Emma joined him on the bed.
"I know! How could she have gotten here before us?"
"Maybe she came in a separate vessel. But her being here makes no sense. On the ship, she said the Academy's teachings were a joke." He shook his head. "Could it be some elaborate test?" From Emma's silence, Lucian could tell she was stumped too. Lucian wanted to call Vera out on it. That might lock him out of consideration, but hadn't Vera preached honesty? It was time to test her on her word. Lucian had to be true to himself, whatever the consequences. Maybe that would only get him rejected, but if so, then at least he could hold his head high. But what was the point of holding his head high? He needed to be accepted here. If he wasn't, Lucian was out of options.
"What do we do?"
Emma asked. Lucian closed his eyes, trying to imagine a future in this place. A future next to Emma, but not with her. A future of giving up his wants and following orders, all to control his connection to magic and not die in the process. It seemed a bleak prospect, but the Fraying, with its rot and mental disease, was a far worse alternative. The door creaked open, revealing Kairu. From the way she stood in her gray cloak, Lucian thought she was going to scold them for being together. Instead, though, she cleared her throat. "It's time." It hadn't even been a quarter of an hour since the audience. That meant the decision had been rather easy. Lucian didn't know whether that was a good or bad thing. There was only one way to find out. The three transcends sat on their stone chairs, not having moved since Emma and Lucian left. "Emma Almaty," Transcend Blue said, "we accept you into our ranks and raise you to the rank of novice." Emma's face had gone pale, and the offer didn't seem to make her relieved.
"Thank you,"
she said, her voice tremulous in the vast chamber. As one, the Transcend's gazes fell upon Lucian. "Lucian Abrantes," Transcend Blue said, "we have chosen to not accept you for training." Emma looked on in shock, but the expression was gone with a clearing of Kairu's throat. Vera's eyes watched and weighed him, seeking a reaction. "I understand your reasoning," he said, after swallowing the lump in his throat. "I somewhat expected it. Only, I don't have money to get back to Karandas." The Transcend's silence was cold. They watched, unwilling or unable to offer more. Lucian had given everything for this opportunity. He could hardly believe it would end like this. But the manifold, it seemed, had spoken. It was his fate to die from his magic. Transcends Blue and Gray shared a look before returning their attention to Lucian. The way they were staring made Lucian feel as if they were holding something back. "You can stay here for now," Vera said. "We'll make arrangements once the storm passes."
"Arrangements? Arrangements for what?"
"Your Eminences," Emma said, "I don't mean to question your judgment, but—"
"Then don't," Vera said, her voice cracking like a whip. Vera's dark eyes bored into his, seeming to pierce straight to his soul. It took every bit of will he had to question her, and still it only came out as a single word. "Why?" "Because you are not ready. You have gone too far down your own path, and will not respond well to instruction. That is as clear as day."
That's not what I meant. Why are you not acknowledging the truth?" She frowned in confusion. "What truth? Speak your mind." Transcends Blue and Gray looked at her in mild surprise. Lucian got the sense that someone like him would normally be beneath her notice. "I don't understand," he said. "Why are you acting as if we've never met before? As if you don't even remember me?" Vera stiffened, almost recoiled at the words. "Whatever do you mean?" "Why, you were on the ship," he said, fumbling. From her hard, dangerous stare, it was almost enough to make him feel as if he were the crazy one, as if he'd imagined the whole thing. "You talked to me about the manifold, about the fraying, about finding my path, even some things about how magic worked. And now you're acting as if you've never even seen me. Is it punishment for choosing not to follow you? Or something else? I just want to understand why and not feel like some pawn in a game I don't understand." All three transcends stared at him, their expressions unreadable. Vera's eyes smoldered like hot coals. Her face was a neutral mask of suppressed anger. The reaction made no sense. None of it made any sense. But at the same time, he couldn't break his gaze away. She owed him an answer, transcend or not. She had gone against her word and needed to be held accountable. Even if he had chosen not to follow her, that had been his decision. It wasn't worthy of this punishment. Finally, Vera relented, turning her head aside to speak. "Please, Transcends Blue and Gray, leave us for a moment. Something extraordinary has happened." There was a brief flash of surprise on their faces. But in the end, they nodded, stood, and withdrew from the chamber, the colored fires extinguishing with their exit. Following their example, Kairu and Emma went after them. When Emma passed, her expression was worried, while Kairu seemed to be appraising him anew. Once gone, the stone door slid shut. Now, it was only Lucian and Vera. 37. They faced each other in the chamber, which was silent save for the flickering of fires. Shadows danced like things alive on the dark walls. "There's only one thing that makes sense," Vera said. "As unlikely as it might be." "What do you mean?" Lucian could hardly control his anger. "Why would you talk to me on the ship, then pretend not to know me here?" "Let me clear your confusion," Vera said. "I sense you're telling the truth. And if that's so, then you never met me. You must have met my twin sister." The revelation was like a dousing of ice water. Looking her over, there was nothing in their appearance that suggested any difference. The only difference Lucian could see was Transcend White had a braid, while Vera wore her hair freely. But it was the only explanation that made any sense. Despite their physical similarities, something about Transcend White's bearing seemed even colder than Vera's, which was saying something because Vera was cold. Lucian cleared his throat, at last recovering from his shock. "Forgive me. She looks exactly like you." "Yes, I'm aware of that," Transcend White said. "So, you spoke with her?" Lucian nodded. "Several times. She saw what I was, and shared some of her knowledge." Her attention seemed to sharpen, and Lucian could almost hear the gears spinning in her head. "What knowledge?" Under Transcend White's steely gaze, Lucian found it hard to even remember. "Things about the manifold, things about the fraying, about magic, the Starsea mages." He shrugged. "It's hard to remember everything." "Compose yourself, child," Transcend White said. "This is important. You mean to tell me that you, Emma, and my sister were all on board the same vessel?" Her tone stated that such a thing should have been impossible. "It seems that way, Your Eminence." It felt strange to call her that, but both Kairu and Emma had done the same. In Lucian's head, she still looked like Vera. Her long, claw-like hands clamped on the stone armrests of her seat, while her expression soured. Lucian had questions of his own, so when Transcend White hadn't said anything for a while, he took his chance. "Is she dangerous, Transcend White?" Transcend White's attention returned to him. "I want to know what she told you. I want to know everything." He could hardly refuse. She had the same knack as her sister of gleaning every little detail. That much he could see. So he started talking. He began from the moment he first met Vera, to her philosophical musings about the manifold and life, her time with the Starsea mages, and the small lessons in magic she had given him. He spoke for what seemed a good half-hour, only hesitating toward the end. Transcend White watched him a moment. "Go on." "She requested I become her scion. She said that the manifold had marked me in some way, but the manner of that marking was unclear. To admit that seemed a betrayal to Vera, but all the same, Lucian felt the words being pulled from him. Once done, he drew a deep breath, realizing he'd hardly stopped during the whole thing. He'd summarized everything that could be of interest to Transcend White, at least as far as he could figure it. Transcend White looked off to the side, her brow furrowed in thought. There she sat, ruminating for what had to be a good quarter of an hour. It seemed she'd forgotten Lucian was even there, but he didn't dare interrupt her. He stood, his anxiety mounting every passing minute. At last, Transcend White broke from her stillness, like a statue coming to life. "You are truly fortunate to be here, Lucian Abrantes. My sister is a dangerous sorceress, and you're lucky to have escaped with your life. She abandoned this very academy long ago, giving herself to the Starsea mages to pursue power and her selfish ends. Had you agreed to her offer, you would have been lost forever, not only to us, but to yourself." She looked at him, her gaze intensifying. "I've made a crucial error, something I don't often do. I've misjudged you. What you did was no easy thing, refusing an offer that would have tempted many mages. Tell me, what made you choose to come here when it seemed so unsure? Most would have taken the easier path, the path that promised power. And it's not every day one receives a chance to learn from the most powerful mage in the galaxy." When she said that, all Lucian could feel was stunned. When he found his tongue again, his reason had to have sounded pathetic. "I didn't know that. I guess she kept that fact to herself." "Indeed. Count yourself lucky, then." She straightened in her seat. "I detect no falsehood in your tale, and you have no reason to lie that I can see. I also sense you have a good friend in Emma, though you never said it so explicitly. I detected shades of her influence in your words. Without her, you would have gone down a different path. Accepting her help and trusting her sound judgment tipped the scales just enough. Only time will tell what effect that had." She regarded him seriously. "As it stands, it behooves us to train you, Lucian. We have no other choice, even if it defies the conventions of the Volsung Academy." "Why?" he asked. "What's changed?" "Everything, perhaps," Transcend White said. "And perhaps nothing. One thing is sure. Whatever is of interest to my sister is of interest to me." There was still one thing Transcend White wasn't considering. "What if I don't accept?" The corners of Transcend White's lips upturned into a small, mysterious smile. That smile reminded Lucian very much of her sister. "What a strange question. Most who come here undergo a journey at great personal cost. Some come from many gates away, traveling for well over a year, abandoning friends, family, and lifelong homes. The Volsung Academy is the most prestigious mage training facility in the League of Worlds. If we were to accept your refusal, it would be the first such case in our entire existence. Lucian was quiet as he thought about those words. Refusing wasn't even an option. He had no other choice, no other place to go. After what Transcend White suggested, he was thinking he'd passed up an opportunity with Vera he was too ignorant to see. "What about your sister is so dangerous?" Lucian asked. "I get she's a powerful mage. I may be speaking out of turn here, but many of the things she said made a lot of sense. Not everything, but some of the things. From her point of view, at least, the Starsea mages had a lot of good ideas." "No doubt she believes that," Transcend White said. "Their precepts make sense to the untrained, animalistic human mind. To give in to the desire for power, to twist the manifold into something self-serving, is a perversion. That's what the mages of Starsea did. Theirs was a dark vision disguised in the wrappings of nobility. It was an ugly philosophy that ended in catastrophe. The appeal of that darkness has tempted many mages over the years to their destruction and the devastation of those closest to them. A true cure to the Fraying is a mere mirage, used to control the mind that desires power. The path of balance must be walked. Just as magic gives us great gifts, it comes at an equally great cost. This is the way of magic." These things made little sense to Lucian, but he thought he caught shades of regret in Transcend White's voice. He still wasn't sure who was right, even considering what Transcend White had just said. But it was prudent to keep his doubts to himself. "One thing is sure," Transcend White continued. "You will die without our training, and the training offered by my sister would have led to a fate worse than death. She would have drawn you into her schemes, used you to somehow empower the Starsea mages." "Vera said the Starsea mages were gone." "Perhaps only in name. Their ideas live on, though how they want to achieve them has evolved. These things are beyond you, Lucian Abrantes. Train with us, and do well, and you may learn more. But the very first thing you must learn at this academy is patience, and to not allow my sister's delusions of grandeur lead you astray." Lucian got the feeling that she was about to tell him something more, before thinking better of it. "I see your point." "Yours is a stubborn mind. That much I see. It may even be impossible to train you, but I fear we have no choice. But all the same, we must try. I hope you prove me wrong, Novice Lucian." Before he could even react to his new title, the doors to the chamber were thrown open at some unspoken signal. Transcend's blue and gray entered, along with Talent Cairo. Of Emma, there was no sign. "Lead him to the novice wing," Transcend White said to Cairo, "and confiscate his belongings." Before Lucian could say anything in protest, Transcend White continued. "I invoke my executive privilege as Transcend White. Lucian Abrantes is to be entered into our ranks as a novice." Her dark eyes focused on him. Eyes like Vera's, but not like hers. Eyes that seemed to hold secrets and plans of their own. "His training begins tomorrow." Epilogue. Aboard the Burung, Vera sat in meditation. Her focus extended far beyond her consciousness, delving the manifold itself, as had been done by the transcends of old. Though the unearthing of secrets wasn't likely, the mere chance of discovering knowledge lost since the aeon of ancients was well worth the risk. 110 years she had lived. If the manifold were not through with her yet, as she believed, she would live 110 more. Over her shoulder,
Through the wide viewport of her first-class cabin hung the planet of Halia, world of desert, world of ice. Her path had led her to this forsaken place, as it had led her to scores of forsaken places in her long life. And if all were in accordance with the manifold, she would soon know the reason why. Her meditations were disturbed when a presence resonated within her mind. She felt a twinge of annoyance before reluctantly opening herself to the connection. A shocking cold overwhelmed her, a cold which seemed to go to the very marrow of her bones. Her focus shifted to a higher plane, beyond the shadow realm of blood, bone, and flesh, and into the realm of light. Here, she was all but separate from her body. Here, terrible things could happen to her. In the darkness before her, a ghostly face materialized, wearing a disturbing smile. A stab of fear pierced her soul, and she suffered a moment of dark panic before she regained control of her senses. It had been years since she'd heard this fell voice whispering in her mind. "Vera." She steadied her resolve and responded, "Ancient One." Finding the will to speak was no easy thing. In this place, he could snuff out her life with a thought, leaving her focus to wander unbounded for eternity. She summoned her courage, such as she could. Without courage, this audience would break her mind. "Speak," the Ancient One said. "Of course. The meeting with Lucian was wholly disappointing. Unready and unwilling to learn or follow. I nearly forced him to come, but I had hoped to bring him to Halia willingly, to the oracle I hear calling me across the stars." "His time has not come," the voice interrupted in almost a hiss. "It was your part to meet him, nothing more." To meet him? Vera could hardly understand the Ancient One's reasons, but it was not her place to question that. If she wanted his secrets, she would need to play her part. "Then it is done. His path took him to Volsung, and the rest of his steps must be guided by the manifold." "The manifold," the Ancient One said. "Yes. I merely wished to know the meeting had happened as prescribed. Nothing more." Vera sensed he was about to depart, but so rare was the opportunity to speak to the Ancient One that she couldn't help herself. "Might I beg a question of you, Ancient One?" She felt a certain reticence from him, but also a sense that he would humor her request, at least for now. "How does my meeting with Lucian bring us closer to our goal?" Something like a sigh, but not quite, escaped from the Ancient One's presence, like the final exhalation from the mouth of the dying. "All I've revealed to you shall come to pass, Vera. My prophecies do not lie." "This pleases me greatly, Ancient One." "I have read your thoughts, and you have given me the measure of him. He is still a young man, unsure in his ways. He can be molded to our purposes. You are right in that he is not truly ready, but he will be made ready. Volsung will prove an adequate challenge for him. His path begins there, not on Halia." "What test is that?" "That will become known in time." Of course, she decided to dare more questions since the Ancient One seemed to be in a rare, receptive mood. "And what of the future? What about our vision? How much longer?" "Patience. The strings are being pulled across the worlds, of which you are just one. As always, I require your unquestioning loyalty. Give me both, and you will have what you seek. Or are you lacking faith?
Never, Vera said. Though I must admit, I don't know the reason you've led me here.
I'm sure you will figure it out. You are nothing if not resourceful. Besides, who better to finish the noble work of the mages of Starsea than its founder, Vera Desai?
Yes, there was the work. Always the work. The labor was eternal, but if she lived to see it completed, she could rest, knowing she had done everything possible to benefit the human race and right the wrongs of the past. When the Ancient One departed, he allowed her focus to return to the shadow world intact. Vera opened her eyes. She stood and went to the viewport, watching the day side of the tidally locked planet draw near. The coldness in her bones went so deep that she wondered if she'd ever feel warmth again. But all the sacrifices she'd made, the plans long laid, made any amount of suffering worth it. Starsea would rise again. Somewhere on the surface of this planet was the key. Once all was prepared, a single spark in the form of Lucian Abrantes would be all it took to ignite the galaxy.
The End. The Starsea cycle continues in Book 2, The Orb of Binding. This has been The Mages of Starsea, The Starsea Cycle Book 1, by Kyle West, performed by Rob Rinkmann.